Right. I guess this is working. Audio. Let's go. That's not working. No. Yeah. There we go. Okay then. See what happens here. Yeah. This ought to be fun. Greetings from the Erie Coast. This is Matt Chad. Oh, yeah. Anybody, everybody? What life? What's going on? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Life. Experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by. Let's see here. Oh, hot butter everywhere. How you doing, What life? Yeah. All right. How do I do the guest thing? Start the panel. You're doing well. Good to hear, Mr. What life? Invite guest. All right. Copy. And yep, that's done. And we get into comments. How do I make a comment? More. Post comment. There we go. Right there. Boom. All right. Fairly easy. Boom. There it is. See if anybody pops up. Hey, this is my first time doing StreamYard. So let's see what happens here. Yeah. If you wish to come up, please please identify yourself, okay, visually, so that I know it's you. Oh, just making some eggs here. I wanted a breakfast, right? I wanted to eat a breakfast. So here I am. Yep. I've already been out and about, running around with the goods. St. Charity maybe. I think it's voting right now as we speak. I don't know. Kind of weird. Oh, yes. So, see how that works out. YouTube's such a weird place, man. I can tell the difference in the quality of connectivity and all that. You know, uh, weird, weird sense of everybody. Right? Or maybe it's YouTube doing it. I don't know. Right. It's what life. In chat. Do I have chat? Is there a chat? Hope you don't fall over. There is a tendency for this thing to fall over. Ah, rah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not the most. Ha ha. Metal for you. Ruh-roh. Okay, good. Right. Right. What's up, Metal? How you doing, brother? I'm having breakfast. Would you like some? I got eggs, I got bacon, and I'm gonna have toast with orange marmalade. I made like 2 pounds of bacon. Billy, what's up, Billy? The This is my test StreamYard, so if you'd like to come up, please feel free to hit that link. Show me that the link is working. This is kind of like a test run, you know. This is a test run. See how this works. See how this works out. Do some panel work. Everybody's doing panel. I haven't done I've never done panel on my channel. Or I have, but it's just like more like a guest, like one person. So this would be cool, I think. Even though I've been, in a bunch of panels and stuff, I've never done it myself personally. And I am in my kitchen. That's the thing too. I have no connectivity. I have very bad conductivity in my kitchen. So let's get out of the kitchen, get into the office here, into my studio section. There we go. That'll probably work out better for me. Hey, if I can fix everything here. There we go. The legs of my little tripod have seen better days. Right. See if that works out for me here. Oh yeah. I love my wok. Love the sound it makes. Love the way it cooks. Everything about it. My phone is trash, or I'd click the link. Yeah, always a way to test it out. Yeah. So yeah, I figure I'd eat some make some breakfast, have a live stream, talk. A Sunday morning get together. You know. I see everybody doing the things. Okay. I wish I could see. Just trying to figure out all this stuff. Ooh, I got a guest. Let's see. Billy, invite guest. Okay. Right. Billy, add to stage. There we are. We have you. I hear you, Billy.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Hi.
you. Hi.
Outstanding. I can hear you as well. Welcome,
Well,
Billy.
well, thank you, Mad Shad.
How are you doing on this fine, lovely day?
Oh, I've been to the park, took a video at the park for everybody and put it up.
I remember that. Yep.
It's too beautiful outside not to be outside today.
I agree. Y'all having this nice warm weather too?
Oh man, it's gorgeous out here. Hi,
Yeah.
Dawn. Hi, Metal.
Don's in the
Wildlife.
house. What life? What life was the first in the house?
Of course, he's number one then.
Yep. Mm-mm-mm. Wow.
So, so now that you've learned how to do this, I'm sure I can.
Like I seriously, I when I went, but when Devil Dog Prepper was going to go live last night, as soon as I got off my live stream, I tried to restream. Restream failed miserably. I don't know what I did. Didn't do it work. I think it works better with a computer. But this is off my phone. So I went to live stream or StreamYard. It literally took me 5 minutes to get boom set up and ready to go. And I did a quick little
Dang.
test live stream. Had Wolfgang up come up real quick, and then we went over to Devil Dog Preppers to help him start his StreamYard. So yeah, it works, man. It works
That's
great,
cool.
and it's
That's
free.
cool.
I mean, yeah, there's
What up,
limitations.
Holly? Hi, Andy. Good to
Mhm.
see y'all.
How
This
y'all
is
doing?
way cool, Shad. Way cool.
I dig it. And
This is my
Penny and
first
I did.
panel, and I got to
Really?
do it with you. Yep, this is my first one, and I got to do it with you.
I have no topic of discussion. I'm just literally making breakfast. So whatever you'd like to talk about, please. Um, I'd like to get into like debates, discussions, interviews. I'd like to do some interviews, especially with my subscribers. I did that before through YouTube, where there was just one guest. You know,
Gotcha.
uh, and that went over great. It was a very deep connection that I felt with everybody that came up, and I would just ask, just simple questions, and we all just like, not to sound sappy, but a loving connection. You know what I mean? It was just like,
Aw.
oh wow, I know you, I see you, I hear you, I recognize you. It's different, right? We're talking to each
Okay.
other in chat, and it's like, oh hey, what's up? We're talking shit, and you don't get to you don't get the nuances of people that
Exactly.
when you see them. I ask them a question and they go, "Oh," you don't see that in chat.
Well,
They're
I'll let you interview me.
okay, okay. I mean, we all kind of know you anyway. Everybody here. So okay, what makes Billy tick? What makes
Take
you get up in the morning?
what makes me get up in the morning. Well, now that I'm on
Smiles.
YouTube, I can honestly say YouTube's what gets me up in the morning. My channel does.
Okay.
My channel I is used for strictly having a good time and for me to make friends. That's what I started it for.
Right on. So to address independent media uniting, I do not know. Is there an issue? Is there an issue with audio and video? I do not know. I don't think so. I logged in through live stream or StreamYard. No.
Is it me, Andy?
Wow. your audio sounds great. Your your lack of avatar looks great. Uh,
I do have an avatar, but and I could have went probably. Everybody knows me anyway, so
right.
like I said, this is first time. So
So what do you like about uh, YouTube? And you've done these videos, these live streams, and you really connect in a different wholesome kind of way. Uh,
well,
it's refreshing, right?
okay. I was reading Indy's uh message she wrote. Um,
Oh,
yeah, it's just my thing. I mean, I'm a person. I'm a person. I
you're a
love
people
to deal
person.
with. Yeah, it didn't come out that way, and I love people, and I want to be there to let people. Because my chat is mostly women, and I like for them
Right?
to come in and be able to, if they've had a hard day, bitch about it. If they've had a good
Okay.
day, I want them to tell me what was so good. We
Right.
do say prayers in my group too, because prayers heal people. So that's about
I,
what my channel's about. Is just being with other people.
I dig it. I dig it. You have such a welcoming channel. You know, uh, it's it's like we just came to your house and you said, "Come on in, have a seat, get you some coffee. Would you like a plate? Let's talk about the world and
And
your life."
that's exactly how it is at my house. You
Yeah,
come into
that's
my
great.
house and it's can I get you a cup of coffee? Can I get you a beer?
Right.
Can I make you dinner? Can I make you breakfast? I've been baking cookies
That's
for 3 days.
woo, cookies. I like some cookies. I love my food porn.
Oh,
So
I have cookies. Hi, Vision. Trent, good to see
Trent,
you. Good afternoon, Aaron Scott.
Aaron.
You added him last night.
Yes, I remember. I'm gonna turn that off and yes, yes, and yes, and yes. Ah,
Did you fix it?
what did I fix?
Okay,
What did I break?
why? I don't know. It sounded like it just got really clear all of a sudden.
Oh, who knows? Who
Here's your breakfast
knows these
thing.
things? My I have not yet done with the breakfast thing.
Gotcha.
Working on it. Uh, oh God, the independent mini shared around. Oh, here we go. Here we
Uh,
go.
yeah, are you ready?
Are you ready?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have to do something while I'm on here.
Uh-oh.
I have to do whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yes, yes. Team Woot in the house. The call has been sounded. Will the sister answer the call? Right. Yeah, that's great. I love it.
How about you
Yeah.
oatmeal or oatmeal raisin, Vision?
Ooh. Oatmeal cookies, please. Oatmeal raisin. That's right. And the brethren, let us make the brethren call too. Eat, 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 eat. There we go. So
Well, we need a
excellent.
FAFO then.
Fafo, 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 fafo.
Hi, Cheryl. Good to see you, babe.
What's up, everybody? How
Yeah,
y'all
it's good
doing?
to see everybody. I can do this. You
Yeah,
don't
I'm
do.
just
Oh, yeah,
chilling.
we discussed that, Vision. Yes, we did. No raisins.
No raisins for vision. No
It
raisins for vision.
and Shad, do you have Vision's address?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Well, if I could get Vision's address from you, I could send you and Vision's cookies for Christmas.
Ooh. Very good.
Because I can know where I can get yours from, but I don't have Vision's. So if you would, if I could, if Vision would let you give me his address, I will. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He says
Okay. All right.
you'll have to send me
I'm always
Vision's.
practicing outside around here.
I will
Mm.
definitely send you both some Christmas cookies.
Oh my God. That's beautiful. That's
And if you're real good, I'll make some peanut butter candy for the both of you.
Woo. How what is it? Okay, so we need to qualify what is your qualifications for being good? Okay, so
Oh, well, well, you're both pretty much my two of my favorites. So
that's oh my God, thank you very much.
I think the world of you and have for a long time, and Trent too, as far as that goes.
Thank you.
Yes, I think you're
Yeah,
both great.
little secret about me and Trent. Uh, we're extremely similar in background, shall we say?
Well, if you add Billy to that, I think we were all pretty much raised the same way.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a good question. How were
Excuse
you
me,
raised?
I was raised pretty strict,
Strict.
very strict.
Okay. Yeah. So
My,
did you come from a
no broken
well-to-do
family.
family,
No,
poor
no
family? No.
well to do.
Okay.
No, we were poor.
Okay.
I have gardened and canned vegetables my whole life.
Oh wow.
I learned to cook at the age of probably 7 or 8 because my mom worked the fields with my dad.
Oh,
At one
I see.
time, we raised rabbits. We had over 4,000 rabbits at one time
Wow.
that my dad would butcher and people would buy them.
Hmm.
My dad worked 4 jobs.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was. Yeah, I was raised. We worked for everything we ever got.
Wow.
That's just how it was.
That's
And Yankee Dog, I make good candy. Hmm. But I know peanut butter's one of your favorites.
I like food.
It doesn't
I
matter
do.
what it is, huh?
I
Well,
I
I
I'm
was
a foodie.
I was a cook in a nunnery for a head chef
Wow.
for 27 years.
Really?
Yes,
Now
sir.
that is an interesting fact to know.
Yep,
That really is.
I was a butcher for 8 years.
Hmm.
I drove a school bus for 3 years.
I could see you driving a school bus.
Oh, what can I say? But I did.
Wow.
I haven't ever got to travel like I've always wanted to. But I always put
Okay.
everybody before me.
Okay. Yeah. Yankee watchdog. Pony up. We're supposed to take your word on that? Really?
Yankee, Yankee, grow your beard out, bro.
Ooh,
Grow your
ouch. Is that
beard
a
out,
bird?
bro.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Trent? How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm doing good, Shad. Billy, good afternoon. To now, I will say this. I
Oh,
came
my
in,
favorite Trent.
yes, ma'am. I came in when Shad was complimenting your channel, and I am here to qualify that and say absolutely. And
Oh,
if y'all do not stop by and visit Billy in the mornings, your day's not right because I will drop in with a cup of coffee in the middle of a meeting and hang out with Mrs. Billy and her crew, and it is absolutely delightful.
Thank you, Trent. How wonderful. That's so sweet of you.
Well, it's the truth.
Well, I
So
thank you.
you're more than welcome. And it was what, 2 weeks ago that Mr. Metal, I found out, was,
Oh, you're going to tell everybody.
well, I'm not, but you heard me stop. But a
You
person,
can. You
no,
can. That's
I
fine.
won't. No, ma'am, because I respect privacy. But I did not know that he was, of a favorite person of mine and a major influencer that
To a
that
lot of people.
encouraged me to start my channel.
Oh, bless his heart.
And
Yeah.
I loved him to death, and I get it now. The connection is there, and I was like, wow, that was the missing link. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yes, and thank you.
It's
And
I am North Shore's sister-in-law.
yep,
I
absolutely.
sure am.
And if y'all don't know North Shore, you missed a true gem in the community. He would give you something that even if he didn't have, he'd give it to you anyway. That's just the type of man he was. And I thank him from the bottom of my heart for encouraging me and giving me the words of wisdom that he did, Billy. Please tell
Aw.
Mr. Metal I said
He's
that.
in he's in chat. He's watching.
Okay. Well, Mr. Metal, I'm gonna leave it there because yeah.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Yep.
And God bless y'all. That's all I can say.
And let me tell you, the reason North Shore ever come to the internet was because of Metal.
Right.
Metal talked him into it.
That's what I heard. That
Yep.
was part of his story. And I was like,
Yep.
wow.
Yep.
He was like, my brother talked me into this.
Well, I love my channel, and my channel's
Yes.
never going to change.
Yes.
I'm going to leave it exactly the way it is because that's the way I wanted it, and that's the way it's going to stay.
And I'm okay with that. And I'll drink coffee and hang out with you on the deck or looking out the window anytime.
Well, this morning, Trent, we changed our direction. You got to see the whole golf course this morning.
Oh,
So
okay.
you missed a sunrise and the golf course.
I'll have to go back and watch the replay. I was at church this morning. But yes.
Bless you.
Yes, indeedy. But Shad, this is my guy. This was like a brother I haven't seen in years, the very first time we met. And he knows exactly what I said to him. And from that moment on, we've been family.
Well, that is I am coming to the Visions meetup this year.
You hear that, Shad? She's coming to Bug Out Weekend 2025.
All right.
Yes.
Let the shenanigans begin.
Yes, indeed.
Because I want to meet all of Visions Group and Mad Chad.
Yep.
Awesome. That's awesome.
And
Yep.
Metal wants to see y'all too. He is very excited. Very excited.
I have to meet Mr. Metal. I have to.
Yeah.
I have to. And Mr. Metal, don't take it personally, but being how I was raised, I have to give Mrs. Billy a hug first, and
Yes.
and then you then we can do what we do. But yes, please, you guys are more than welcome. All you have to do is just bring your gear. Doesn't cost you one thin dime other than to get there.
We'll
That's
be
it.
there. We're planning on being there. That's all there is to it. I'm going to Missouri.
Awesome.
Missouri's my community also, but I am
Right.
going to Visions this year.
Yep.
Yep.
After the holidays, we will be working on the event And by the way, since we're talking about that, Chad, we have to take a field trip, and you know what I'm talking about.
I'll go with you, Trent, if he doesn't go. Just let me
Oh,
know.
he'll go
If
because he's the one who made the suggestion.
oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Right.
yeah, and
Absolutely.
I gotta follow up on that. Then we need to go take a field trip.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Roger
I don't mean to stop y'all, but wait a minute.
Yes,
Yankee,
ma'am.
Yankee, Yankee Watchdog. I screenshotted that because I read that you put metals are good people. So that includes me because there's an S on it.
that. So right.
Ah,
Yeah, awesome.
Wow,
well,
this is great.
Rabid, it was Shad said, "Come on, Billy, get up here." So I did.
There you go.
You know, when Mad Shad speaks, you do what Mad Shad says. So
Yes, that's true. Or in my case, all he does is poke the bear, and then it's on and cracking. Yeah,
Right. Right.
yeah.
I never know. I just I marvel at the direction it goes. You know, I'm like, okay, let's poke the bear to get some kind of reaction, and it's a completely opposite direct reaction to what I thought. I'm like, oh shit, I did that. Ooh, sorry.
Yes, Holly, there are plans. Bug Out Weekend 2025 is we're looking at the month of May, and soon as we take a field trip. Shortly after there, we will probably solidify a location. More details to come. Stand by, and yeah, we're going to have a good time.
I'm excited.
So, for those
Very.
of you that plan on attending, I normally do a live stream where we ask our people, "Ooh, bacon! Oh my! Oh my! You see, you ain't
Lost
right.
that thought.
You
Lost
you
that
made Cole
thought.
you made Cole sit up. He was dead asleep, and I said that word, and he sat straight up.
Bacon? Oh,
Yeah. So we will have a live stream where we ask for suggestions for classes for this year. And then we try to come up with as many as possible, as well as the volunteer instructors that will teach. Um, and then we just have a good time. And then I start squeezing all of our partners for giveaways and all of that. And for the last 2 years, our number one partner, who is Nutrient Survival, they have supplied their product, their freeze dried products for everybody at Bug Out Weekend.
Nice.
And
Nice.
and Eric and Becky are just amazing. And we have giveaways. Bacon. See, I
Now
can't even talk.
listen.
I can't talk
See,
around him because he's putting bacon in my face. And
well, I
I'm
think Vision, one of your things you should have is a hillbilly chicken and dumplings cook off.
no, and
mm,
I say no, Billy, because see, there's litigation pending. There's litigation pending, and a possible Senate hearing. And from what I understand, Walter Wilderness has been in protective custody, and he is going to go. He has to go before the Senate committee and testify. So I'm not sure about any type of cook-off this year because it's
Man.
pending litigation.
Well, maybe I'll just have to make a huge pot of chicken and dumplings for everybody while I'm there.
Oh my!
Oh
Now, now,
my.
now, now
yeah.
that could be, yeah, stupendous.
Well, I do make good chicken and dumplings, and it's all from scratch. It's how Grandma taught me how to make
There
them.
you go.
So with
And
lots of white pepper.
And there you go. And if you need a sous chef, all you have to do is holler, and I will help.
Mm-mm.
No, ma'am. Okay.
Honey,
All
I used to cook for 600 nuns at a time.
right. Okay. So you know what you're doing for real.
You betcha, for real. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes. So,
Yep.
but yeah, that would probably be the most cooking that would take place due to the Senate hearing and
Gotcha.
pending litigation. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah.
PJ. I bet you're freaking out seeing me up here. I know she is. Bless her heart.
Yankee Watchdog said, roadkill and dumplings.
He is so aggravating. And you know, he's just as aggravating in person.
then he must be a good person then.
Mm.
He'll fit
Well,
right in.
I want you to know, Trent, that I hugged his neck before
Okay.
I did anything else. I did
There
hug
you
his
go.
neck.
There you go. Yes, indeed. That's a good thing.
He took Billy from the nuns. KY. No. I retired from the nuns. Any more
So,
questions?
yes. So,
Oh, yes.
what are the nuns' favorite food?
Mm. Well, I'm going to tell you this, but you're going to think I'm crazy.
I already knew
But
that.
they're I cooked everything. The nuns are given everything the best in the world. They eat the best foods, the best cuts of meat, the best everything. Where I worked is a home for retired nuns that have worked their whole lives, and this is where they come to retire.
Hmm.
And it's in Adrian, Michigan. It's called the Dominican Life Center. And their favorite food was probably my cowboy soup.
Okay.
Ooh, cowboy
Okay.
soup. So
Oh, I
you gotta
make
tell us what
the
cowboy soup is.
not.
What?
It's my recipe, and I don't give it out. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, all right. So,
But it is
as a
very good,
general,
and they used to come from all over campus to eat it. I would have to make 500 gallons of it,
Oh,
wow,
wow. Wow.
and it was gone
cowboy
in the
soup.
day's time. So yeah, they
Does
ate
it
Wow.
really
involve
well. But they had prime rib all the time. They had chicken cordon bleu. They had chicken Kiev. They had you name it. They ate the best of everything.
I want to be a nun now.
No, I don't. I can't. I can't.
They did. I'm serious.
Wow.
Hmm.
And
That's great.
it was a good place to work. It really was. I got a good pension when I left, and it was a good place to work.
Nice.
And you made food on a
KY, you
grand
should
scale.
know where Adrian is.
Wow.
And now you cook strictly for metal.
I cook when I want to cook.
Okay.
If I don't
There,
want to cook, Metal cooks as much as I do.
there you go.
Metal's a very good cook.
There you go.
So yeah, we switch back and forth, and if either one of us don't want to cook, we don't cook. He makes sandwiches, I make salads.
There you go.
That's about how it is.
Sounds like a marriage made in heaven to me.
Huh.
Hmm.
Okie dokie. Hello, Michigan 231. Well, you know, we've been together 25 years.
I was getting ready to say, Mrs. Metal or Billy. I was going to say, now it sounds to me like there's longevity in there. So, yes, ma'am. Yeah,
And we will be married as of next April 20 years.
there you go.
So yeah, we've been
Congratulations.
around the block.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
The 20-year mark, I would say you built the block.
Well, I had my share in it, let me tell you.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
And of course,
Congratulations.
you all know my beautiful stepdaughter from Canada. I don't call her a stepdaughter.
Oh
She's my
no,
daughter
Your
from
metal.
daughter.
Canada, Metal
Your daughter.
Spawn.
Yes.
She is a wonderful girl. And
Yep.
then I have a daughter that we live with and my son-in-law, which we don't talk about. So,
Okay. I know that. I know that sentiment.
but other than that, that's Billy. Just a down home girl that would never think about ever hurting anybody's feelings. But when my feelings get hurt, there's a problem
Yeah.
because I don't, all I want is respect out of other people. If they respect me, I respect them wholly.
Yes, ma'am. That's how it
Yes.
should be.
And that's just how I was raised.
Hmm.
Right on.
So, okay, Mad Chad, your turn.
I'm still eating. Yeah.
And
Would you like
besides
some
that,
bacon?
I can do a very womanly woot woot too.
Oh,
Yeet.
you can. Eat. Yeah.
Yeet. Look, your fur nephew woke up and he gruffed a couple of times, so he's in agreement with Team Yeet.
He threw his yeet out there. His yeet is
Yes,
Well,
he
like,
you're
did.
wrong, KY, you're wrong. It's in Lenawee County. I live
Stand,
in Hillsdale
stand down.
County.
It's okay, Baba. It's okay.
Oh, he's too busy eating. Gotcha.
Oh my. What is that?
oh yeah. Oh, please feel free to ask me any questions. Uh, just toast, butter, toast, egg, bacon, and marmalade jelly.
Oh my.
Orange marmalade. Mm.
Oh
I'm
my.
I'm
A little
hungry.
sprinkle of cinnamon on there.
Okay, because I
Uh
don't have any picture.
She disappeared. She hit the wrong button.
oh.
She'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm, wow.
You're gonna make me go get the last of the peach pie.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, there's one slice left, which will be consumed today. And then I think the only thing left may be pecan pie.
Mm.
And I did see 2 slices of cheesecake left. The whipped cream is gone.
I was gonna say, yep. That's amazing. That was amazing whipped cream. That really was.
Yes. Yes, it
Yeah.
was. My mother-in-law put both her feet in that. I'll say that. That's how that was. That's how good that was.
Mm, yeah. That was. Sorry, I got my mouth full, but that
You're
was
all right.
amazing. That was absolutely amazing, brother. Thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to partake in the fellowship and uh, feast that that you had there, man. It was an amazing time.
You're more than welcome. And it was actually the COO's idea.
Yeah.
He was like, call up the family, see what they're doing. Tell them they're not having Thanksgiving alone. So, yeah, there you go. Yep.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Mm.
You are more than welcome. You are more than welcome.
So what do you have on your agenda for today?
Well, I don't know. What am I doing today? I'm actually sitting down here underground with your nephew sitting here rolling around on the floor half asleep.
I do that from time to time too.
Yeah, your fur nephew is lounging. Two humans are upstairs asleep,
Yeah.
and a third one should be studying for finals this coming week.
ah. All right.
Yeah, and
Outstanding.
yes, and he will be home Wednesday and doesn't go back to school until like January the 12th.
What? Wow.
Exactly. That's what I said. I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah,
Enjoy that while you can, because once he gets
yeah."
that workforce, yeah.
I know. I know. I told him. I said, "Now,
Thank you, Metal.
I want to spend more than a half a day with you during the holidays."
Right.
And his response was, "Yeah, okay, Dad. Yeah." I said, "No, dude. I want time. I want father son time."
Yeah.
And I told him we're going to make time, and I'm taking the whole family to see that new movie Homestead that comes out on the 20th.
Ooh.
Yeah,
On the 20th, huh?
yeah,
Wow.
it comes
Yeah.
out on the 20th, but I'm gonna take them. I'm gonna take the whole family to go see it. I said, now y'all need to see what I've been talking about for the last 10 years. Yeah,
Hmm.
so uh, that's
Try
pretty
to
much it.
try to get them in that mindset, or at least plant that seed,
Yep,
or fertilize that ground. That you've already planted the seed.
yep, right.
So,
Yep.
all right. So, since I'm in an interviewing mode, uh, and I like to ask interesting questions, um, so what is the biggest challenge to try to convince your family, friends, and loved ones that they should be prepping?
The fact, my biggest challenge is that the government is not coming to save them.
Mm,
And for the younger generations, my mom gets it. She understands. She grew
okay.
up
Yeah. Yes, she does.
during the depression. That generation gets it, but it's
Yes.
the generations after us that don't, because they've never gone through anything. They've been, some, and I'm not talking about all, some have been given everything. They have this entitlement mentality, and they have this instant gratification, and
Mhm.
they've never gone through anything to where they had to worry about, what am I going to eat today?
Right.
Or there's been no serious chaos in the world. You know, the generations that remember the world wars, and I'm even talking, Iraq, Iran, all of that,
Mm.
World War II, World War I, they know nothing of that. And unless they've been taught specifically, they don't care. They don't care.
They just believe that everything will be as it should be for the rest of their lives.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So, and I told them, don't come here. I say, as much as I love you, I will tell you no. And I have no problem with that. There's only one person in our family that literally does not have to prep for anything, and that's my mama.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. As it should. Yeah.
right. Everybody else, you show up here, you better have at least 6 months worth of food and supplies for you and your people, because you
Yep.
will be turned away. You probably won't even make it down the driveway. Yeah,
It is now. Is that a? Would you say that's a hard choice that you had to come to?
that's a very hard choice. And like, I was I was brought up, my mom and dad held me to a standard. You made that choice, you know the difference, and you have to deal with the consequences.
Mm. Right.
And my dad used to always tell us boys, because four boys, uh, I don't come get nobody out of jail. I'll see you the next morning. And
Yeah.
this coming from a man who used to be a
I've had that.
probation officer. Yeah. He said, I'm not coming to get you. I'll see you the next morning when they
Thank
let
you
you
for
out.
letting me back in.
Welcome
There
back,
you are,
Miss
buddy.
Billy.
They threw me out.
Yeah, you got kicked out. I don't know
Yep.
that seditious cookie talk of yours. I don't know.
Blame it on my cookies.
Yeah,
Hmm?
yeah. But yeah, that's a tough decision. And I had to explain to the COO why that is the decision. And basically, what I've, prepped and done and put in place over the last 10, 15, 20 years, I am not going to allow somebody that could not do anything take food out of my family's mouth. Not going to happen. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because we have a set of my kids that will live with us, and they spend money so frugally it's pathetic. Oh, look at
What's up,
Cole.
Cole? What's up, Cole?
Oh, there's a bit
How you doing,
puppy.
Cole? Ah,
There's a
what's he
bit
got?
boy.
Exactly. That is Shad's buddy. Him and Shad. If you let them play all day, they would play all day together.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, man. This is great. Let's see, what other kind of questions can I ask here? Do you? Okay, all right. Let's go to the Homestead. Do you think this movie Homestead? This is for both of you. Uh, do you think this movie Homestead will open eyes and get more people into this prepared mindset?
I sure hope so. Because if they don't, they're lost.
I agree 100% because from what I've seen clips from this movie that are like, I was like, oh
Wow.
my, I never thought
Exactly.
about that.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Especially when you have, and this isn't a spoiler alert, if you've seen the clip, you've seen it. When the sheriff rolls up to your property with armored vehicles and his whole crew talking about they need to commandeer this property.
No.
Right, right. I mean,
Yeah.
what happens there? I
What
mean,
happens next? Yeah.
might makes right, right? I mean, do you go, okay, sure, come on in, have some coffee? I mean, that's kind of where, I mean, do you make
Got
a
Christmas
stand, say
cookies?
hell no? Right? I mean, that's an interesting situation.
It
They
is.
want to occupy your land, you know, and it's for a major, it's for, they didn't make that choice lightly.
Right.
There was a strategic reason for it.
Yep.
So, would you? That's a good question to think in the future about your land, your area. You know, could someone like that, like the sheriff, and because you kind of think that they have good intentions, like they're going to uh, create a community, a safe haven, and or something, and everybody's going to but you have no power there. Your power has been taken. Your decision making process is, well, it's out the window. I mean, you either go along with it or you leave, right? Or the worst yet, you try to make a stand if you can make a stand, right? If you believe that you can defend your property and win, then what happens next? I mean, because you've just taken out, you know, a major asset, if you will, of that area.
I'll say this, and I'm being very careful in choosing my words. Um, I firmly believe in home field advantage,
Hmm.
and you would need to prove to me you're going to be an asset the way I want you to prove it, not the way you think you're going to. but based on the way I want you to. But
Right.
I hope that movie wakes up a whole lot of folks. And, you know, me, if I like put on my tinfoil hat, this is a message of what's yet to come to our great republics of America.
Right. And I think I have hope. I do actually have hope for the republic, because we, for 248 years, we have still been keeping up in you know, the private sector. We the people, we're still a force to be reckoned with. The world knows it, not only just our government, but
Right.
the world. And we have in the private sector is where all the innovation comes from, where all the training evolution comes from, where all the gear, where all the equipment, all those things come from. Yeah, the government and military, they do their part, but no one does it like we do. You know, the people, you know, it's on a different level. You know, because there's so many of us and there's so many collaborations. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tigger? What's up, everybody coming in? Greetings
Welcome
from
in,
the desert
everybody.
James,
south.
KP.
KP. Yeah. Just having a general conversation here, folks. Breakfast. Just had breakfast. I know, late for breakfast, but this is my first live stream, StreamYard. Uh, so
Yeah.
yeah, welcome all. Welcome. So yeah, the homestead thing. Do you think do you think it's a propaganda type movie, or do you think it's an actual something of substance?
I think it's something of substance just based on the fact that it's done by Angel Studios versus Hollyweird versus Hollyweird.
Hollywood. Mhm. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So that I think it's something of substance, and the fact that, you know, it there needs to be more of it. I'll say that.
Hmm.
I agree wholeheartedly. Very muchly so.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Holly. That's debatable.
No, she's not. Holly is wonderful.
I can find weird. I see the weirdness in her. Mhm. And
Well,
I've never
that's
met her.
you. I love her.
I didn't say I didn't love her. That's great. And I think that this community was so cool. I think this community, we all just kind of we all kind of gravitated toward each other.
Because we
And
blend.
you know,
It's a blended
we blend
family.
and we have that vision,
I
right?
love you too,
Of this.
Holly.
What? Hello, chat. Cherokee, your video on Native Voice War Club Vision Preparedness. You're coming on Hobo Stove. What?
Oh,
What? I don't know.
what?
Sorry, but I have to shout out Native Voice, man. He did this amazing, uh, because he does like some storytelling too. You know, I need to get
Uh-huh.
back into that dude, storytelling. But he made this kind of character of me in my trial by axe kind of thing. In the real shift, as I was hunting down chomos in the shift in
Who said
yeah,
Omos?
chomos, yes, chomos and pedos, and was doing my trial. He called it my work. You know, doing my work. I'm like, man, okay, I dig it. Okay, uh,
Yeah.
but even though it was like an AI generated kind of cartoon thing, it looked eerily. I looked a lot. My beard looked a lot better, I have to say. But yeah, native voice, man. I always wanted to play chess with him. You know, and he was in South Carolina. I was in South Carolina. I missed the opportunity to meet with him. Yeah, native voice, good people, man. He's yeah. Woo, 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 woo.
Yep.
Right on, brother. But yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
I think we all just kind of gravitated and we all have that same type of vision, is that, you know, there's a storm coming. There's something coming, and we got to get
Mhm,
ready. And we
mhm,
got to get people ready, and
mhm.
at least thinking about it and talking about it.
Yep,
You know.
that's true. And like I said, y'all know I've said it many times. At one point, I felt like nobody was listening, and I was to the point where I was like, you know what, I'm done. I can't. And it was the COO along with the Ohio family was like, you can't stop doing what you're doing.
Nope.
And I said, oh yes I can. I'm a grown A man. I can do whatever I want to do. And the COO with her loving self took my hand and looked at me and she said, you cannot,
Way to
because
go, Goo.
there are actually people that listen,
Exactly.
and they're trying to do what you're telling them and what you're saying. She said, look at the people that have reached back to you and said, hey, Vision, I did this, I tried this. What do you think of this and this? And then I
Mhm.
looked at her and I said, you're right, I can't. So, and my goal of my channel was if I could help one person, just one, I've
Yep.
accomplished my goal.
That's right.
And yeah.
Yep.
and and now I'm to the point where I meet a bunch of strangers in the woods for 4 days.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, yeah,
I think it's great. I
yeah.
mean, and you brought me out of the wilderness. I was lone wolf. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? Even
Hmm.
though I've been in these YouTube streets, in lots of communities, uh, and from the beginning, from like 3 4 years ago, I still was very apprehensive about,
Hmm.
and very untrusting kind of person. I was like, I'm always waiting for the backstab, the other shoe to drop, always. And I have to say, man, thank you very much, brother. You brought me out of that. You did.
You're
You
more
brought
than
me out of that,
welcome.
I need I need to be of service. I need to be, you know, I've always thought of myself as, in case of emergency, break glass. And there's this little, action figure of Shad.
And yeah,
A lot
and
of y'all call
that
them
is
dolls,
you.
but I'm an action figure. In case of
Yep,
emergency, break glass. Here I come. Let's go. Right.
yep.
I'm here.
And I will say this: when I first came across your channel, first came across you, I sat there and looked at. I was like, "Who in the hell?" And then as I'm watching Billy, I came to the conclusion. I said, "This dude is an intelligent freaking genius."
Yes, he is.
I
Yep.
I'm
said,
a brilliant idiot.
well, I said, I got to get him on my team.
Yep.
And I can back him when he said he's that action figure, break glass in case of emergency, because I can literally say, and I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, the COO broke that glass in case of emergency.
Well, that's all it took. She knew
Yeah,
what she was doing.
she did. She
You
did.
betcha.
And you should see her when these folks show up at our house. It's amazing.
It's family.
It is, and that's exactly how she treats them.
Exactly. Same here.
Yes,
That's family.
yes.
Yeah, it is.
We
And I
went to
need that.
we went
I
to
do.
the Missouri meetup. I got to go last year for the first time ever.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
missed that.
And the memories that we made at the Missouri meetup, I would not trade for all the memories that I have in my head. They were
Yep.
wonderful,
Awesome,
wonderful human beings. We had a great time.
awesome.
Oh, let's see, Wolfang. Yeah, Kentucky survival. That's a lot of truth from that. Absolutely, because that's where I come from. I actually do come from the streets, but
That
I
makes two of us.
right. So I mean, in the mean streets, and but
Yep.
finding solace in the woods as well. You know,
That right
there's a
there.
difference between there's a difference between the wood and the hood, right?
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
and both have their dangers
Yep.
and advantages.
Yep. I grew up in the inner city, in the hood, and yeah,
Rabid,
yeah.
shut it.
Native Voice War Club, Lumbee Indian. Yep, Shed is the Marine on the scene. Johnny Highwoods. Yeah,
Johnny Highwoods, how are you?
Celtic Grandma. Wolfang, Celtic Grandma. Johnny. Okay, BJ. I haven't said hi to everybody. We're
Yep.
just having a great little conversation. On Sunday, having some friends over for brunch or whatever you want to call this. I just cooked everybody eggs
Skull.
and bacon. Skull. All are welcome if they're brave enough. And you ladies and gentlemen out there have definitely proven that you're brave enough, and I'm honored to call you friends and family.
Likewise.
So
I sit back and I think about things, growing up that my dad used to tell us. My favorite time with my dad was sitting with him in the garage in lawn chairs and just having a conversation. And he would tell me stuff that I had no clue what the heck he was talking about. But the older I got, the more I understood it. And he told me, he said, son, I'm going to tell you this right now. As you go through this thing called life, you're going to find people that don't look like you that are going to be lifetime friends and that'll be there when you need them and when you don't expect them to be there. And he was
yeah,
absolutely right.
yeah, he
Yeah.
was.
Yeah. All right.
Oops.
What can I do for you? See, this is what I got to deal with. This right there. Right here.
Oh, I can do this. I can do this. What's up, Cole? I can do
Yeah.
this.
Go see
What's up,
mommy.
Bob? Yeah, I can do
Bob.
this.
Yeah, you can
Wow,
do
that's
that.
cool.
Yeah, you can put comments up on the screen.
Yeah, man, I'm just having a good old time now. Who's next? Who's next?
Yeah. Yeah. But, I will say this, the first bug out weekend we did, and everybody actually got to meet everybody.
Mhm.
I was, you talk about humble. After the first day we were there, that night when everybody went to sleep or finally went to bed, I'm standing outside our tent and I'm just looking around, checking and making sure everybody's okay. And I just stood there and I was like,
Wow.
thank you, Lord.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Because I don't know what I was expecting, but after meeting Shad and everybody from Ohio, next thing you know, here comes this caravan of vehicles and cars
Yep.
with New York license plates.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mike, Hudson Valley,
New York
prepping and
invasion.
survival. He bought a freaking caravan, and I was floored. And the one person I said out of everybody that's here that I wanted to sit down and have a conversation with was Old Mutt. And he blew me away. And
Yeah,
now
he was amazing.
I can use the hashtag Old Mutt's kids because I met him in person. You can't use that hashtag unless you've met him in person, or you're going to pay like a $3,500 copyright infringement.
Right.
But but
Right.
when him and his nephew rolled up and the setup they had, I could have just spent the whole
Oh yeah,
weekend standing right there looking at that and talking about all that stuff.
yeah, that was
But
amazing.
yeah, but that was, I was humbled beyond words of everybody that showed up, and we had an amazing time. An amazing time. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
Well,
was life changing.
yes, it
I
was.
have already proceeded to tell Teresa Buchanan that if you have it very far away, that I am picking her up and she is going with us.
Oh,
All
so
right,
we get to meet our
You're gonna
resident
get to meet the
snitch.
snitch.
We get to meet our
Exactly.
resident
Resident
snitch
snitch
in person.
In
and
person.
hater of Fortnite.
Yes, and hater of Fortnite in person. Yes, that will be wonderful.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yep.
I think it's beautiful. I mean, I really do. Being able to meet people like this,
Hmm.
I often, in the past, just looked at social media as like just mindless entertainment. I'm like,
Yep.
whatever. This is nothing. But obviously, um, we just reached out to each other. We made communities. We
Hmm.
made connections. And it was just we're still doing it. You
Yep.
know, and it's great. It's a beautiful thing. It really is.
Yep. Yes, indeedy. Now, and I'm gonna be honest. Has it all
All right.
been roses and palm trees or unicorns and rainbows? Absolutely not. Have there
Nope.
been some bad apples? Absolutely.
Exactly.
And that's okay. And I wish them the best. But
If you don't
life
get
goes
along
on.
with somebody, you just don't get along with them.
Yep. No matter how long you try or how much you do.
If you don't get
All right.
along, you don't.
Stop it, folks. I need to pause the live stream for a minute. Bonnie, one of my rules on my channel is you got to tell us what you're baking or cooking before you go. All
Yes.
right. Don't just say, "Hey, I got to go eat dinner." You got to tell me what you're eating. We like food porn over here, so
Yes, we do.
please, uh, we need that intel.
Yes, we do. Meadow said he only likes sheep and euros.
Yeah, right. Bah.
Yeah.
Gyros. Gyros.
Yes. I think Bonnie left.
Wow, she just dropped it right there, huh?
She
Gonna go
he had
bake.
no there she
We're
is.
we're we're
Oh,
see.
she, she said chocolate chip cookies.
Woo! Nice, nice.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Bonnie. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's what we needed over here. Thank you. Yeah.
PJ's baking peanut butter cookies. Oh my.
Nice. Blueberry pancakes. Wow. See, did you guys see the FEMA camps are setting up Maui community rules for this who can't rebuild. Yeah, we should revisit this whole Maui Lahia thing, man. It's a mess, and it's nefarious. Also, it proves the nefarious nature of what happened there and what's
Yep.
going on there. And not only are they not coming, is anyone coming to save you? They're actually there to take what is yours.
Hmm.
So, I mean, we talked about that, with the sheriff department showing up. Imagine FEMA showing up, after a disaster, right? Man-made or otherwise, man-made or whatever. Just saying, maybe. You know, and then, saying, hey, guess what? We're taking your land because it's destroyed. It's still my land.
Hmm.
It's still my land. But if you're
Hmm.
just one person, how do you face off against, this major, massive army, if you will?
4 pounds of
Uh,
C4.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, peanut butter cookies. Ooh,
Ooh,
I'm making oops sketty. All right.
oops, steady.
Uh, I'm making mini cheeseburger. Oh, on a
Hey,
Hawaiian rolls, onion rings for dinner. Ooh,
hey,
man.
hey. This is Cole's dad. I'm going to do a live report. We got breaking news. I'm smelling something cooking in the kitchen, and I'm going to go spy and see if we can find out what's
Breaking
going
news.
on. It's okay, Cole. Okay, we're just going upstairs. Okay, okay, go
Oh
get
yeah,
him.
Bonnie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Cooking is definitely beneficial for the compound. Uh, right.
Smells good. Okay. I can't get too close. I'm gonna have to hide here in the bushes because
Be safe, man. Be safe.
the, the COO is not feeling well. She has a headache, and and I'm looking in the pot, and it looks like spaghetti. Oh my!
Yummy.
Wow.
Would you be quiet? Stand back. Stand back. Stand. Your mom's gonna get you. She has a headache. Yeah, it's spaghetti. She's making spaghetti.
She's making spaghetti.
Mm.
She don't feel good. Okay. Breaking news over. She waved and was like, "Don't you point that camera at me and go away."
Ooh. Right, Speaker? I mean, that's what it's about. It's inspiration. Food is inspirational. You know, it
Come on,
really
let's go
is.
potty. You need to go to the bathroom.
Huh. Ooh, okay. I see what Cherokee was talking about. He actually made a war club. Ah.
Go potty.
A war club. Yeah, I have a war club.
Ooh,
Rah. Just my favorite sawed-off baseball bat. That's right. Yeah.
nice. Could you wrap some barbed wire around that?
No, no,
Okay,
because no, it doesn't work with my fighting style. I like to switch grips and everything.
okay.
So I don't want to put my hand on. Yeah, I don't need it. All I need is that blunt force trauma. That's all I need. Yeah, you know. Mhm. Oh, Tiger, you would. I tell you what, Tiger, because I know Tiger, right? See, I call you Tiger. Tiger and COO, y'all, we in trouble. If they two get together, we as a male species are in trouble. Now we'll eat good, we'll eat real good, but we'll be in trouble. I know this.
Uh-oh.
There
So
won't be
so
any hands in the kitchen then.
do we need to put out like wanted posters and all that good stuff?
Wanted posters.
Yeah, to keep Tiger and the COO away from each other.
No, you can't stop them. That's the
Oh,
thing. It's
okay,
just
okay.
Tiger's an unstoppable force, and so is the COO.
And
And
that's the
together,
truth.
We're
it's yeah,
doomed. We're doomed as a species.
right, right, yeah. We'll be working till the wee hours of the night. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to thank you, gentlemen, for letting me be on your panel today. And
Oh,
I
thank you. Thank you
appreciate
for
you
coming up.
both
Thank
very,
you.
very much. But I'm going to step back and let somebody else come up.
Right on. Right
And I
on.
want you
Good
all to
to.
have a wonderful afternoon and evening. And I shall speak to you all later. Thank
Take
you.
care, Billy. Have an
Love
amazing
you both.
evening. Love
You
you too.
too.
Thanks.
Bye bye.
Thanks for coming
Bye
up.
bye.
Thanks for coming up, Billy. Love you. Have a good night.
So now here's the evasive part of your nephew.
Oh, Cherokee's making a video about you there, Vision. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Cherokee. I just seen now your war club. Okay, a war club. So you made a war club. This is my war club. I mean, I like sticks. I'm always been a stick kind of person. I really am. So, yeah. But this is from my. I call this my tire knocker because in Tennessee you had to put tire knocker on it to keep it in your car, right? But we all know what this is used for.
Yes. Yes. That's good. Tire knocker.
hmm Ooh, more food porn.
So Cherokee said he's making a video of me.
Cherokee is he's a rare breed. He's a brother. He is definitely Cherokee. Uh, yeah, he just popped it. Here's your 5 kinds of something. I don't know. 5 kinds of hobo stoves.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
okay.
I have to watch that. Cherokee, you can feel free to drop that video, drop that link. Right, folks, drop your links, drop your links, drop your links. Shameless plugs for everyone. If you're blue, you know what to do. If you're not, then you're not.
Matt Chad. She said the COO said hi, boo.
Hey, boo. Hola. Hola, ¿cómo está, chica?
She said, how you doing? She
How
said
you
no
doing?
being. No, she said no being.
I hope you feel better. I do.
She said thank you.
Yep. Breathe. Breathe and release. Breathe and release.
Oh Lord, what'd you put in it?
A red one and a green one.
A red one and a green one.
I thought the green one was the banana pepper and red one was the black.
What is it? Hot banana. Did you put ghost pepper in there? Okay, that's fine. Those are palatable. The warning has been given.
Oh, yeah?
Nice, Holly.
Oh.
What y'all doing?
Chad, is you doing a live stream with StreamYard?
Yes.
Yeah.
My first time.
Yeah, his first time.
Yeah.
She said, okay. She's like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah. YouTube stuff,
Yeah, YouTube stuff. Shenanigans.
Yep. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. So please do continue with the questioning. Makes me feel. Ooh.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. She wants to braid my hair. Yeah.
Ooh. Are you gonna let her? Though? You gonna let her?
Okay. I mean, dude, like I said, like growing up in the hood, I had long hair, and I don't know how many times I got sat on the curb,
Sat on the
and girls
curb.
were just going nuts, plaiting my hair. I mean, just going off like, ooh, let's plait your hair. Come on.
Yep.
And they're using my head, my hair, to teach everybody else how to do their hair.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, it hurt. It hurt.
Of course it did. Yeah.
So, all right. Let's see. A good question. Huh.
Number 64.
Number 64. Trevor Royce, pick up. So the chat is really going off about Katrina's and Lahia and North Carolina.
Yeah.
What do you think about this new policy of our government, just kind of letting a disaster happen and then coming in later to claim everything? And what do you think a solution would be?
Well, I like I've always said, and we say, the government is not coming to help you. Okay. So it's going to take us to take care of what is ours and to make sure that what is ours is maintained and stays ours. And I don't want to say a whole lot because you know what
You on my channel, though.
I know, but
You
no,
say what
what
you
I
want.
want to talk about, what I'm working on, but
Yeah.
at this time I can't. But I will say this: we talk about it, and this may sound harsh, and I'm talking to myself as I say this, folks. It's going to take us, me, you, and even you way over there in the back, just scrolling on your phone, half listening, to help our neighbor, because that's why we're here. And you don't have to agree with me, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I'm okay with that. But without sounding too philosophical, the government is doing what the government does, good, bad, or indifferent. But as people, we the people, that paper was written not only for but to,
And by.
and by, yes, we the people have to get past the deception of us being divided because of the hue of your skin or where you live or your political affiliation
Or gender,
yeah
whatever.
yeah, we got to get past all that because that's put there to divide and conquer, and that's what we're seeing, because they know if we come together as one, we are the unstoppable force, just like you always say, Shad.
That's right.
And here he comes, rumbling, stumbling. Yeah, we are the unstoppable force. Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, you're going to get cracked in the head if you don't give me my remote back. Thank you. I don't know why he comes in here and the first thing he grabs to play in his mouth is the remote. Then he gets up on the couch like that and stands there with it and then gives it to you. But anyway, I believe, Cole, no. Go get your toy. Go get your toy. I believe that man-made or natural disaster, who was it? That female blonde that's as corrupt can be said, never waste an opportunity of a good disaster. Well, that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, never let a crisis go to waste. Yeah. So when things like that happen, we have to be the first responders to help our neighbors, to help our brothers, our sisters.
Yep.
And tell the government, y'all can go away. We got this.
Yep.
That's my opinion on that. I know that was long and drawn out, but there it is. And stay tuned. I'll say that. Just stay tuned, folks.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing, especially in Lahia or in Helena, is that folks are just coming from all over to help. It's unfortunate about Lahia because there is no real support group for the people. I mean, even though the Hawaii nation, it is a nation of the indigenous people. They do help and they do what they can. It is a nation, and Lahaia is a historically where kings went to go become crowned and stuff. So it's very sad, but it's land, it's locked, it's out in the middle of the ocean. Think about the logistics. So the atrocities they're doing there, is getting just swept under the rug. Whereas in Helena, with North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, the Appalachia.
Hmm.
There's so many folks on the ground that are doing whatever they can. You know, in FEMA, the gooo, but the tyrannical alphabet agencies, they're just like, oh well, they're just kind of sneaking around doing whatever they can.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and it is. It's a beautiful thing. It's a sad thing. We heard about the Amish. The Amish showed up and built miniature little houses. Boom, boom,
Yes.
boom. Here you go. Here's houses that you can stay in to winter the storm that's coming. And they came through and said, no, you can't stay in them. They're not built to code. You have to stay. You have to live in a fucking tent.
I would have said,
So
yeah, I'd have told him code D's right
these
here.
nuts. Right. So we're constantly being stifled and railroaded by some government agency that thinks they can help. They have a better idea and understanding
Hmm.
of how to help us. But we all
Hmm.
know that it's to help themselves. You know, people are on the
Yep.
illusion that they're going to vote themselves out of tyrannical despotism, right? Uh, but like I said, I do have hope, and we are seeing this, that
Yep.
we are stronger together, and we are seeing the world, this country come together, the world as well.
Yeah.
They're just fighting this soft tyranny that tries to, this quiet doom, this quiet evil that is the corrupt, any government. That is the way of all governments, is to eventually become tyrannical. And then if we are not vigilant against it, which we have to remain vigilant all the time. That's the thing. We
Yeah.
lost our vigilance, and we allowed this evil to creep in and start to become insidious, like a parasite, just like a parasite, and
Yeah.
spread.
Yeah.
So I think people are starting to wake up to that.
Yep. That's true. I agree. Yep. Absolutely.
Is that
I'm
right?
loving Metal Breakfast, his avatar. That's classic.
Right. Okay. Let's see if I can pull it up here. So his avatar, back in the day of COVID's, see if you can see it right there.
Yeah.
That was when the mask mandate happened. That was his mask,
That's
and
awesome. Skull to you,
he
Metal. Skull.
and he would skull. He would walk in defiance into these places, and he would zip it. Go, what do you want? I'm wearing a mask. They're just like, you know, and he would just stare at people with that creepy look.
Yes.
I've got a mask on. Uh,
I love it. Yes.
yeah.
Exactly.
I want to see cookies.
I want some eat a couple of cookies,
Right?
please, and
Camel
thank you.
Carl in the house.
Camo, good to see you.
Camel Cars, you get your what is it? Blue Butterflies disembodied avatar came in last night and was talking about Camel Car, that you need brakes and you need something for your truck. If you have a Cash App or something of that nature, please feel free to share it,
Yes,
or at
indeed.
least share your link. Drop your links, right? So everybody can, brakes and tires. Okay, he
Brakes
needs
and
brakes and
tires.
tires.
Yeah.
So there you go, folks. If you can give to Carl, uh, I need investors, right?
Exactly.
I need investors. Yeah.
KP
Oh, KP.
Heathen. That's another dude right there that
Oh
is
yeah.
just heart of gold.
Yep.
Heart of
Yep.
gold.
Yes, indeed.
He reached out to me and said, me and my wife, we want to donate some stuff for Bug Out Weekend. I was like, what? Huh? I said, sure, bro. I appreciate you. Yeah. And so when his box arrived, um, his box was commandeered, and it wasn't by me. It wasn't by me, KP. And allegedly, um, some of the bottles did not make it to their destination, but the majority of them did. Because there were some serious negotiations going on in order to get back such wonderful items. Yes. So thank you, KP and his amazing wife. I appreciate y'all.
Yep. There you go. There's Camel Car. All I have is my PayPal. I'm not gonna. Yeah, try to pronounce that. There you go. I tried to pronounce it. Get him, Cole. What they do? What they do? He is watching TV.
Stand down. It's okay. Come here, Baba. Come here. Come here. Cole. Cole. Here.
What's up, Joe?
Stand down. Stand down. TV, some things that just come on TV send him off.
What's up, Devil Dog?
Devil Dog. Come here, Cole. Here.
Now it's my turn to do StreamYard. Cole sees a rabbit on TV. That's it.
I don't know what he saw, but he was laying down and he jumped up and just went full blown Borble. It's okay, Baba. It's okay. It's okay. I turned TV off. He just went full blown. Come here, pup. Get your bone. Lay down. Smoke a cigarette. Do whatever you need to do to calm down. Devil Dog, did you figure out StreamYard?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, we stayed on that damn thing last night till about 4:00 in the morning.
Okay, yeah, because I woke up this morning, I saw a text message with the link. I was like, oh my God, they're probably on there all night long.
Yeah, it was good times. Really good times.
Good. You better? You okay now? You back to real world? Okay. Good gracious. My puppy dog. Wouldn't trade him for the world. What Camel calls him? Oh, it's PayPal. Yeah. Okay. He said tires and brakes. Yeah.
Yeah. Tires and brakes. What's up with you, John H? How is Scotland? Weird things going on over there, but the people are massing in they're getting together. They're coming together after being it's cold. Yeah, it's cold, right? What's up, Grev? Who's Grev? Hi, Grev. Welcome to my little live stream. Yes.
Welcome in, Greg. Devil Dog, I saw your comment. Don't know how to get the giveaway thing. You Google it because it's a separate thing that you do from a web browser, a different tab, and then you bring it in, and we'll talk about it. I'll show you how to do it. Hi, Cole. You better now, puppy dog? You okay?
Oh, okay. Wait, stand by.
No.
Do this again.
Go see mommy.
There it is. Oh. Yeah, I gotta remember to continue to update the StreamYard link. Yeah, that's cool.
To update the link. Oh, to drop it. Yeah.
Yeah, to drop the link. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Chemical Carl. Oh man, I had to quit smoking weed for my new job, but I tell you what, if I ever met Chemical Carl, we smoking one. Just saying. There he is. There he is. What's up, Camel Carl? How you
My
doing,
All
buddy?
man.
right, guys. I'm on the panel with Vision. All right.
What's going on with you, Camo? The
What's
the the
going on? I'm
the
pretty sure I've
best.
never been on a panel with you. Chad's have been on my panels, but boy, I'd like to get you over there on mine sometime too, with their Vision.
Anytime. All you got anytime, whatever you need or want. Because from what I understand and what I've seen, you are the best seamster in the business. And
Well, you just got some brownie points by calling me a seamster. I swear I made that term up like 30 something years ago when there was no such word out there
mhm,
explaining what I am, because I ain't no seamster.
you're a seamster.
That's right. That's
Right.
right. It's not even a word.
It's not even a word. I tell you, you've seen me. I make up words all the time that make sense. Yes, you're a seamster.
And I'm
So,
stuck in a rut like a stuck truck. I look. I work. The work is getting down to almost nothing here. My boss is terminally ill with cancer. The
Ooh,
lot of property that I rent is up for sale and may sell from underneath me at any point. I got no
mm,
ties here, and there is nothing I want to do more in life than to drive around and meet all you folks. Now, when I say drive around, I've got my rig, which has a sewing machine that I modified, an industrial machine. I got a couple of machines, but the main machine is a walking foot canvas machine. I can do all kinds of repairs. I do all kinds of custom stuff. If you can convey what you want made, I can make it. I've done
I
saddle work and shoe repair. I've done, boat tarp, canvas, sailboats. I've done home boat car upholstery. I do all
here.
kinds of custom gear, tents and tarps and just about anything with stitches in it. I've even sewn on people before, but I just what I need. I'm in a rut, man. I can't get out of this. I mean, I work, I pay my bills, but I ain't getting nowhere, and the cost of everything is sinking me, and I just need to get ahead enough to get on the road, and I mean it by investors. I've always paid my dues back. I
Camo. I'll
plan to
say
make
this.
content. Well,
Yeah,
let me finish, because I plan to make content. If I can get on the road, go down there, see Mad Shad, see you, see all these people. I've had 100 invitations across this country to come and meet people, and I want to get it on video. I want to do live streams. I want to do all that as I go. Which I think, and people have been egging me on saying that would be really great content.
Yep.
I'll say this, Camo. If we can collaborate on a custom BFAC kit, I will pay you to mass produce our kits for us.
Well, I
Wow.
think I'm qualified. I do.
I know
Piecework
you
sucks.
are. I
I
know
do.
you're qualified. That's
Well,
why I was
this,
like,
this is the truth of that. Piecework sucks. You never really make a lot of money doing piecework. But I
mm-hmm,
do make prototypes. And I've always charged a lot for a prototype, because I know that, if somebody's going to take that somewhere else, they're going to ship the work out to China or something like that, and they're going to have it mass produced at a very low price that I can't compete with. They're just, you know, so I'm always happy to do prototype work. But if it was piecework, it would have to be really worthwhile to, you know what I'm saying? It's not like
yeah,
you got to have all the profit off of it, but you'd have to work it
right.
out, man. That would
And that's what we can do. Let's keep having this conversation later, because I want a bag that is, number one, made in the USA and made from somebody that I know is a master seamster, such as yourself.
I love that. You're the first person that's ever actually titled me that. And
Master
tires,
Season.
I think there's 8 people I need to meet in Missouri. So if I had them tires and the brakes that I need, and I'll tell you folks, it's a couple grand. I got to have specific tires. I've saved up enough almost for it, and then life kicks me in the ass. It's happened twice here in the last few months where I thought I was going to be able to do it, and then it's like taken right back away from me. But there's people in Missouri. I got invitations to come down there, and plus I know that area. I used to go down near Joplin. I've been up in the mountains. I love the Ozarks and stuff. So I've been to like 36 or 37 states in this country. So a lot of these places I plan to go to are places I have been. I just never been out west, never been over the Rockies, never seen the West Coast. That's the new ground for me. If I
Oh
if I
yeah,
get there
it's
now, that's the
interesting.
thing. Is I'm sitting on this truck, y'all see me work on it and stuff. My tires
Hmm.
are so dry rotted, I don't trust driving across town. All right, I bought these tires some 20 years ago. They're toast. I know that they're gonna pop. I got probably one good ride to the tire shop when I can get them, you know. But that's how it's really holding me back. It's frustrating as
Right.
hell. That's the whole thing.
Right.
And people like, bless her heart, Bonnie. She's been telling me, Carl, there's people out there that could help you. You know, and I know that there's people that would. So I'm so frustrated that I decided to say something. I don't want anybody to give me money that can't afford that. All right. If you want to like hook me up and know that I'm going to come down there and meet you and do some work for you or something, I'm down for that. I already owe Shad. I got a box of Shad shit right here. I got it.
Yeah,
Only
it's still on
Shad.
my wall. Where is it? Camel car, $15 in shipping. Yeah, I remember this auction. Yeah.
Only Shad would have a box of his stuff sitting there.
Well, I add to those boxes. There's a couple people, and I'm a wheeler dealer. I'm a bartering, haggling fool, and I'm constantly accumulating surplus and survival type goods. It's been a gig of mine for decades, so I'm not new to that. That I
Right.
don't even get at me and Shad talking about surplus or something because that's a whole nother stream.
Yes.
Right. Right. Yep. Yep.
I
Yeah.
could use some
I do want to
surplus.
address this that's coming up from Independent Mini United. Yes, I have quit smoking weed, and yes, I have noticed that my dreams have. Um, well, I wouldn't call them dreams. I would call them more like nightmares, more like fighting. It's yeah, yeah. It's worse. There you go. Okay, carry on.
Pretty sure I'd have the opposite effect.
I mean, really, when I was smoking weed, it suppressed a lot of my. Um, that's the only way I can describe it and put it into words. Uh, but so now that I don't, I have to internally deal with it uh, without the basically without the crutch of weed. Tell you the truth. So yeah, yeah, that's probably another. Like you said, that's probably another uh, content hours of content, live stream, you know. But such is the madness that I have to deal with that I do it anyway. It's fine.
Look at all the good people you got up in here. I never seen that
Oh
one.
yeah.
Southeast Wolverine. Good to see you.
Oh,
That's a new
Carl,
one
can
for
you make a
me.
CCW holster or knife sheath? Tiger is
I
asking.
mean, there's even a knife sheath I did on my page in a video somewhere. I've done a lot of holsters, gun cases, and sheaths for knives. But I don't always do them in leather. I can do some leather work, but most of that stuff I make is tactical, soft, stuff. It's I can put a Kydex liner. I use nylon. I sew nylon into the Cordura nylon or ballistic nylon, whatever I'm using. But in some cases, I would recommend buying a holster from somebody who already makes them because they can make them vacuum formed to your weapon and everything. It's
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
a cool name, Mjolnir's Rat.
Yeah, yeah. He's been around for a while. He's a fellow berserker. He gets it too. Uh, here we
Did
go.
you know that Odin sealed a star inside of Mjolnir? It was like a storm. It was like a solar
Well,
storm.
Odin. Oh no, no. Odin didn't. No, he didn't. Uh, Mjolnir was made by
I'm talking
the
Marvel,
trolls
not the
of the
real.
mountain.
I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking about Marvel world.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's Marvel.
Yeah, I know. That's what I
Yeah,
was talking about. I
I'm
yeah, I know
I'm
you
I'm a
know the actual
historian. I'm a
mythology,
historian.
but
Yeah, you're
I get
right. So in the Marvel world, yes, but in the actual sagas and the actual mythology, it's not true. But please continue.
I know. I'm a Marvel fan. I can't help it, man. I started reading comic books in the '60s. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You and me both.
What's up, Lady Smith?
Lady Smith,
Even though
Lady
they
Smith, how you doing?
discolored it and
I
kind
owe
of got
you.
rid of Wolf.
I still owe you a text message, and I'm so sorry I have not sent that. Um, I will do that today.
I'm bad about that too.
I am. I owe Lady Smith a text message at the least. Yeah.
I just got onto my emails for the first time in months because
Oh my.
they won't let it. They won't let me put it on my new phone, and I've only can access my email from my old phone. So I've got to charge this old critter thing up, and then I got to go to a Wi-Fi location. But this time I got a hotspot, so I got to see old messages and stuff. But luckily, nothing really pressing. You know.
Right.
Yeah, I'd rather prefer to get emails from people than people I owe money to.
Well, I was thinking about people telling me somebody's passed away or that kind of depressing stuff. A
Yeah.
little bit too much of that going around. That's the thing, folks, is I ain't got no backup. I got no family. I got a couple friends that are distant from me. All right, it's like I am literally here on my own. You know,
Yeah.
it's a drag. You know, I know everybody says, "Oh, you can't go through shit hits the fan as a lone wolf." It ain't like I got a freaking choice. All right, you know, this is
Right.
what it is. In a way, I might even have it better than you folks because I don't even have pets or anybody I got to care for. You know, you guys got things you got to protect. I'm a little bit more free at the moment. You know, until some stray dog walks up to me and I don't have a dog. Damn it.
Where you say key word is at the moment.
Oh
Right.
Yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah.
about
I
broke
know.
my heart seeing you go through that with Charity because I had a dog for 17 years. It was the best dog on the planet, and I just know I
Yep.
could never replace her, and it just kills you. You know.
Yes, it does. It took me 25 years to get another dog since we got Cole. But yeah, I'm with you. Putting that yeah, I won't go
It's
into it, but y'all know. So
It's the most unfair thing about this planet is that dogs don't live long enough.
yep, yep,
Hey,
I mean,
Andy,
it's cool. I talk to her all the time. I actually go see her, all the time.
right.
So it's a
I get that.
it's a
I can
different
reach right
different
here and
thing.
touch your collar.
Yep.
Yep. And it
And that,
reminds me that one day I too will, you know, it's going to happen to me too.
Hey,
That's that is
if there's a
nobody can
rainbow
get out
bridge,
of this world alive.
that's right.
uh, uh,
That's right.
if there's a rainbow bridge, I'm getting trampled.
uh, yeah. So I mean, yeah. I don't know. It's just it's something that I have to remind myself every day of. That it's just and I find there's some type of I don't know. Is there enlightenment in it? I wouldn't say there's really enlightenment. Maybe it is, but knowing that I will die one day, that knowing that I always give a little prayer when I see roadkill, and I remember the first time I ever did it, I thought, wow, that's going to be me one day. That could be me right there, right there on the
Yeah.
side of the road, drying out, rotting away. You know, such is my fate. And it's just naive of me to think otherwise. So why not enjoy this time here, do something with it, whatever the case may be. But know
Right.
that
There's been a couple
the
times I've been at your
penance must be
reflections
paid.
that I enjoy. Sometimes your reflections you have, Sunday reflections, sometimes those are like the same subject my mind was on at the time. I enjoy those.
Yep.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep. When he does Sunday reflections, I either can't watch it because I'm going to get sucked in. I'm going to be here all afternoon with him, which is fine. Or I just have to just sit here and listen. So, and that's good, especially for
Well, he's
me,
going
because
to do panels
you,
now. Now I don't have
yeah,
to type books that he doesn't even want to read in the chat. Now I can just come up on the panel.
yeah. And I sit back and listen. And I'm like, dude, why are you talking about this? Because I was thinking about this the other day. And then I'm
Yeah.
listening the rest of the afternoon.
Well, Shad, he's come on my panel a couple times. I always appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been fun, man. It's been fun.
I just made it
Mhm.
past 1,000 subs, guys. I don't know what to think about that.
Awesome.
What? There you go.
Awesome.
Hey,
Congrats.
Thank you.
now,
And
hey,
thank
now
you
you can get
everybody
that big
here
YouTube
today.
money.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but
Big YouTube
I
money.
really can't. I don't. I can't. You guys got to realize this was off grid for a long time. It was the moral of that is it's a lot easier to get off grid than it is to get back on grid. All right. If you guys knew what
Yeah,
I
you're
went
right.
through just to get my ID back, my driver's license back, my insurance
Mhm.
for my truck was lapsed and it cost me a fortune. All these hurdles that I've had to go through. All right. And it's the same thing as even if it was monetized, how am I going to get that money? I don't have a bank account. I've never had credit cards in my life. I've never even had a loan from somebody. All right. It's always been cash. I've lived for decades by cash alone, and they have made this very difficult. All right. This is not everybody takes cash anymore, and it's like I'm gonna probably have to break down and get another bank account. I'm shopping around because I need something that if I travel around the states, I need something I can access. I don't know how I'm gonna
Well,
do
I mean,
it.
that's yeah, that's most banks. Most banks can allow you to do that. You know, it's you can do it. I mean, you can do it. I've had to do it too. I've had so many banks in my life. Uh,
I've had
and
several
so
bank accounts. What I remember about bank accounts though is you put a couple $100 in, and over the year you might make $10. Right? You're gonna get paid for having your money in there. Nowadays, the last bank account I just quit here, well, I put $100 in. They said it would cost $16 in fees. Well, a few months later, I was down to $30. All right, and they couldn't even tell me
right,
what the monthly fees were for. So I pulled the rest of my money out of there because I would have been in debt for having money in the bank.
Right.
yeah, yeah. Look at credit unions. Credit unions
That's
allow
what it
you
was.
to
It was a credit union.
you know, they'll
Yep.
pay you for your money. You
Yep.
know,
Yep.
It was a credit union. It was one. That's what it was. I was. Everybody said go to a credit union. Don't screw the banks. You go to a credit union, they won't fee you to death. Well, they feed me. All right, they still did.
yeah.
Like
I
six,
You
seven
just got to
dollars a
read the
month
fine
or
print.
something.
I mean, there's banks out there that can do right by you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta read the fine print. You gotta ask the questions. And so that's all you got to do. Uh,
But I was
be
looking
straight
at
up
this
with them.
right. Well, that's what I said when I went in there. I said, so, what's worse, having no credit or bad credit? She goes, why? I said, because I have no credit. She goes, well, let me look you up. And she went looking me up on the computer. She's like, I've never seen this before. I'm like, what do you mean? She says, there's just no record of you anywhere. I said, I told you, I don't have any record. I don't have any debts. I've never had anything. And she's like, well, I don't know what is better. She says, I don't know if having bad credit is worse than no credit at all. She couldn't give me a legitimate answer.
Yeah. I know from experience having no credit is worse than bad credit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the credit system is a scam anyway.
Yep. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The way I've always done it, account was, I do postal money orders, and I've sent a lot of cash wrapped in foil places too, but I usually go up to the place that I owe and pay them in person.
Mm-hmm.
I like doing that too, but
Me too.
there's some things that you just now because when I got in the military, that was the thing. Oh, you could just direct deposit everything. Fuck yeah, let's do it. And the next thing I know, I've got all this stuff, and I'm paying for stuff, and I don't even know what I'm paying for, and I try to get
Yeah.
money out of my account, and it's gone. I'm like, well, that
Yep.
sucks. And they choose when they want to take the money out. They choose when whatever. And then if I don't have the money in the account, boom, I get hit with all these fines, fees, and penalties.
Yep.
So some things I decide, I'm like, hey, I'm just going to pay this in person because I don't want you taking out having access. I don't trust you. Whatever, whoever, like say rent. I pay rent, in person. Here you go, boom. I don't want them access to my account. There's a lot of things I don't want access to my account, but there's other things that it's just done deal. I'm like, whatever, go ahead and take the money out, but I want it. They give me the option. I want it taken out on this day, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how I do it. But yeah, I suck at the finances and all that. But I'm learning. I'm learning. It's part of the rat race of the world of modern day society,
Yep.
right? You got to have a bank account. You got to have registrations, and you got to have all these. You got to pay your city taxes, right? You got to pay your trash. You got to pay your water. You got to pay for. I never paid it. And charity didn't either. But there was a dog license I had to pay. I never paid that shit. But quite frankly, to tell you the truth, I've never paid my city tax either. Really? Uh, but yeah, it's. I think that's where we allowed that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mm-hmm.
allowed that to carry on like it was okay. Like, and I've had conversations with seniors before. Like, hey, it's you have to pay your taxes. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. Is to pay your taxes. Like, why? No, it's not. It didn't start out that way. And the only reason we pay taxes is because of force, the intimidation, the violence, the threat of violence. That's the only reason why we pay taxes. And I think that's the biggest reason why we've lost our vigilance is we like, oh well, that's just the way it is. No, fuck that. Seriously. I mean, there's 18 million, roughly 18 to 20 million people in the United States that do not pay taxes, and they do rather well. Now, yeah, sure, they have to show up every now and then to court and plead their case, but they always win. But the tax code itself, if you look into it, and I know you chat's going to go crazy because you guys are absolutely informed. A
Everything is
lot better
supposed
than
to
I
be paid.
I am.
Everything was supposed to be paid off by tariffs, not by taxes. The American people were not supposed to be
Right.
held liable for those things.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they brought it in from the guise of, hey, it's to help the war effort, and we'll turn it back off as soon as the war is over. But
And they'll never
they
do it.
they never fucking did, and we didn't hold them to the fire. We didn't hold them accountable. We didn't say, hey, You said you're going to stop this, and you didn't. So what the fuck, you know? And now
Well,
the IRS is the biggest damn, you know, uh, extortion, corrupt, extortion, criminal element in the United States, in my
Yep.
well,
opinion, my humble
they
opinion.
tax you to get to work. They tax you for the money you make at work. They tax you for the things you buy from the money you made at working. And then if you like to go sell something like on eBay or something, they tax you for that. So how
Yep.
many times are they going to tax you on the same money?
Oh, they tax you when you die too. I mean,
Right.
you know, it's up to us to and I hope there is some type of tax reform with this new this new cabinet that comes in. It it has to change. It has to. You know, and I think we should
Well,
have a real conversation about it. And I think we should have a real
Right.
conversation about not paying our taxes. You
Yep.
know,
well, and there is a way to do that, folks, but you're going to have to live the way I do, which is a very minimalist way of living. Because if you make under
well, not just
21,000,
minimalist,
well, listen, if you
not just
make
minimalist,
under,
but a
well,
prepared
what
mindset as
it
well, a
is,
preparedness.
if
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 everybody
you
got
make,
together,
no, but that's what I'm saying. I've got a piece of paper from the IRS that says that if I don't make more than $21,000 a year, I don't have to pay tax. All right. So if
hmm
you don't make a certain amount, you don't have to pay taxes. I have the paperwork. I want to frame it kind of
okay.
deal. You
Well, I mean, you don't have to claim everything. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to say, "Hey, I made 22,000 instead of 21,000." Even though,
right. And that's where, let's
you know what I'm
say
saying?
somebody gave me, right. What if somebody gave it to me as a tip? Does that get taxed? What if they gave it to me like a big bag of marijuana? And am I supposed to guess
Goods and services, right? Barter and
the
trade.
value?
You know.
Right. It's there. That's where it gets screwed up.
Yep.
Yep.
I-
Yeah. I'm with you, Carl. I mean, I had this when I was growing up, I was like, okay, I want a piece of land, and you tell me that this piece of land costs $4,000. So all I have to do is get $4,000 and pay somebody $4,000 to have this land, and it's mine.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yep. Right. So I figured this out and I did the whole thing growing up. I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna buy land. And then being me being young and naive, I'm like, what do you mean I have to pay taxes? What do you mean if I don't pay taxes, you take my land? That's my
Yeah.
land. That's my land. That's my house. I'm the king of my castle. You know, no, go away. But no, they by force they extort us and we allow it.
Unfortunately.
Well, I have a little piece of property, or I should say, I had a little piece of property out in New Mexico that it wasn't worth a lot. It wasn't a big piece of property, and it was willed to me. And I looked at the value of the property itself, and it was at max value when I looked like $600 for I mean, we're talking a few acres of property too. It was not a little tiny piece, but I didn't pay the taxes on it for years now. So it's gone. The way I see it is that's gone. I have the title, but I also owe the government over the last like 7 years for back taxes. So, I'm not willing to pay for something, the taxes on something that's worth less than what it would cost me to keep it.
Right. I
Yeah.
mean, their it's their edict, it's their choice. They're the ones that have the say in it. So, how do we actually own land if we have to constantly rent it? You know.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't seem right at all to me. You know, there's a bunch of that kind of stuff. It's
That kind of thinking as a young kid never went away in me. It just never
or,
has.
Yeah.
or how you can have your own piece of property, even rural. All right, I kind of understand some of the city limit stuff, but you could have a piece of property out rurally out in the county somewhere where you're not bugging nobody, but they find out your stuff isn't to code or don't have you're not meeting that areas. They can come and fine you and they can ruin your life. All right, it's like
Yep.
Right.
it doesn't seem American to me at all.
It
Not
doesn't.
at all.
It's not. It's not. But
Let that dude have
we
all
are.
his old junk cars. Who's he hurting? That kind of shit.
But I just think, of course, yeah, live within, like you said, very minimalist. Or what if we all just took the year off and we saved up everything, we prepped, right, everything that we'll possibly need for a year, and we didn't buy anything. We didn't
Right.
consume anything. We didn't go to the store. We didn't pay what was, all these things that we usually pay for the whole year. And if millions of people did that, that would send a clear and present message, to our government and our corporations that, hey, we're not willing to play your stupid fucking game, you know. And things would change real quick. I think if we even did it for 1 month,
Yep.
that would change. 1 month, everybody just said, "That's it. I'm just taking the month off." Because it is a rat race. I have to constantly work, and if I get hurt, if I get sick, if I have to go somewhere, like my mom, if she's sick right now, if I was to leave and for a week, I would lose everything. Everything would be gone. They would take it all. They would kick me out of my apartment. I'd lose my car. I'd lose everything. You know, and
That's
some would say,
understandable.
yeah, well, why not just save up the money, make more money, work harder, right? Yeah, sure, but at the end of the day, I'm stuck in a rat race, an impossible rat race, along with everybody else in this rat race, trying to chase that cheese, and
Yep.
that's where I'm at right now, and yeah, I am still fighting my indoctrination because I know that's what it is. It's my indoctrination. The indoctrination camp I went to for 12 years
You
of my life as a
probably
kid.
rebel
You know,
against
I'm
it as
with you.
much as you can, just like I
you
do.
know,
You
I
probably
I have to be a good slave or I have to be a good soldier, and I was both. And now I'm back to being a good slave, and I don't like
but
it.
doesn't that
Yet I
what
still have to
happened
do it.
to the prospering, the right to prosper, the American
Hmm?
dream,
Good
where a
The
point.
guy could
American
work for a
dream is a
family.
nightmare.
Yeah, you used to be able to work and pay for everything you needed and save a little money unless you were like drinking it away and whining women, whatever. But if you put some away, you could get ahead of the game. There is none of that these days. It's like
No, and that's
everything is,
intentional.
yes,
Mhm.
yes. That's what I'm getting at. It's engineered that way.
Exactly.
You're right. You're
Exactly.
absolutely right. Yeah. The rat race is designed for you to never be able to get off of that hamster wheel.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing is like everybody that I've been watching here on YouTube, and they've inspired me and opened my eyes. Hutch, Carl. I mean,
Yep.
everybody that's homesteading, Trent, everybody that's carving out a living out of their land. I'm like, I want that, man. I want that so bad. You know.
Man, I'm in survival mode. There ain't no lie there. I used to be a lot more prep able. All right. I used to have property. I used to have things going on. All right. Life has beat me down. When COVID came, I had a sewing shop. It was really starting to flourish. COVID killed the town, and I went from 30 people or more a day to lucky to have 30 a month. And I lost that shop. There's no way I could pay all those utilities and all that rent and stuff and not have an income too.
Right.
And ever since then, it's been a struggle. And on top of that, I have the receipts to prove it. All right, buying the exact same thing that I always buy, I can get by on food about $35 a week. All right, that's usually what it costs me. Nowadays, it's more like $100. At first it
Yeah.
doubled, so it stayed around 70 or so, but it creeped up even after that. So now $35 worth of food, that's $100. And that's with everything. I joke, but it's true. The only thing that doesn't go up in price around Michigan is the weed.
Right.
Right.
It's everywhere.
So Double Dog, yeah. How do I like streaming StreamYard? Dude, I've been doing this for 2 hours now. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Yeah.
and
Why?
y'all
Yeah.
laughed
Why?
at me.
This is how it starts.
Who laughed at you?
Everybody, anybody.
Me?
This
I
is
didn't laugh at
how
you.
it starts, Chad. Next thing you
Not
know,
about
you're going to
not
have
about that.
40-hour live streams. All right, you watch.
He's going to be live streaming all day.
I
I'm
mean,
waiting
I,
for
I
the
knew
the
like that.
marathon.
I mean, I've always wanted to have like an active kind of live stream, like I'm going on a hike or I'm doing some stuff, whatever, and have a live stream doing that. So this does kind of give me that opportunity, maybe if the connectivity works well. But I'm still going to make my own, keep to my format with the platform and stuff. But I've always wanted to do this. But yeah, I dig it, Double Dog. You know, and thank you for last night, helping me to kind of see how everything kind of works out. And thank you everyone and chat and panel, everyone coming up here. Just this is cool. This is cool. I like the way that we can connect. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I love chat. I've always been active in chat. I'm always reading chat and interacting with chat. But this is
You're
on a
a pro
different
at
level,
solo, man. You are. You're a pro at solo. So are you, Vision. It's
right?
not everybody can get up there and talk and just bounce off the chat. You know,
Yeah,
so a lot of people
Right.
have to have the conversation on the panel with them. And it is nice to have backup. Like all of a sudden you had to do something. Well, you got somebody on the panel, you can step away for a minute and go do it, and people aren't going to miss a beat. All right.
Right.
You can have things dropped in the back chat in the back room. You can share things behind the scenes. You can. There's a lot of
right.
good things too. But I ain't seen nobody beat my record of 40 hours live streaming straight without stopping. I've yet to
Good
Oh
see
yeah,
that.
I've
Lord.
seen it. Actually, I have. What's his name? Shit. Uh, damn it. What's his name?
Well,
Mustard
whoever that
Seed.
is,
Yeah,
I gotta
Mustard
know.
Seed. Mustard Seed. He's 72 hours long.
You mean
Fucking.
Hall?
You know.
No, but
What's
he
his
took
name?
breaks. Yeah, see, he takes breaks, and I mean, I stayed there the whole time and talked for 40 hours.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Great. Yeah. Right. 40 hours, man. Damn.
At the end of that stream, Shed, it told me it didn't keep it, of course, but at the end of that stream, it said that I had 3,700 views at the end of that stream.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
It is. That's crazy. Hundreds of likes too. It was hundreds of likes.
Let's see. Boom. Ooh, I can do that. Haha.
If you ever do go over 12 hours, Shad, StreamYard only records up to 12 hours. After that,
I don't care about the recording. I mean, this is all totally free, and I'm keeping it free. Now, from what I understand is that um, they it doesn't matter about YouTube. YouTube is YouTube, and it gets archived and saved, and right. So I ain't got to worry about that.
And
Uh,
I download all my live streams after the fact, just in case YouTube decides to say, you know what, you're gone, goodbye.
Yep,
right.
I went
And
over my computer
I
back
back
up
everything
after I
on
completed
Odyssey.
Yeah.
That's what I got. They've stopped that. Matter of fact, Odyssey reached out to me and said, "Hey, YouTube is currently no longer agreeing to back up to provide content to Odyssey or Rumble or anybody else.
Yeah.
I had to do it. I had to do it manually. So it's interesting. You know
Yep.
what? All right, well, Fang, take care of yourself. Enjoy your
Take
pizza
care,
afterward.
Wolfgang. Enjoy the pizza. You got something coming from me, Wolfgang. Soon as it gets here, I'm giving you a nice little upgrade.
So I remember
Ooh, nice.
a couple of years ago when I first heard about you needed this sewing done, Vision. Is it some
Yeah.
kind of a chest rig? Is it a chest rig or something? What is it?
Let me go grab what we currently have, which I'm okay with, but I want something. Yeah, we'll talk. Let me go grab this real quick.
All right.
Yeah, it's like an IFAC.
Are you planning on ending this anytime soon, Shed? Am I taking too much of your time here?
What? Yeah, absolutely.
Or I am taking too much of your time? You got to tell me, brother. I don't want to take up all your time if you're
It's not
planning
my
to end
time. It's your time. It's not my time. It's your time. You. It's the Camel Carl show.
now,
Okay,
now listen.
so
It's
While
the
he's
Fred
showing
show.
me
Go ahead.
but listen, both of you. While he's showing me the shed, touch over his screen, and it'll say, I think, enlarge screen or something where you can make him full screen while he's showing it to me.
I
Hey,
figured it
okay,
out. We call.
this this is our current VFAC Vision First Aid Kit that we custom put everything in it, but the bags I buy, um, and of course, let me see if I can do this
I
with
see
two hands.
EMT shears. I see, what is
Yeah,
it, a Calvin light stick?
yep. No, this is a high vis cat tourniquet. Yeah, that's there. So it's got a buckle and a tearaway back that has Molly on it, so you can tear that off and use the kit. It's got a pocket with a clamp over it to keep the scissors in it, side pouch for a marker, and it zips open like a book. So it opens up like a book, and it's got a pocket and some bands on this side and more bands on this side. I can actually send you a bag, Carl, and you
Well,
can
this is
look
the
at it.
thing. If I sat down there with you, all right, I could sit out in the driveway with my machine and make you a prototype after we discuss exactly what you want, all
Uh
right?
huh.
And that is the best way to do it because that way it's like you get to choose exactly what you're
I'm.
looking for.
You know what, bruh? I'm okay with that. And like I said, once we come up with a prototype, we can work on what it's going to cost to make this bag, and if it's feasible for both of us, because I want it to be a win-win situation. I'll start out and I'll say, okay, I want 100 of them.
Well, that'd keep me going for a minute, wouldn't it?
Yeah, hey, bruh, I'm
This
all
is, this,
about
this is the
helping
dream.
those that can help me. And if we can
Well,
come to a win-win situation, and then I can say I have my own seamster that makes our bags. These bags are made in the USA.
and then I can sit there and make your 100. It'd take me probably 3 days or something,
Oh my
and then
God.
I move on to the next job.
Hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
And I've got, like, I'm not even kidding. There's like 100 invitations I've got all over this country, and I know that if I park in a marina, I've made a
Hmm.
couple $1,000 on a weekend just doing repairs on tarps sitting at a marina. So
Wow.
if I can create like this, this path on my way, not saying I
Hmm.
can't come right back and do another 100 for you here in 6 months. What I'm
Right.
saying is the mobility part of this is the dream. You know,
Right.
and to be able to do that for you and videotape and have a live stream while we're maybe,
Yep.
and then it may help everybody grow.
Exactly. And I'm all about that. I want to help those that can help me on the path and get you to where you need to be. And I'm satisfied. You're satisfied. You're good. That's a perfect partnership, bro.
That is, man. That's the dream. I
That
mean,
is the dream.
I've done
Yes.
this for years. This is the third truck I've had like this. the other truck, the last one I retired, had 280,000 miles on it. This one has 49,000 original. I should
Wow.
have a couple 100,000 miles left on this truck, and it's not really that bad on gas. I can, if it's tuned exactly right, it's got a high altitude carburetor. If I keep that tuned to the right altitude, I can get almost 20 miles highway. You know, it's
Right.
full time 4-wheel drive. But I can also go right out into a field and do tent repairs at camps and all that stuff with it, which is what I've done for years. I did it for surplus stores all over Michigan. I did it for a lot of different. I did it for bike clubs. I go set up my machine at a bike meet and sit and sew patches all day long on leather jackets. I mean, that's a good
Wow.
gig. Those
Yeah.
guys will pay you really well. You know, they can't leave their colors, is what it is. They have to have it done while they're there. You
Right.
know, but
Right.
there's all these different gigs that once I can get flipping mobile again, it's a reality, folks. It's not a pipe dream. All right. I've already lived like this. I just want to expand. I want to go meet everybody. I want to do it on YouTube. I want to make videos and live streams and that kind of content. And I'm
Right.
serious. You know,
Yep. Well, we're gonna work on it, bro, and we can make it happen.
yeah,
Because
Hete
I,
Yes,
I
is
sir.
my real
I want
name
to
now.
help you achieve that as well.
I knew you guys would. And I don't want to sound like I'm using anybody or anything, but you guys are wonderful when it comes to supporting the community. You know,
Yep.
I've tried to help too. You know, don't think I haven't given people money and stuff. I have.
Oh,
I just don't have a lot to give. All right. And
right.
I've tried to provide advice, information, just like all you have. I think it's a wonderful conduit between us all. You know,
Yeah,
we have a little bit of power. We really do.
we do. And if we can get to the point, like you said, where we can put a blueprint in place that works, all we got to do is rinse and repeat.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly.
That's it.
Yep.
That's right.
Well,
I mean, we,
patterns.
we can
You got to keep your
we can we
patterns.
can sustain ourselves off of each other.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's the thing. You know, too, is goods and services. That's the cornerstone of capitalism. That's it right there. You
Right.
know,
I
we're
can't
goods
freaking
and
wait to
services.
meet you in person, Shad. You,
Yeah.
you and
Oh
I
yeah.
are
And
going to have to have a
and so
campfire next day.
here's what I'm dealing
Yes,
with.
sir.
And that's why you don't see these kits on our website for sale, because the fees for the processing the credit cards and all of that mess is more. Yeah, does it cut into the profit? It does, but it gets to the point where it's not. It waters down the product, because I
Hmm.
don't want to raise the price of my kit because I'm paying all these fees just to process a freaking credit card on top of that. I don't want to do
Right.
it, and I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Got the
That
direct.
4%.
Here's the thing about that. I did eBay for 25 years. When eBay started, I was right there. Right. I had
Right,
been doing flea markets and gun shows and military vehicle shows and all this stuff to where I had to haul trailers and truckloads of shit out there, set it all up for a weekend, and tear it all down and get out of there and go home. And it was a lot of fucking work. When eBay
right,
came along, it was made it super easy just to package it once, send it off, and it was gone out of your life. All right, that's
right.
the way I see that. And you know, if you were selling valuable small things, the shipping didn't cost a lot. But the point I was going to get to was in the beginning, before PayPal, there was a trust thing that happened.
Yes,
People would send you a check in the mail. You know, there was no rush because they knew it took 10 days to clear a check. People would send you cash wrapped in foil. You would never have no troubles. But when PayPal came into the game and they started putting all these rules and regulations on the whole process, that's when buyers could start keeping things that sellers couldn't get back and even had to refund them. So people out there were getting paid to steal shit from people. All right. and it got bad. And it's because of all. If you have a circle of people like this that have trust between them, you don't need all that stuff. You can learn to send lightweight things, no tracking, whatever, first class mail, even though you'll get tracking with it. You can cut those costs and cut out all the middleman you can. You know what I'm saying? Because it's too wrapped up in the digital world. Like I was saying, it's so hard for me to do certain things. I couldn't rent a U-Haul if I wanted to because I don't have a credit card. There's things like that they just ain't gonna let you do.
Yep. Well, gentlemen, I do have to drop because I'm looking at this amazing woman that's been in the kitchen, and yeah, it's time to go eat dinner.
You got to go pay for all them free cups of coffee she brings you, don't you?
Yes, I do. I got to go pay for the coffee she brings me. Yes, which she does so lovingly, and of course, yeah, it's time to go eat dinner, bruh. I want to say thank you. I appreciate you. If you want, or if you could, Shad, you can share my phone number with Camo.
Right now, he's got my number and stuff. A lot of
Okay,
people
well,
got
I'll
my
get it.
number.
Okay, I'll get it from him, and I'll send you a text, Camo, and we'll start the communication lines and figure out what's best for both of us.
Well, you guys are
I love it.
close.
That's great.
You guys are only like an hour and a half away from me. I'm just
Okay.
north of Detroit. All right.
Oh,
So
you
you
know
guys are
what?
the first places I'm
It
going.
it almost may be worth a field trip.
Field
Well,
trip.
I'm stuck where I'm at right now. My
That's
tires
okay.
are good, but
We can come to you.
well, I wouldn't be against that.
Okay.
I'm renting a small lot on the edge of town near the railroad tracks, right next to the upholstery shop that I right now part-time work that I work at. But it's all fenced in. I got barbed wire all the way around me, and pretty much nobody messes with me here anymore. But I'm just always here, man. I'm sitting here in the field in my truck all the time. There's nothing fancy about it. And I can fit a couple people in here sitting with all this gear and stuff, but
Oh,
it's not a, it's not a. I don't have a lot going on here. They won't let me put my tents up on the lot. The city came down on me about that.
that's fine.
All right.
Bring me a
Very
bowl.
cool.
Yeah.
Bring me a bowl.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you,
All right.
love. I love you. Well,
Thank you
I'm
very
gonna
much,
stay.
guys, for hanging out
I'm gonna
here.
stay a little longer if need be,
Oh,
and I may be able to share some
okay.
food porn with you. I
Yes.
may
Yes.
be.
Do it.
There you go. See, I know you. And in the meantime, there's your nephew because mom was down here.
Look at it. Where's my bowl? Where's my food?
Right.
Hey.
Right.
Hey. Don't forget
Oh,
about me.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
now I got his attention. See, I knew I could get his attention.
Yeah. Yeah. He's still looking. He's waiting. He's waiting for her return. See? Go get him. Who is that? Who's messing with that puppy? Yeah. See?
Aw, nice. Man, I wish he would have had that when I was there.
I
We would have had
know.
so much fun.
Of course, the COO brings us in the house and says, "Look what I got for Cole."
I mean, it would have been great for me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can get Cole. Get down. You can take me off the big screen. I got to go save my Grail because he's trying to eat
Okay.
it.
He's still a big puppy. Isn't he?
Okay. There you go.
He's
Oh
like
yeah.
a giant puppy. I think he's still puppy minded.
Oh yeah,
Oh, he is.
he is.
He is.
He's this breed he will not get out of the puppy stage until he's a little over 3 years old.
Mm-hmm. Which is funnier than hell most of the time.
Yeah, it is. I mean, 150-pound dog that thinks he can sit in your lap. And he doesn't take no for an answer.
He
No,
doesn't
I
have to.
don't. Well, yeah. He's fun. He's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I had the great opportunity to literally put hands on him and
Yeah, I
just
saw
slaughter
that.
all
I
over
heard
me.
something about
I got covered in slobber.
yeah, didn't you close him and Shad together in a room and just let him work it out? Isn't that how that worked?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Yeah,
Yes.
that's exactly it. Bonding time, right? Yeah, he tried to push me around, and I was like, nope, ain't happening, bro.
He's
You
bigger
Yep.
now.
know,
He's
he's
bigger
a
now.
great dog. He really is.
I've never met a dog I didn't like, to be honest.
Barkwell, what's up, Barkwell? I've met a few. And it's only because they hated me, and that's the only reason. And that's the animalistic, thing, and the animal world. Remember we talked about that primordial. It's
Yep.
sometimes you got to go primordial. You know, uh, Blackbird, what? 80 pounds, 6 months old, still thinks he's a lap dog. What's up, Barkwell? Good to see you. Good to see you, brother. Yeah.
I had a
Right,
great
Blackbird.
Dane.
Right.
Growing up, I had a great Dane, and
Oh
she was
man.
big. But then she had puppies, and we kept one of them. And Lance, just this Harlequin Great Dane, he was a monster, man. His head was as long as a kid's body. He used to pick up a chicken in the morning and carry a chicken around with him all day long. I mean, and if he held it right, you could hardly tell there was a chicken in there because they get super soaking wet. All right, all that drool and stuff. At the end of the day, he'd set that chicken down completely unharmed. It's like the chickens didn't even fight it. All right, they just okay, it's me today, and he could just mouth a chicken, a full-grown chicken. He could just. That's how big he was. I got pictures of him and stuff. He was just,
No,
massive.
thank you, love.
That's
I
great,
hope you
man.
feel better. Come here.
Mm. Someday I'll get another dog.
Okay.
When trade comes up on me or I'm in the right financial position to where I don't have to worry about taking care of a dog,
Right.
Right.
I haven't felt
I
stable enough.
I'll never get another dog unless hold on. Stand by. Boom. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
What kind of garlic bread? Yep.
Garlic bread, spaghetti with fresh grated Parmesan cheese on it.
Oh, see.
And I think
I'm
this spaghetti sauce is some of the spaghetti sauce I canned from the garden.
Nice.
So yeah, we'll all I can say is, as the professor says so eloquently, please stand by.
Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that reaction. Look at that reaction, folks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. that's food porn at its best, right there.
So, oh my, good gracious. So I'm tasting spice. There's a kick to this.
Yeah, I could tell there was something going on.
She put serrano peppers from the garden,
Nice.
and she put spicy banana peppers.
They'll do it.
What?
This is so good. Y'all
Really?
gonna have to excuse me because I'm getting ready to go primordial.
Oh, wait, stand by. Stand by. Here we go. Go back to that, please. How you doing, Holly? Please go
I'm
back to
good.
the food porn. Go back to the food
I'm
porn,
making
please. You're
chicken salsa chicken.
Oh,
look at that, folks. Look at this. Look at this food porn.
there it
What?
is.
Ooh, man.
Awesome.
And I got the
Awesome.
rice cooking.
Yes.
You
Oh
know,
my
I'm just
god.
Yeah, it's
so
got to cook a
glad
little
that
bit longer.
I'm just
Oh my
really
god.
glad I ate already. That's all.
How is everybody
Yeah, I ate
doing?
too. Outstanding, Holly. Good to see you. Good to see
Good to
There's
you.
see
my
you,
big
Holly.
guy.
Now, who is this now?
Oh, okay. This is Holly.
Holly from chat?
Yes.
Oh, nice to meet you, Holly.
See my, nice to meet you.
I've
See
only
my big
talked
guy?
with you in chat for like, what, 2 years or
Nice.
something?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I just grew some balls and came on.
There
It was a
you
little
go.
scary
That's
at
what's
first.
up. Yeah.
Now you're Team Yeet now, since you got some kahunas. You're Team Yeet.
I hope so. Yeah, what the heck, Might as well.
This is one of
Because
my
you
Well,
guys are
favorite
all
welcome.
like
things to talk.
family.
Well,
This is one of
yes.
my favorite
Welcome.
things.
Welcome.
Is seeing
Definitely.
somebody.
Welcome.
This is one of
Y'all
my
are
favorite
family.
things. Seeing somebody we've never seen before, but have talked to for all this time, come
Yep.
up onto a panel. That's one of my
Yep.
favorite things.
I love you, Carl. You're a cool dude. You're
I
so
love you
down to
too,
earth.
Holly. You
You're
always
so
say I
down to
love
earth.
you. You always comment on my stuff. You rock.
I love your work. You do amazing work.
Yes,
It's
he does.
Thank
awesome.
you. I appreciate that. I do.
But I'm gonna get off now because I have to go use the restroom.
Okay. Okay.
So, but
Understood. Thank you. Thank you very much for the food porn. Ooh.
Yes, indeed.
oh no,
Ah.
problem.
Thank you, Holly.
Still cooking. All right, I'll be watching.
All right. Take care.
Take
You
care,
see that,
everybody.
folks?
Love you.
Take care.
I
Love you
hope
too.
everything comes out okay.
It
I
will.
do too.
Let this be an example for all the rest of you. There's nothing to fear. All you people who've never been on the panels before, let
Grow
there be
some
a good
balls,
example.
people. Get on there.
Tell
Show
him.
your
Tell
faces.
them.
Show your
Tell them, Holly.
faces.
Yep.
Show your
Smiling, beautiful
faces.
faces.
That's
I know
right. All
there's
right,
people out there
I'll be
that think
back.
about it.
All right.
Okay.
Take care, Holly. Wow. That's amazing.
Cha cha.
I saw that, Billy.
Oh
Some people
my.
have seen you on the panel before.
Oh
It's
my.
not like nobody's ever seen you on your panel.
Trina's having a religious experience over there with spaghetti.
I am. I truly am.
Mm.
Well, I was just thinking maybe there ought to be some like little clause in the contract where for making pouches, I ought to get like one of those meals there that you got going on. One, you know.
Yeah, you got to write
Um,
that in the contract.
I
Get a
got no
plate.
problem with that.
That's how you close the deal over dinner.
There you go. The COO be like, "Yep, yes, indeedy." Oh my.
Setting.
I mean, if I cook for us, you get some funny looks because there's a truck in your driveway smoking with a wood stove going.
Nice. Nice.
Nice.
I dig it.
You get the strangest looks, man. I've had people pull up next to me going, "Is that a diesel?" Or, "Hey, is your truck on fire?" I had I had it sitting out in the driveway before, and people drive by and come in and knocking at the door. "Hey, your truck's on fire out here." It's like it throws people off. They don't really expect to see that happening.
Right.
Not too bad once you get it going good. They don't smoke.
All right, so we gotta ask questions of Carl. Questions for Carl. Yeah, I like to ask questions. So, I don't know. Let's
Shoot.
see. Um, huh. I don't
I
know.
never want
Help
to
me out
be
here.
interrogated. I don't. Hutch did a interrogation on me too once. It was
Yes.
kind of fun.
Oh, yeah, that was great. I love his content, creator outtakes. Yep. I like to ask questions to just kind of, connect and just get a deeper understanding of who's on, and
Shoot
of course
fire,
your
Chad.
opinion of
You know, I
things.
probably already told my whole life story. If you put all the panels I've been on together, I
Right.
think I already
Exactly.
told
Yeah.
everybody
That's why
everything
I'm kind
there
of
is.
like, searching for a question here. It's like, well, we already really know each other. I mean, so, um, all right. Uh, oh yeah. Well, okay. How did you learn the one-legged squat? Yeah, the one-legged squat.
Well, technically I'm
So
handicapped,
I'm
right?
jealous about that
Nobody ever, I mean, seriously, I've had a disease in my knees since I was a kid. They said I wasn't going to be able to walk by the time I was 20. They said I'd need knee replacements and all this garbage. And I've seen people unhappy with knee and hip replacements, so I wasn't going to get my knee chopped out. But like I always joke about, if when I die, save my left shin bone, because it would be a kick-ass war club. All right, it would, the way that it's grown up. It's got this calcium knot below my knee, so it looks like I have two knees. And well, they told me I wasn't going to be able to do that shit, so I did as much of it as I possibly could, Chad. And I fucking walked everywhere and rode a bike everywhere. And when I stand, I don't stand at full height. I've always kept my knees bent. So I built up these muscles, and the part coming back up actually demonstrates the muscles that you have, but nobody uses them in reverse. All right. So if you were like to
one. Right.
stand with your legs bent and practice your balance and stuff, one legged, I'll stand on one leg more than the other and stuff. It it's a matter of balance and building up those muscles that you never use.
Right. Right.
That's what
I
I
I
say
obviously
too.
I used to be able to do it when I was in Shaolin Kung Fu. That was like one of the things that you had to do.
Well,
And
I
once I
I
broke
can
my
stand.
ankle, I lost that ability. And now I'm absolutely fucking jealous that you can do it and I can't. So, but that's
Okay, well, one of the ways to practice it is to stand on one foot all the time. In other
oh
words,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
do.
I
I
used
do
to
weird
stand
shit.
on the top of a fence post on one foot and just stand there, move myself around whatever way I can to try to stay comfortable, but stay as for as long as I could. All right, kind of like what you were saying, in the katas and stuff. But what they would call the crane, or in the roller skating world, shoot the moon. I took that to an
Shoot the
extreme.
moon.
It's I can put my foot out there and stand on one foot. I can stand on one foot for a long time, and that's all that really was. It's balance. Now, everybody knows Indian leg wrestling. They call it. A lot of people call it just leg
Oh
wrestling.
God, yeah,
But
yeah.
there's one called just Indian wrestling, and this is what I grew up doing, where you take you're standing the opposite direction from each other, with your foot touching the other person's foot, and you Indian shake style grab each other's forearms. And now you're standing in a perfect line. The idea is to make your opponent move a foot. First person to move a foot loses. And this is an old thing. But what it is you'd think it'd be strength, but it's a lot of balance and the ability to go loose, and not, because if they go for it, then you could just let them go for it and pull them all the way down. And I
Mm,
did that for so long as a kid. It really teaches balance really well.
mm. Interesting, interesting. What up, Hutch? How you doing?
What up, y'all?
What's
Good job,
going
Hutch.
on, man?
I just was
I see
talking about
guys,
you.
Shad's all fancy now with panels and stuff. I was like, shit, I need to
Fancy,
get that.
fancy.
First,
Yes,
I need
indeed.
to say this. the man, the non-myth, and my hero, Hutch. I'm gonna tell y'all, this is a man's man, and he don't play. And I am so sorry that I had all this drama going on that we couldn't hook up. And I truly apologize. But I'll say this: I'll pay for you to go to Florida, and we'll set up the pay-per-view. And I'll
Hey,
give
I
you
want to
50.
go, man.
I'll give you 50% of the pay-per-view profits we make off of this. Or matter of fact,
Hey,
I'll give you 75, bruh.
sometimes it's not about the money. You know what I mean?
That's true. So let's just go down there, and I'm gonna watch you take care of business, plain and
I want to
simple.
do it. I want to do it. And Hush, you can be my coach. How about that?
Oh, there's plenty to go around.
Okay, okay. Because I'm just gonna slap him. That's all. That's all I'm gonna do. Just open hand, boss rooting his ass. Boom.
Baby powder.
That's right. Powder it.
Right.
That's
I'm
right.
So
gonna be
just to
the
let you know,
eyeball and say, can we all just get a
Oh,
fucking name?
oh, the bowl is empty.
Yeah.
nice.
Eventually, me and Vision are gonna do some stuff together.
Yeah, we are. I'm gonna have you over on my channel, Hutch. Matter of fact, I haven't said this, but I'll send you an email. I want you to be on my channel when we do our Christmas giveaway, if you're available.
Okay. What day is that?
I have no idea yet. Haven't picked the day. I'll find out and I'll email you and let you know.
All right. Yeah.
Because this is a man that not only has receipts but calls out receipts, and that's what it's all about. Put your money where your mouth is,
I
and
have
I ain't mad at you.
every receipt. I got every receipt I was ever given, all the way back to 1979. I got a big ammo box here, just stuffed with every receipt of my life.
I think having those kind of receipts makes you a hoarder, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I have to confess, I'm kind of like that too. And every now and then, like once a year, I have to go through my receipts and go, what the fuck did I pay money? Why? What? And I just go through them all and just get mad at myself. And just
I,
it's accountability kind of thing.
exactly. I'm
Um,
going to see y'all and raise you. My father passed away in 2016 at the age of 89. He had every single check, canceled check that he had written his entire life, categorized by month and year in shoe boxes in the top of his closet.
Damn.
Exactly. That's what I said, Hutch.
It's good fire starter if I ever need
I'm
it. But
like,
honestly, you know,
really, Dad?
I
right?
can go back and
Burn
see
something.
what I did last year and see what it cost or what I paid for that. I mean, it's kind of handy. I fill a Ziploc bag until I can't fit no more, and then by that I put it into the pile with the rest of them, and then start a new one. And it's a habit I've had, and I probably will burn them, but they're great fire starter. And like a lot of people say, a lot of the ink has faded on a whole lot of them, anyways. But
My
yeah,
OCD won't let me keep stuff that long. I can't even keep text messages and shit because it looks too cluttered. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, you and me
well,
both. If I
once
don't
a
touch it in
year,
6 months, I throw it away.
Right?
well, see, once a year, usually wintertime, it's coming soon. I'll sit down and I'll get out the bag of little scrap pieces of paper that I've been writing people's numbers and emails and all these stuff all for the last year. And I'll sit down and I'll put it into a notebook and then throw all those little tiny scraps of paper away because that's what I'm terrible about. I'll write it on the end of a carton of something and then rip that off and put it in my pocket and save it that way. And
God, I've
it
done that many
accumulates.
times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it accumulates. So I've got to do once a year maintenance on my. We've discussed this, Chad. We came up with something. We called it PADS. Remember? Paperwork Anger Disorder. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I definitely got pads. Absolutely. That's why I don't love doing taxes and all that shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not my
Well,
forte.
Pads.
I understand. the purpose for it, but like what? Because you really only need to go back for like 10 years or so to protect yourself from an audit or something like that, right? Somewhere in that
Right.
range.
But really,
Yeah.
the idea for me was to have evidence of the receipts for every piece of gear and everything I've got. You know what I'm saying? That was what the main purpose is. I will still save those receipts. I'll probably just go through and get rid of the food receipts and all that kind of gas receipts, stuff like that.
You need to get you one of them little scanners they got on the infomercials for like $40, where you just scan your stuff through and it prints it out on the computer for you.
Yeah, puts it in a spreadsheet or something like that.
Well, it was just kind of like a way to prove ownership to me. You know what I'm saying? If I was ever questioned about where I got such and such, well, hey, that was here in the file. You know?
Right? Because I know
Oh,
my dad was the same. He kept every single piece of paper he ever got in his life. He seemed to have kept, no matter if it was junk mail. Like, oh, here's a visa application from 1982, or you know what I mean, some random shit.
Well,
yeah.
Think
if you
about your kids. I'm just saying, think about your kids, because they're gonna have to deal with all that nonsense.
Yep.
I have winnowed through it, man. I have gone through it and it made it less. I got rid of owner's manuals of shit that I don't even have anymore. You know, like all kinds of inkjet scanners and stuff I've had over the years. I had a stack of fucking owner's manuals and shit like that that I don't own that anymore. Wood stove, wood stove, wood stove. And that's another thing. Anything that's got my name on it, just like my ma used to do, I burn it, man. I don't want that stuff floating around in the world. You ever hear about Alice's restaurant? You get your ass in trouble with your name on something. You know, so anything that has my name on it or information, I burn it in the wood stove.
Mm,
Burn it and
yeah.
throw it in
Right.
compost. I know a lot of people used to yell at me my first year of doing this YouTube. Why are you putting that tape and that ink in your compost? I'm like, son of a bitch, because it's my compost. You know what I mean? What are you talking about?
Right.
Well, I kind of get that to a point. If I usually have a pure, what I call my pure fire pit, a fire pit that I don't want anybody throwing so much as a bottle cap in it. Right?
Here,
If I'm going to cook in that, it's going to have applewood, hickory, stuff like that. It's the only thing goes in that. I don't want no
let me get
fuel
you
to
my
start
pork chop.
anything in that. But then you always got another fire pit that you can burn whatever you need to burn in that. Right? You know, but I always got to have a pure fire pit to cook in.
I'm not sure yet, but I think the APOC radio finally just loaded.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Cool.
Maybe. Maybe.
Cool.
I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes it takes like a day to upload something to YouTube.
Yep.
If you're, in the wrong area when you try to upload it, man, it could take a long time.
My signal
Yeah,
just
cool,
keeps
man.
randomly dying out of nowhere every once in a while. So I got to 80% last night. It was like 89%. I was like, all right, we're about there. It said it had like 11 minutes left. And then out of nowhere, my signal just died. So I had to restart it all over again.
Hey, Shad, are you still there? I haven't heard Shad in a minute. Are you there, Shad?
Yes.
Where's Shad? Okay, why is this working so well? All your shows you've been doing for months now have that circle of doom in
Yeah.
it. What's going on? Why is
I
this working?
something new. This is something new that they don't know that I'm doing yet. That's
That's
the only way I can
suspicious
explain it.
as hell. That is super suspicious to me. You know
Yep.
what I'm
Yep.
saying?
I was about to say, did you
I've
get a new
seen it.
device or something?
Dude, why are you
When
always stealing the remote? Give me that.
I seen a, a documentary per se or whatever, an explanation of why they do this, and they do this. This is their way of passively uh, fucking with people, right? They because our if you come into chat and you all you see is circle of doom, you're going to get frustrated and leave, and my message is not going to get out. And then I'm going to get frustrated. And so it works on that psyche effect, because this whole social media thing is, that it is weaponized, and they use it to get in our heads, get us out of our head, whatever,
They don't.
a manipulation tool. And so that's part of it. Or it could just be shitty internet. I mean, so that's the other thing, too. They have plausible deniability, and it's all on their end. When I do things now, they can affect my phone as well. I mean, we all know about that as well. With you, they
Hmm.
get you dialed in, and so things like Stingray, Dirtbox, you'll notice that the performance of your equipment will change, from time to time. And you're like, why? What the fuck? I mean, I usually have this, usually have that. I pay good money for 5G, damn it. And but then you get this thing,
They don't.
and obviously all my live streams, every one of them, boom, they get nailed. And it's like a power struggle, and I have to go through this process, of airplane mode and, backing out and coming back in and all that bullshit. But we'll find a way, right? We'll find a way. But
Yeah.
skull, everyone. Skull. Apple
Skull.
cider, apple cider, and some Fireball. Let's
Okay,
go.
well, I just turned my camera around. I was going to show you what the dumpster Santa brought me.
What up, chat? I don't have my chat on, but hello to everybody in there.
Check these
Hold
out. I
on, let me
got
put
out of
you
the
on big
dumpster.
screen.
You see those
There you
lights?
go.
Yeah.
These came out of the dang dumpster, guys. Watch this.
Oh, hell yeah.
This has
Nice.
like
Oh yeah.
40 settings or something. I can make them red, white, and blue. Wait till you see what they undulate. They go back and forth. You see that crap?
Nice.
Let's see, what else
That's
does
like
it do? I mean, it does like Christmas
wow.
lights. This thing
That's
had
like my
Gotcha.
donut I
loads of
have.
shit. That was in the dumpster, and I got with it. Look at this. I got a solar powered light that
Oh,
it fit right in my window like it was made for it. I
nice.
already had some solar lights and stuff up there, but check that shit out for free. How do you beat that?
You don't.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Awesome.
Streamlabs.
I got to start watching the dumpsters closer. Like currently,
Oh, there's gold in them dumpsters. People are just too scared to get dirty and what other people are going to think about them. Like, I don't give a damn. You
Okay.
can pull a couple $1,000 out of a good dumpster.
Yep.
oh yeah, you
Oh
know
yeah.
I really don't care what people think of me, so that ain't a
I
question. But
pulled a
what I was
perfectly good grill and smoker out of a dumpster.
hey,
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
And if you go to those risky strip mall kind of places, if you got bad employees who are trying to steal shit, you never know what you might find because they'll hide some stuff in the dumpster and go in after they get off work and pick it up. You know,
Right.
you never know what you're gonna find.
well,
Yep.
this stuff was right on the top. It wasn't even dirty shit. It was right up on the top of the pile. Didn't even have to dig.
So um, so here's an interesting story since you guys inspired it. I was in pest control for roughly 12 years or so in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and so the I was there for the bed bug uh, pandemic. It was massive. I mean, the bed bugs were taking over, and one of the things that would happen is that we would walk into a room and go, "Yeah, you got bed bugs. You got to get rid of your mattress. You got to get rid of this. You got to get rid of that." And that's what they would do. They'd throw their mattresses out in the dumpster, right? Well, somebody would come along and go, "That's a really good looking mattress." Grab that mattress, take it back home. Next thing you know, we're getting a call from them going, "Hey, we got bed bugs." And so we started marking the mattresses, and sure enough, it was a tracking, and we provided that information with the to the regulatory, and then we started a new procedure that we would start either treating the mattresses or wrapping them, and disposing of them, having a
Mhm.
company come by and grab them. But people were just grabbing mattresses, going, "Hey, I need a mattress. That's a good one."
Yeah, I probably wouldn't grab a mattress. It was something like 30 something years ago. I got a portable black light flashlight. Right? It's like little miniature. I still have it. It's like a miniature fluorescent type bulbs, but it puts out a black light, just like black light posters of the 70s. And the reason I got it was because somebody told me that it shows what a room, how clean a room really is. In other words, it highlights bodily fluids. So
Yep.
I tried it on a hotel room. Turned the lights off, turned that thing on, and I'm telling you, I'm never sleeping in a hotel room again. There was fucking shit on
And
the
you checked
ceiling, there
out
was shit
five
on the
minutes later,
walls.
didn't you?
Oh fuck yeah, I was out of there, dude. It was nasty to know exactly what was going on in that room. It was on the dresser. It was on the fucking. I'm not kidding. It was on the fucking ceiling, right? And I just,
Goes looking. Why is
yeah,
it on the ceiling?
I have no interest in hotel rooms of any type and
Yeah.
picking up any even old furniture. It better be really rare, and I'm probably going to leave it outside a long time. Then I'll rip it down and leave that outside. 'Cause, yeah, you never know, you know.
Yeah. Amazing.
Python and toaster. Wow. Uh, no, I mean, I have been, the part is that you have to inspect it. You got to get in there with your flashlight and look in there and, look in the cracks and crevices. And you
Yep.
can treat it, it's just, you just be very wary of how you treat it, how heavy you treat it. And if you got dogs and cats, it's probably wise to just not even entertain it. You know what I mean? Uh, but
I would take
yeah,
these things
so
on a chair to the trap house every once in a while, but I've never took a mattress or a couch.
Yeah.
yeah, couches. I know they that not only do they harbor. This was before bed bugs, so they would harbor roaches, fleas, and you wouldn't know until you got them into the warmth of your house to go, oh shit, I done fucked up.
Needles in the
Well,
cushion.
I remember going into people's places in Pontiac, Michigan, for instance. That was really well known for it. But you come into a room and you turn the light on and you see a couple hundred cockroaches scurry out of sight. I mean, because there was sewers and stuff underneath all those houses, they couldn't control the cockroach infestations.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's a right, Trent. Coach is acting a fool over there.
Hmm.
Enjoying it.
Yeah.
Enjoying it.
Then looks at me like, what?
Yeah, I'm just rubbing my back here
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
carpet. So Hutch, what you been up to, man? You got your apocalyptic radio going. It's about to get dropped.
It is at 76% checking. So
Okay.
I might premiere it tonight. I don't know, about 8 o'clock or so in the only time zone that matters.
Oh yeah.
No. No,
Oh
sir.
yeah, dude.
No. Get down.
This one is for former Mrs. Metal's wife, Mr. Metal's wife, Billy now.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's Motown soul kind of APOC radio.
That's
Oh
what she
shit.
told me. I was like,
Okay.
what?
Don't put me in a box. Don't put me in a
Oh
box.
yeah.
Stereotype me.
I won't, bruh. I know
Oh,
you the one that don't do boxes. And you be like, what is that? What no, I can't fit in that. No.
man, I totally got sidetracked. This is where I was going. I got there's a box for metal too. I got to hook up with him before I even leave the state. But this is what I was getting at too.
Yeah.
Vision is do you prefer being called Vision or you prefer your name? Because I know your name
I
too, but I've always called you
I don't
Vision.
care as long as you don't call me
Oh,
late for dinner.
all right. Well, it's always probably going to be Vision because I'm used to it. But anyways,
That's
I'm
fine.
trying to find one of these gals out here that can make little survival candles in olive drab or camouflage, something subdued. All right. And I'm also looking for a gal to can make little tiny bars of non-scented, preferably all natural soaps, And I was going to make a survival kit that I could pass out to people because,
Sounds
what
grandma.
makes me think of that
My
was that
Renaissance
everybody
grandma
thought,
makes soap. She makes her own soap, and it is absolutely amazing.
well, the idea is because I can take, for minimal amounts of money, all right, which I've already got a lot of the stuff. A little packet of fishing string. I've got these spools for industrial sewing machines. They make perfect fishing and survival string. Throw in a little paracord, throw in, essentials for a little blade to cut something with. But I've got,
Okay.
maybe collect up a bunch of MRE matches, throw a pack of those in each one, but just a bunch of little usable things like a little survival kit, like what you have with your med kit, but more more survival based items, and that's something I've been
A sur-
working on and collecting stuff to do it with, and I'm going
yeah.
to be doing that eventually.
So a survival hygiene kit.
Yeah, just like because like a last ditch bag, it
Yeah.
would be the absolute essentials of something you would need to survive for days,
Right.
like a little flashlight. They used to put certain things in all the military survival kits, all the pilot survival vests, all that. They put this little tiny, LED. It wasn't LED; it was a regular light bulb back then, but a little push
Hmm.
button light. But now you can get those for nothing. You can get brand new little LED lights and put that in there because those are handy. If you don't need a big flashlight most of the time, and if you're just trying not to be seen or whatever,
I
that's
know.
nice to have. But just a little kit of little
I know.
doodads and stuff, maybe a card printed out of different knots, like the 40 knots card. I'm sure you've seen that where you get little
Yeah.
cards that's 40 different
I
knots you
know.
can learn. Just
Yeah.
something like that, man. It'd be cool to be able to pass that out to the people that I meet too.
Right on. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. All right. So we have to ask a question of Hutch.
So
Yes, a question of Hutch.
Did you even
Um,
ask me a question? Did you even get to one?
yeah. Yes, I
What
did,
was it?
and you answered it. What, you want more questions?
No, I just don't even remember answering it now. It must have been.
It was about the one-legged leg squat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Anyway,
Lay down.
anyway. So, Mr. Hutch.
they're Dickies. Is that the question?
Nice.
That's
Nice.
see that's what chat's been talking about. They've been talking about some damn coveralls, some overalls, and there you go. See, Cha Cha needs a new pair of overalls. Uh,
I see
um,
every.
that's right. That's right. What do you absolutely love?
Solitude.
Awkward silence.
Solitude.
If I could have one thing in
Solitude.
this world that was guaranteed, it would be solitude. Controllable solitude. I'll put it that
So you would enjoy your solitude, but break away from it from time to time.
way. Right. It's the option to be able to break the solitude, but the ability to remain in it for as long as I see fit. You know what I mean? So I don't feel trapped by it. Because if you don't have the option of leaving, then you're just setting a prison for yourself. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I'm gonna have to go listen to Black Sabbath Solitude after all this.
I like the quiet. You know what I mean? My brain moves way too fast. Shit
Yeah.
gets. You know what I mean? It's not anxiety, but
Yep.
it's overwhelmed. You know what I mean? Like I'm not built to be around 1,000 people in a shopping center kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it drives me crazy. You know what I mean?
I get that, but
Hmm.
isn't it weird that here we are in front of a whole bunch of people talking? I was the same way. I don't like. I never stood up in front of a class. They couldn't make me. I never opened up to people until I got on this platform. That's what I find it strange that I had no apprehension
Hold on.
about it.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Pepper Tribe, how you doing, brother? How you
What's
doing?
going on with you, Prepper Tribe? Good to see you.
Come on, tribe. I watched a little bit of him last night.
New Billy.
The old group coming back to life.
Yes, indeed, man. I
I
mean,
got
Prepper
a I
Tribe,
got
bro.
a pair of
You,
Dickies Carhartts. We got one of those little flea market, boutiques, $3 pants and stuff kind of thing at the town. And they had a pair of brand new Carhartts. They were size 46. and they only wanted like $15 for them. But it was
Mm.
a discount day, so I ended up paying like $7.50 for a brand new pair of Carhartts. I still got them to this day. I've had them for like 5 years now.
I just recently found out that they make camouflage bib overalls, woodland camouflage bib overalls.
Say, I would wear them the rest of my life, except every pair of overalls I have ever worn is a damn pervert. He tries to check my oil. So whenever I wear overalls,
Wow.
Really? Is that a thing? Is it like a Scottish overall rule?
I don't know what it is, but anybody who's ever wore overalls, y'all know what I'm talking about. Straight up your ass
I
crack
don't know
every
what
time.
you're talking about, but it sounds like fighting words.
Yeah.
There you go. Cha Cha says it stiff and rough. Yeah, that's how she likes it.
All righty then.
The thing about those overalls, Hutch, is you got to get them extra big because there's really not a lot of movement in there. And if a guy moves just about wrong, it's like it's bad, right? Those things can bunch a guy up wrong.
It's the same like those onesie jumpsuits that mechanics used to wear back in the day.
Yep.
Yep.
We had when I was in the Marine Corps and training with we were becoming the MUSOC. Uh, we were getting trained by the Force Recon. They This was way before all the good gear came out. They uh, had us in old flight suits. That was like the gear that all the operator type people were wearing, and they gave us all flight suits, right? Which are cool, right? Nomex flight suits, Nomex
Yeah,
gloves. You put
that's
your gear on
real
top.
cool.
You got your gun. You're a badass, right? But dude, like you're talking about, straight up pull check, straight up, and push and box. I mean, uh, everybody had a hard on,
Man.
right? It looked like everybody had a hard on, and we're walking around like, what the fuck, you know? It was horrible.
If you
They're
move
not very
wrong, it's
practical.
painful. All right, that's the fact. If you move wrong in those, that's painful as hell. I like the Nomex gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can catch and twist some stuff pretty easy. You sit down too fast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just
Well,
turn real fast, and that's it. You're taking a knee.
there is some fact about getting old too. All right, there's a point in a guy's life where you have to pay attention how you sit down. You just might sit on your own nads, and that ain't no fun at all.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we're talking about men's health. Yeah. Absolutely. That's right. You got to protect yourself. Got to protect your neck. Protect your nuts. That's real.
Okay,
You don't
Cole.
think about these things when you're in your 30s. Once you start hitting 40, 45, and that, you're like, oh, this shit's real.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Yes, I see you. No, leave the remote alone. No, sir. No, sir. No. Not chewing on me. Nope, not today.
So how
Let
how
them
you
eat.
liking the panels and all that there, Shad? You getting it dialed in, dealing with the chat, dealing with the panel?
Oh yeah, yeah, dude. This is like second nature, really. Uh, and I love the fact that I can literally just talk to someone and see someone talking to me, hearing them talk to me. It's I can see sounds, right, coming from people.
So I think this actually enhanced your camera resolution.
I think so, and my connectivity,
Yeah,
because we've been on for 3 hours and I've had no issues whatsoever.
right.
So, go figure. Go through
Yes, I've
StreamYard.
noticed it too.
Yep.
Boom. All right, come on up, metal. Hell yeah.
Patriarch.
No, 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 no. You got to be good. If you're going to be a a big lap dog, you got to be good. Okay.
Makes for great content. Skull.
Skull, but I can't get to my cup because I got 150 pounds sitting on my lap.
He's
Nope.
got you trained good.
Yeah. No.
Ooh, Holly, the cheese on this chicken is so good. We got to see that earlier.
Oh yeah.
Man.
No.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yep, I suspect a lot of these gals know what the heck they're doing around the kitchen.
No.
Yes, indeed.
No, sir. No, sir.
That's kind of exciting to think about too, going around the country trying all these cookies and stuff these gals make.
There you go. I mean, that's the reason right there. Hold on, who we got here? All right, boom, boom. There you go. What's up, Metal? Where you at? Is he in? Yeah, there he is. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Metal.
What is
Metal.
up, ladies and gentlemen, motherfuckers of all ages?
Skull.
Is my
Skull.
shit working?
Yeah.
Yes.
Confirmed. Yeah, you look a little funny.
Roger that. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, your complexion's a little pale.
And a little round.
Yeah, a little round in the face there. Yeah.
Well, I don't have my avatar on this particular device. I'm actually testing as well as you.
Oh, okay.
I've been having
Yeah,
terrible trouble with
Hold on.
like my internet connection, my Wi-Fi and shit. Like I've been wanting to battle anti for a long time. But my
There
shit
you go. There's your avatar. It's not showing up.
defies me. Ha ha!
It always reminds me of Bane. You know who Bane
Yeah.
is?
Those magnets are a lot bigger than my first batch. And if people want magnets, hit me up in my channel description.
That picture reminds me of Hannibal Lecter.
I don't know how to work this from this. But I hate liver, so I won't eat your liver.
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave that alone. Yeah, thank you.
Pretty random. You don't like liver? I don't like liver either.
You put liver sausage on rye or pumpernickel with mustard and onions, and that's a good sandwich.
Oh no, man. You can have it all day. I believe you.
Liver and gizzards is a good meal right there. About a half a pound each.
Yeah, no thank you.
I like gizzards.
No. Ew.
I like gizzards.
Never been a liver fan. Just quite frankly, it smells
I
like
had
shit.
chicken hearts once. They were good.
Mm.
Liver
Yeah.
sausage
Now
is
I've heard of it. I've had it. I've had it with cooked with garlic and onions, and where the liver's been taste has been cooked out. But I would be willing to try it ground up in hamburger.
Yeah, no.
Lincoln was talking about that.
If
Yeah,
you can just
I would
get
try.
past the smell, it's actually pretty good. It's just the smell that gets people.
Yeah, the smell turned me off, and I you couldn't pay me to eat it. Period.
But it's like fish. It doesn't taste like it smells. It's one of those kind of things. You know what I mean?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At least,
And I think it's also I'm going to be chauvinistic here. It's a man-woman thing. Women love liver because they need that shit. They need it
Yes.
in their men, we don't need that much iron. We get enough iron anyway.
Yep.
But women need that iron and all that stuff in it. No, we just
Yep.
I think it's funny how you can divide a chat right in half sometimes. Like me, I can't stand beets. I can't stand eggplant. Beet.
I like borscht. I love borscht. I'll eat the hell out of borscht with some sour cream. Yep, absolutely.
It's definitely
Yeah,
liver's
I don't
definitely
know
not
beets.
an every day kind of thing. It's like a once every 4 months kind of food.
Yeah. My grandmother used to can beets, and they were absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I can't stand them, man. I just can't eat them. It's beets
Who's
and
it?
eggplant, the two things that I'm just going to throw them in the compost and grow something else.
Right.
I grow beets just for the medicalness of it because it's
Yep,
natural sugar and it gives you more elasticity in your veins and arteries and shit.
exactly. And it definitely lowers your blood pressure.
You
Who
know
just
what I
tried to
have
come up?
noticed about gals though? Like if I say I don't like beets, that's like a challenge to them. They're going to come up with 15, 20 different beet recipes, and you're going to have to try each one of them.
I've had haggis. It is nasty, but I would eat haggis over liver. Yeah.
I've had haggis.
Um,
I've had trout.
somebody
I've
just
had
tried to come up. If I may here, somebody just tried to come up. I don't think it added you. If you could try again, I will drop the link. I don't know who that was though. That's the thing, and it didn't add you. I don't know how many people can I get on this thing. Six.
Six,
Yep.
six on
If
the
you
free
got the
one,
free,
Six
yeah.
on the free. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, you gotta watch it. Make sure
I'll
only
drop
people you
down. I've
know.
been up here the longest. Y'all are awesome. And I will say this, each and every one of y'all, whether you know it or not, I have watched you. You have helped me not only on YouTube, but personally. And Hutch, I'm gonna figure out how we can get a private plane to fly to Florida
right? Why not?
because I got connections at my last job, which happened to be the world's largest private airlines, and I'm gonna get us a G6, and we're gonna fly to Florida because
I'm
I
not
want to
a
see it.
I'm not a fan of heights, so you might have to roofie me before we take
Like
off.
a
I'll let
Mr.
Shad
T.
handle that part of the excursion, but I'm just a logistics and transportation guy.
It'll be a
Remember
smoking
how they
flight.
used to do Mr. T?
And if not, then I'll just get us a suburban that's blacked out, armored up, and we'll roll down to Florida.
I'm down with that one.
Give me some
Exactly.
damn tires. I'll drive you there in style.
Yeah, exactly. But I appreciate y'all, Shad, as always, man. Thank you
All
for
right, brother.
allowing me to spend some time with these
Hey,
true
man. Thank you.
OGs. And y'all take care. And I'm gonna see if I can wreak some havoc in the chat.
Right
Take
on.
it
We're
easy.
good
Thank you.
Yep.
talking to
Thank you,
you.
brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
And did you fix that truck yet, or is that bolt still giving you hell?
I got to take the. I forgot the word. I keep forgetting the damn. I got to take the thing off tomorrow
Manifold,
and clean the hell out of it. And we're
exhaust.
running a whole new plug. Throttle
Fuck.
body.
My phone is still.
Whoa,
Throttle body's dirty as hell.
that sucks
So
not having transportation. I know what that's like. And you're probably out in the country where it's even worse.
yeah, it's not a fun walk if we had to. But we'll get through it. We've had worse times than this,
I hope times get better, and I hope they don't get worse.
right?
I'm okay with either.
This financial world is screwed up. Everything you can't afford to even live, man. This is nuts. Everybody I know is struggling, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also I know on my end it's self-induced. You know what I'm saying? Like we were talking about it earlier. And Hutch, man, bro, I want what you got, man. I want land. I want solitude. I want freedom. I want to break away from society. And here I am, knee deep in the shit of a fucking crazy ass, society, a city trying to make it and trying to play the game, the rat race. And my whole soul was saying, fuck that. I'm just, you know, I'm over it. I am. John H., what's up, man? What's up, John?
How's it going, lads? How you doing?
How you
Wait, I
doing, brother?
say, hi mate, how's it going? How's it going, lads? How you doing?
Big, big Band Tuesday. Always nice to watch.
Thanks very much, mate.
Fuck,
Your
man.
music,
I've been pushing buttons and trying to make shit.
this is
Oh,
weird, man.
we got
Going.
audio issues going on here.
It's like
What
a
do we got
audio.
here?
Just had to say hi. I just had to come on and say hi and make contact, man.
Right on.
Oh, okay. Kaleidoscope time. There you
Just wanted
go.
to- How's it
Wolf,
going,
I
then?
want to see that.
Going over there? How's it?
You are like 93% robot.
Yeah, just about. But I get the message. John H. He's talking in Beatles code,
I was this
right?
hasn't worked. Wanted to jump in and say hi.
Yeah, welcome, brother. Welcome. And thank you very much. John H. is in Scotland, everyone, and he
I talked
keeps me informed. Keeps me informed of what's going on over there, Scotland and Ireland. Just they're going through some shit, and the people are getting together. It's a apprehensive kind of atmosphere. Would you say, John H?
It's a mishmash. It's confusion, chaos. It's all these different points of view coming together, and it's a collective chaos. Collective chaos. It's mental.
Mm,
That accent.
right, right.
How can you have any
And
pudding if you don't eat your meat? I'm
Man,
still.
Shit. My stuff's not working. I must get that.
I can hear you, Metal. I can hear you.
Close.
So, all right, I got to ask a question of everybody everybody new that comes in. We missed Metal. Metal, I have a question for you. What is your favorite
Damn.
uh,
My phone is just
meal?
not cooperating.
Can you hear me? Metal, can you hear me? Come in, Metal.
Well, here, I got to go get something to eat, so I'll go ahead and drop down because on it, StreamYard kills phones. Once you get too many people.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is? All right, Hutch. Thanks for stopping by,
All right,
brother. Hanging out with
I'm
us.
lurking. Good day.
Right on. Have a good night. Oh, we lost Metal. Okay. Well, John H. I guess the question comes to you then. Um, huh. Where do you see the biggest hope in your country?
wow, wow. You see, that's something I don't think about. It's a day by day. It's ultimately I have no idea. Just chaos. No one knows what's happening. Chaos. I couldn't predict. Don't see it being good. It's just a survival. It's just survival. I don't see a bigger picture because it's too chaotic to predict a bigger picture. If that makes sense.
It does. Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
collective chaos. Collective chaos. Anarchy. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot. It's going to get tons worse. I don't see a bigger picture, and if there is a bigger picture, it's not going to be good. It's going not to be a bigger picture. I,
Hey, brother, do you have a device on in the background?
sorry?
Do you have a device on in the background?
Um, well, I'm
If
trying
you
to send.
do, try turning, if you have two devices, try turning that off and just using the panel because it might improve your sound greatly.
It's crazy. Is there too much of a divide in time? Is there too much of a sound divide?
I can hear an echo.
Right. Well, I'll jump down and let you crack on. I just wanted to jump by and say hello.
No, that's you can stay as long as you want. I mean, really. Uh,
Really?
I can actually. Well, I'll tell you the truth. What it is it's your voice and your accent. But I can hear you. But I can hear you and understand you. Um, so oh, okay.
It's
They
just,
say we do hear an echo.
No,
Uh,
I think it's interrupting his audio. So if he turned off the other device, we would hear him a lot clearer.
oh, okay. All right. Take care of yourself, John. Good seeing you, brother. Thanks for stopping in, man.
I wasn't trying to chase him away on you, Shad. I was just trying to get better audio from him.
Right, right.
But yeah, if somebody comes up on a panel and they have more than one device on and they can hear the show in the background, it echoes and reverberates through things and it really messes up the audio in some cases.
Oh, okay. TV and background, or try echo cancellation. I mean, yeah, it's it's whatever. You know, it's all good. I don't. People figure it out. Either we figure it out or we don't. And I know I can listen. I know what he's saying. Kind of dig through it. Yes, Cha
Oh,
Cha,
I
I
like
did.
hearing from him. I did. I like hearing from him. Sorry you left.
Cha Cha asked me what my level in Fortnite is, so I flipped her off. That's right. Yeah.
I have no level in that. That's one in video games. I got none of that. Haven't been in a
Ooh.
video game since 1980, maybe 81, when they were in the arcades, Defender and Stargate and
Oh
Tetris.
yeah, yeah. I love the arcades. I did.
I
Yep.
worked for a company down in Detroit when I was on the run, and I basically was paid to sit there and play video games while the technicians put them together and tuned them and programmed them and stuff and delivered them. I delivered video games and pinball machines all over Detroit, the strip clubs, the bars, everywhere. I was only like 14, 13, 14 when I was working there. It was a good job. But we used to put the pinball machines together right out of the box. And I remember this one called Hyperball, where I'm sure you would have appreciated it. It shot a machine gun steelies. All right, it shot steely balls. I mean, 3/4 inch steelies out of a fully automatic launcher. And when we'd put those together, we just put the ammo to it, and we'd sit there and blow holes in boxes and crates and stuff across the shop with steelies. That was a lot of fun.
Wow. That does sound interesting. Hyperball. Wow.
Hyperball. It's called Hyperball, and it's shot repetitive machine gun action steelies.
Hmm.
I don't have two devices though, Teresa. I don't know how I could have an Echo. Could be just you were doing too well. Now they got to throw a wrench in the cog.
I do hear some popping in your audio. That's about all I got, really.
That was probably me
Critique wise.
moving around. Do you hear the Velcro on the phone?
No, no, it's actually no. You're popping like every word you would say would end with a pop.
Huh?
I forget what that's called, but. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care. I really don't fucking care. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. It's all good here. It's all good in the hood. You know?
Oh,
Shit.
I've seen you go on, and I've seen you start your new streams. I've seen you go through all kinds of that.
Ah, oy.
I didn't have
Overdriving mic loudness. Ah, okay.
I didn't have
Voices in
anything
my
better
head.
to do. I don't even know if anybody else was going live tonight, but I had nothing better to do. So I mean, unless you don't want me to, I'll hang out. You got to let me know when you're tired of this.
Yeah, I mean, I will, but not right now. It's cool. Do what you want. Do what you want day. Welcome to Mad Shad's panel. You know, fuck. I'll just hang out here and just listen to y'all talk.
We'll get
I'm
more
just kind of
people
digging the
eventually.
experience. Oh yeah,
I
okay,
haven't
yeah.
seen
Let
Wolf.
me hear.
I haven't seen Wolf going on panels much lately.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he came on panel with me last night for the test, and you know, just for the quick little test that I did, and I got back off. Wolf, you're definitely welcome. Anyone's welcome. Please feel free. Come on up.
Those are pretty nice little medical pouches that he's got.
Oh yes, yes, I have one too. I have an IFAC. It's big and it's nice. It's got everything in it. It's nice, good material, and it's got the tearaway thing. You know, so I can literally I can do good work with those. You know, I can. I could definitely save somebody's life or my own. One of those. Devil Dog. Hey, Devil Dog. You said you were gonna come up and test something. Come on up. I think I dropped the link in chat. Going to test your microphone. You said. Come on up. I'll drop the link again. There you go. Boom. Trying to hook
You
up my
can
webcam and new microphone, but all it's doing is pissing me off. I feel you, man. I feel you.
if if you go to the StreamYard link you just put in chat on the YouTube end, you can pin it to the top, so
Yep,
you
I've been
don't have
doing
to
that.
drop the link.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. I can't. I haven't figured out how to get back in YouTube or whatever. I can see chat and I can
Well,
affect chat.
right, and this is what I've got to do. All right, when I
Oh,
start a stream in StreamYard, and you set a stream, and you go into your own studio, and you got it all set, you can leave. All right, and then close that window, open up the YouTube, find that you're live that you just made, that's gonna go live, that you haven't hit live yet. You go there, then you can put the comment in the chat and pin it to the top. Then get out of
gotcha.
YouTube, go back to the StreamYard and let yourself in on your own backstage. You can do that easily once you figure out how to do it.
Actually, I just added a banner. I think.
And you can also leave as long as you have somebody else on the panel. You can also leave right now, go do something on the YouTube side, and come back and get back into your own backstage and let yourself back up.
Right. Oh, so I did it on a ticker. Oh, I put the StreamYard on the banner.
Well, I don't think they can click it, but if they're good at copying down an address,
Yeah, yeah. Get those fingers going, people.
but you can
Saving
also,
Lincoln.
because like you've got my text, you can text me a StreamYard link. So you can text this to people you want on your panel and never even
Right,
have to put the StreamYard link in the chat.
right, right. That's cool. I haven't figured out how to do all that yet.
Well, it's the
Pin
same
it
thing.
from.
When you hit copy, you can paste it right into the email or the text or anywhere else at the same time. It's the same way that you put into the chat.
All right, here we go.
Hello.
I got Wolfang. And
So
I hear
Wolf,
echo out of Wolfang.
You hear
I have an
echo?
echo. Yes, echo from you.
All right,
Uh,
hold on.
Double Dog, are you here?
Yeah, but I don't see myself.
No, we don't see you either.
How's
We're
that?
just. Woo. Yep,
Is that better?
that works. Yes, sir.
your camera might have been reversed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a new camera Wednesday. Merlin the cat chewed on my wire for this camera and it accidentally messed up.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see how this new camera works. It's supposed to have a light ring around it. I don't know if
Okay.
that'll help with the glare on my glasses or not. What's up, Devil Dog? What's up, Camo Carl? And what's going on, Mad Shad?
Welcome, 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 Wolfang. Welcome, Devil Dog. How y'all doing today?
He has to interrogate you guys now.
Hey, have you guys heard the stuff about New Jersey and all the damn drones flying around?
Yeah, they're aliens.
Are they aliens? Okay, I thought so.
I don't know. Actually, I think they're ours. That's what I think.
Really? I just watched a short clip. It was on Fox News or whatever, and they said they're about as big as a small car.
Yeah, that's how I know. That's how you know they're ours.
So is that our people testing drones in our area, or
testing or operating, whatever they're doing? Yeah.
If it was our
Nothing.
guys, why are they freaked out about them at Mar-a-Lago?
What? Because they're spying. I mean, they've been spying on us for a long time, and all the agencies do it. You know.
Yeah, they said
Yeah.
that. I guess some of them were flying over Trump's golf course or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If they were on our side, they wouldn't be worried about that at all. We probably wouldn't even have heard about it.
I'm surprised.
Well, you think about the people. It's the mentality of the people, the sheeple, the people, right? Like making people shake. Making the sheeple shake. They're not saying anything about what's
Sounds
going
like a
on,
dance.
and everybody's freaking out. Like, oh my god, what the fuck is that? Well, it's just agencies doing agency shit. You know.
I'm waiting for a redneck to start taking pot shots at them.
Well, I mean, you can't. The FFA says you cannot shoot at drones.
Right.
Right on, John H.
But if you had to, I think buckshot would be a good way to go.
Yes, but not the FVPs. The FVPs are harder to shoot down. Because they're extremely fast.
You seen the anti-drone technology and some of the homemade stuff they have
Yes.
for that?
Yes, but there's ways to negate that as well. The Russians have figured out a way to just run fiber optic. They run a 10-mile fiber optic cable that negates the drone defeating capabilities. Very simple. But yeah, they've been doing that. You've been seeing them on the vehicles in Ukraine. On vehicles and on helicopters. But you can still, and what you can also especially with FSP is get the trajectory just right and then shut it off, and it's going to ballistically hit the target.
Yeah.
So how's everybody's weekend been?
Still going. I got Monday off.
Oh, do you have Monday off? Right on. Cool.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That's why you're still on.
Yep. Yeah, I
Those
usually go to bed around this.
go fast. Go get 20 hours free sooner. Go fast.
Yeah, they do. Okay. Stand by, Double Dog. I see you. Boom. Here we go. Yep, having some technical difficulties. Let's
The
get
camera looks fine.
Yeah. Let's Put you on solo layout. Here we go.
Nope,
No
can't hear
audio.
you.
Right.
No sound.
Yep. No sound yet. Video looks good.
Yeah, video
How do
looks fine.
how do I get the thing off? How do I turn that off?
I actually think somebody made a shotgun with like a net type thing in it that you can shoot smaller drones down with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost like that monofilament fishing net.
Right. I've seen those.
Yeah, and just regular cargo net or camo net can defeat some of these drones. Yeah. Looks like he's having issues. Double dog.
Is
So I wonder if a person can manufacture an EMP on a minor scale enough to directly
Right.
impact
They
drones.
they did. They had a gun. They do have a gun, but uh, like I said, the drones, especially the FVPs, really fast. They're basically racing drones. They're so hard to track. It's hard to get a pinpoint on them, and you got to keep that microwave or EMP gun on them. Yeah.
We need smart
What's up,
bombs.
Ace?
Remember those from those video games, Defender and
Smart
Stargate?
bombs.
You could use your smart bomb and just sizzle everything around you.
Right? Yeah.
Devil Dog, you got a separate microphone or you got a microphone and cam all built into one?
Phosphorus rain. Yeah. The murder sparkles, death sparkles. Those are crazy. Set everything on fire. Yep. He Willie Pete. Seymour Cannabis. What's up, man? How you doing?
Seymour Cannabis. I like that's a good screen name. I like that one.
Yep. Oh, he's got content. He grows. He's been growing. Growing.
That's one of the things I gotta be careful about, man. I'm gonna have to be completely dry going through certain states. I'm gonna have to drive through certain states without any weed or paraphernalia on me at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Or yeah, you're just gonna get really good at smuggling it. You know.
Talk to
Okay?
Cheech and Chong. They know how to do it.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna take the risk, man. I mean, it's a big risk for me because everything I own is in this truck. I don't need to risk any of that, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
abide by it. I just gotta know which ones are a no-go. I understand, like Nevada, you don't want to go through there with weed. They'll ruin your life. That kind of thing.
Right.
Right. Yeah, and if you're going through a state and you got different plates, you're already suspect.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
I'm squeaky clean right now, so I want to keep it that way. As long as I stay squeaky clean, then there's nothing that there should all be good.
Right.
What's up, Sophie?
That's the deal, mate. That's something I need to do on my van. I gotta get my my tail light, my back tail light brake light is out.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Everything should work as it should.
Yeah. I got to do a e-check, and to do a e-check, I have to get my oil change and computer reset so I can pass the e-check and pay my registration. Yeah, good
Oh,
times. That's what I'm doing.
they do that e-check up by you guys?
Fuck yeah, I hate it. It's stupid.
Wow. Yeah, they
Yep.
stopped doing that a while back here. Cincinnati used to do it.
Really? I thought it was Ohio wide.
No, we used to do it. We don't do it anymore.
How you
Yep.
doing, Devil Dog? Trying to figure it out? Yeah. Millionaire e-check. Yeah, they basically the state hooks up a computer to your fucking car and it checks your emissions. Basically it's your emissions check.
Right.
And they see if you're in compliance. Right. Yeah. It's
Shad was an
free.
international. Shad was an international assassin, and they keep tabs on him.
What? International assassin? No, no, nope. I the only thing I did I did some international bounty hunting stuff, but no, I didn't. Steve did. Yeah, Steve did it. Um, but
They got
yeah,
to keep close ties on you.
that's it, right?
Baton Rouge does it too. Wow. Okay. KP.
Really, Phoenix does it. Yeah. Hmm. All right. I mean, whatever. Fucking stupid. I think.
No.
Yeah.
To come down there, I definitely got to go somewhere, man. We got to go see something like your local. You know any good abandoned areas? I see them on YouTube all the time. But you got any close to you, or is there any like abandoned, anything abandoned,
Yeah.
anything we could go to?
They're like abandoned buildings. Yeah, we got a bunch of them. Very interesting ones. Like
Yeah,
so Cleveland is full of like all these old eccentric uh like what factory slash castles. Uh, they were really big into building with stone. There's a reservoir right down the street from me that it looks like a fucking cat. It's built like a castle. It was built back in 1938. Holds
Wow.
millions of gallons of water. Still in operation. There's some really cool. I've been running around, in this delivery job, seeing all these weird places, man. And, they're abandoned, but they're covered in graffiti, and you can't go in there. No trespassing kind of shit. But uh, very interesting. It's very interesting to see stuff. Yeah, there's some of that too. Cha definitely. And there's some old speakeasy stuff around here. Downtown is the architecture still there. From back in the 30s and stuff. They they tried to Steve, yeah, right, Steve. Because I never did anything like that. No,
the
Steve did.
newest trending one right now on YouTube, where all the famous abandoned explorer guys are going, is in Columbus, Ohio. It's an
Yeah,
abandoned water park,
I was
and
just
it's
gonna
got
ask. Right. I was just gonna ask Shad that. I bet he probably got a lot of urban explorers up that way.
I mean, not that I know of. I'm sure you do. I just work too much to be a part of that. But yeah, I mean, I drive by them and I'm like, whoa, cool. And I try to make note of it. Like, where am I? Okay, you know, and I try to like remember and look it up later. But yeah, some interesting stuff, man. Old churches, old houses that just the old properties that are just amazing looking. Like, wow, that's they built that shit back in the day,
down
man.
there. Before I actually get down there, spot out the ones you think would be like that have two tracks or something, where you think I could park a subdued vehicle, and we could get up in one of them
Ah,
places.
I don't know about that. That's kind of risky, man. Because like a lot of these places are in bad neighborhoods.
Right.
Cleveland's
All
rough.
right,
It's a
well,
rough.
I'll
It's
find one. I'll find one, and it
Cle-
won't be too far away from me.
Cleveland's rough. They'll
Right.
they'll
So
steal the
I'm
tires right
talking, we
off your
can get
car
right
as
in
you're
the
driving
city
by.
limit. We couldn't drive for 40 miles out of town and find something a little more.
Oh, like so a place that you can just hang out, you know, set up shop, hang out, base of
No, I mean just
operations.
like go out and explore or whatever. Because I know there's like the Indian. There's a lot of Indian ruins in Ohio too, mounds and stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Yeah, we had the Serpent Mound. That's the Serpent Mound's a big one.
Serpent Mound. Wow. Yeah. We have some places I'd like to check out. I've never been to. Something called the Quarry, uh, Hocking Hills,
Yeah,
Kennedy Ledges. We got some very weird places around here that's cool.
well,
They
those
say that
sound
the
like
Quarry is
places we
just
could go to without getting in trouble. You know, that's what I was looking for. I wasn't looking for risky or places with security guards or nothing like that. I
yeah.
would like to go somewhere where we could go and look like everybody else does.
I don't think there's a lot of places like that anymore. That's the thing. Uh, Ohio, Cleveland used to be like that. They used. What's up? It's just Big Mama, y'all. What's up? How you doing? Good to see you.
what's up, Big
Uh,
Mama, y'all?
they used to do that. That was the thing. That everybody would go out into the woods, go out to the quarry to just hang out, do whatever, drink beer, trip, smoke, shoot guns, have campfires, camp out. But they've cracked down on all that now. It's everything is metro parks. There's a lot of metro parks. So check out the metro parks of the area. There's you can park there and hang out, do whatever. All
Yeah,
kinds of really cool
there's been
trails and
times
shit.
where I've gone right to the owner and asked for permission. Sometimes you could even do that. You know, if you find a business that's open or something and you see behind it a whole bunch of abandoned structure or something, they might just own it. I've walked into places and asked and got permission to go check places out.
Ah, okay, okay. So you want to go check out some abandoned buildings? Okay.
Abandoned
Uh,
buildings, topography, man, any kind of real topography, whether it was like strip mines or state parks or, lakes, all that stuff. Maybe go to the coast of Lake Erie or something. Even. I don't know. I'm just
yeah,
down for
I've never been. I'm open to it because I've never been to the coast of the lake. I have. I haven't been here in Cleveland. So yeah, yeah, dude. We'll
I mean,
check it out.
Michigan's got little parks all the way up and down the coast, all the way around it, little state parks that you can pull off and hang out at. There's a couple of them that up there by where the pinky would be. If you look at Michigan like your mitten, where just below the pinky on the side of your hand, there's a place called Arcadia Beach. And nobody goes there, Shad. It's heaven because I can go there with my truck, set up my big tent right on the beach, burn giant driftwood campfires and stuff, and nobody gives a damn. It's wonderful.
Yeah,
Those are the
I
kind
don't
of
know any
places I
places
like.
like that. I don't know anything like that around here. I don't, and I'm being honest. I haven't really looked or
You got to
asked
find
around.
it.
So yeah, we got to figure it out. Huh? Yeah.
Google Earth is a
Okay.
wonderful thing. I use
Yeah.
Google Earth to look around at stuff and
Yep. Yep. Something
adventures,
to look
man.
into.
I need some adventure in my life.
Adventure time. Well, going to downtown Cleveland is an adventure. Just driving,
I've
just
done that
walking.
before. I remember. But it wasn't that bad to be. It didn't seem like it was that bad in the 80s. Last time I went through
It's
that
not.
area was.
Yeah. Yeah. And I walked through there, took a whole bunch of pictures too. It wasn't really that bad. And when I had jury duty, I just walked all over the place. Yeah. Yeah. You had
But
some questionable people around, but
Detroit's
no big
never
deal.
really been a safe place. All right, if you're in the wrong neighborhood or the wrong side of town, that could be dangerous. Flint, Michigan, that's the same. I grew up in those places. I know. I mean, you got to watch your ass. You know what's
Right.
really
But
weird though, Chad?
it's an open carry state, so
Right.
you can always be strapped.
Well, you know what's kind of weird? What's up, Sophia? Is that when I do drive one of these trucks in a downtown area like Detroit or Pontiac or Flint, it kind of wigs them out a little bit, man. They make a way for me. I've seen guys in the city walk across the street down the sidewalk and then come back to that side street to go around my truck. Sometimes they don't know what the hell to think about in that thing. They generally leave me alone in the cities anytime that I've been down there. But in the last, you know, 8 years of mayhem, I haven't spent any time down there.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've had nothing but good experiences here in Cleveland. I've rarely have I had ever any issues with anyone
That's the
really.
same with me, man. I mean, I worked in downtown Pontiac. I worked this summer at this upholstery shop for this old guy named Charlie. It was Charlie's upholstery shop, right down in the middle of Pontiac, Michigan. I never saw a white guy there the whole time I worked there, Shad. I mean, never. There was never another white guy. I was the only one. I drove a big camouflage army truck. I had a dog that went everywhere with me, and they fucking loved me, man. I could show anything they wanted. I was in like Flynn, and nobody ever fucked with me. I did nothing but make friends. You know what I'm saying?
Right. All right. So Wolfang.
Yeah.
We have to ask you a question. That's kind of my thing now, I guess. Is
All right.
everybody gets a question. Um, hmm. Yeah, Carl's popping. Yeah, you're popping, Carl.
All right,
Yeah.
let's try muting.
Initiate your echo cancellation or something. I don't know. What's up, Anthony? Um, Good question for Carl. Okay, well, no, I've already asked Carl. I need to ask Wolfgang. Uh, um,
Just so you know, I'm muted. If you're still hearing it, I'm going to mute again.
All right.
okay, we can hear you. Wolfie is smirking. He can't wait for the question.
I have socks on.
um, how do you feel about the health of the nation?
How do I feel about the health of the nation?
What is your yeah, what is your opinion of the health of the nation, health wise?
Crappy.
Crappy.
Crappy. We're
Okay.
being fed so much poison. Our food is poisoned. I did videos on food that's banned in other countries because of the shit that we put in our food.
Hmm. Right.
I mean, if we could grow our own food, and get away from the BS that you go to the store to buy, would be a different story. But unfortunately, we all can't do that. I have managed to grow stuff from 5-gallon buckets, but still, I mean, especially the fast food. I'm sure a lot of people saw videos about McDonald's, how their processed meat is, and then videos that I've actually shared on some of the snacks that we have here and the BS that's put into these snacks. Those snacks aren't allowed in other countries because of all the crap, that the additives. What is it? Number 5, red dye and yellow. All that crap's bad for us.
Yeah.
But our health, America is not healthy.
Hmm.
Look around at the people on, getting help from the government. Look how fat they are. We have obesity here in the United States. Welcome back, Devil Dog.
What's up, dog?
Well,
I mean,
don't know.
if America was graded A to D for healthy food, we'd probably get a D.
Hmm.
That's
Wow.
that's my opinion. That's my feeling. As I
Right
sit here and drink a beer.
on.
It's
Very
almost
good.
like somebody's out there trying to kill us, huh, Wolf?
Yep. So it sounds like to me, Camo Carl.
Some magic. You know, ever since the 70s, I remember people saying, oh, you put that on your skin, you eat that, you don't even know what those chemicals can do. You know, people were hip to it on a small level for decades. But
Right.
people's eyes are sure widening. We're a lot more, you know, you hear RFK Jr. talk about it. You hear, you know, and what Wolf's saying is absolutely true. Many countries would not allow the foods that we produce because of the chemicals and additives that are in it. They're illegal in those countries. That ought to tell us
Right.
something right there, you know. And it just kind of gets brushed under the rug. It should be mainstream news, but they'll never talk about it. They'll never admit it.
Yeah.
Right. Like Raph said, you know, we get an F. I guess I was being nice with a D.
So how you doing, Devil Dog?
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
All right. I hate technology. God dang, man.
Yeah. Right.
So this is
Yep.
a second laptop I have that I was dedicating just for the YouTube channel, and I'm trying to add um, this stupid webcam to it,
Okay.
and that's what I had on my other laptop, and it worked just fine. And I have my microphone. I can't get none of it to work. So this
Huh.
is just the camera on the computer and the microphone on the computer.
Coming in
That's it.
5x5.
Yeah, you sound fine. You look okay.
Uh,
Because I'm on my laptop, and the laptop camera that's built in, this camera sucks. That's why I bought a camera for it.
yeah. Well, my live last night was on my tablet, and it worked out fine. You
Okay.
know, so
Yep. Very good.
you look
I
and
don't.
sound like you're, Devil Dog, you sound like you're right back to normal. You sound like you're doing really well.
yeah. I mean, except for the zingers I get in my head, everything's starting to get back to normal. But
That's awesome.
That's good.
the
That's
Very
good.
good.
the headaches are still there, and the last headache I had it lasted about 3 days.
Ow.
Wow.
Yeah, so
That's enough to
nothing.
drive a guy to batty.
Yeah,
That's why I
so
don't drink very often.
but
I'm
I just
still
got to
sitting here
figure out
going through all.
all
Oh,
this
I'm
stuff
sorry.
on Streamlard.
Oh yeah, it takes a while to learn it. Once you learn it, though, you get more proficient at it. Pretty much just pushing buttons to see what happens.
That's what I'm doing. It
I
seems to be
wish on
working.
StreamYard I could see. I wish I could see the YouTube. Oh, there we go. Duh. Oh my gosh, look at that. I just had to click a button. I was like, I wish I could see the YouTube comments because I'm on StreamYard here. So, and I just had to click a button and I can see them now. There we
Yeah,
go.
go over and click on comments.
There we go. Oh no.
I've been playing around with it. I don't know if you guys noticed with the little pop-up shit that I put in my videos now. I've been messing around with the editing.
Yep.
Trying.
So, what are you doing the editing on? Are you doing editing on StreamYard, or where are you doing it?
No, I have to use a whole separate app. It's called what's it called? Something Cut, Pro Cut, or Top Cut, or something like that. And I have to make the video, and then take the video and put it into the editing program, and do my thing there. and then upload the video again and then put it onto YouTube.
Wow.
Wow.
So
A lot
I
of work.
understand. Yeah, I understand why some of these people that have their channel that, you know, they've got 1 million views or whatever, their video might just be a 15-minute video, but it might take them an hour or so to actually, as they do their editing to it.
Yep. The editing, the cutting, the inserting of music or any type of other material they want to throw into it. Yeah.
I like
Many takes.
I like playing around with it though. It just, it takes a little more time.
All right,
Editing is
I need to show you guys something.
Editing is blah. I like playing around with it, Sophie B. I think it's kind of fun.
I need you guys to identify something for me. Something else I found in that dumpster. All right. It was
stand
a
by.
battery bank. All right. See the battery bank? It's got a plug on it. But it's this thing. I've never seen nothing like this. You plug it in and it lights up like a black light. All right. This is like a, oh no, I know it's a light, guys, but I know it's got to have some kind of purpose. You see this thing? It unplugs like a, almost like a
Oh
TV tube.
yeah. What was those old TV tubes back in the day?
Right, but it's ultraviolet light, and I don't know what the hell I found. I've never seen nothing like this.
That's kind of cool. It's an alien probe.
Oh God, that lights up in your ass.
Well, it didn't smell or nothing. It was clean. I just don't know.
That's
Maybe
good.
Kent knows what it is.
All right, I'm gonna
I don't know,
go.
man.
I just wanted to make sure that my stuff
Wait.
worked here. So
Wait, you're here. Have to ask you a question.
Oh no.
Yes. What do you think the biggest weakness of this country is?
Well, I'm glad I got an easy one.
our biggest weakness,
Hmm.
individualism.
Individualism.
Yep. Everybody wants to be their own person, and everybody's got to accept that, and everybody's pushing their agenda. And I'm not saying everybody, but the you know,
Hmm.
instead of we should all be Americans, and we should all want America to be safe and whatever, and it's not that way.
Right. So you say that basically we've lost
You what?
our identification as a
Oh yeah,
what happened?
the government has bought into all these other things like helping these other countries when we have our own issues here at home. The president just gave $100 billion or whatever it was to Africa.
Yes.
But yet we still have people in North Carolina and Tennessee that are still struggling to keep their head above water, no pun intended. But everything got destroyed. They don't have nothing. And we have the audacity, not we, they have the audacity to give another country $100 billion when we have people that are struggling here. We have homeless people here. We have veterans who have fought and are not the same people that are homeless. Some choose to be. You're never going to fix homelessness because some people want to be homeless, and that's fine.
Right.
That's your choice. But there's other people. A lot of people don't choose. And until we fix that problem, and we shouldn't be helping nobody else because nobody came and helped North Carolina out after Hurricane Helene hit. Not one country donated freaking money. And that's where I say individual. Where was Oprah at? Where was The Rock when
Right.
Helene got hit North Carolina? You have all these billionaires and millionaires that are sitting on their stacks of money, and you got people that are dying because they're not getting the water. They're not getting. They're living in a freaking tent, and it's 36 degrees outside.
Right.
You know, I just it's disgusting. I don't know.
But I said this a while back when this all happened, and I know, I can almost say I know this for a fact. I was in the Seabees. Send the Seabees in to where the freaking flood and where all that went on. This would be excellent training for these guys to go in there and help rebuild. Because when I wasn't overseas and I was at home during home base, we did some classes, but other than that, all we would do is go muster, and we were on call the rest of the day. And I was stationed in Port Hueneme out in California. 600 guys in the battalion. Send these guys when they're in home port. Send them down and help clean this shit up. That would be excellent freaking training for them.
Well, here's the thing. When I was in Iraq, we had contractors there. Now, granted, it was Halliburton, which was the vice president's company.
Yep.
Was over there doing exactly what our military was there to do: purify water, make electricity, do all this other stuff. Why did we have contractors there paying them $200,000 a person? Why we had, so either send the military in, let them do their jobs, or send the contractors in.
Right. You don't need to mix.
You don't need both of them.
Mm.
I never understood that. We went to our MOS schools. We decided we wanted to be in the military. We went to our MOS schools. We learned our job. Then they sent us to war. But then they send some schmuck who's getting paid 5 times more than what we are there.
Right.
And there's for it. That's why we're there,
Well, it was, and Devil Dog, it was the same way on our base because they're always building on our base. We could have did construction work on our base, but they brought in outside contract workers to do the work on our base in Port Hueneme.
And they won't pay the military more money, but yet they constantly pay these stupid these contracts with these contractors, and they're billions of dollars, contracts. But yet we could take that money and give it to our military, give them a healthy raise, and let them do their job.
Right, I agree.
Interesting.
So yeah,
I'm afraid to see.
Say about that.
I'm afraid to see.
Well said indeed.
I just wonder what boot camp is like today.
Oh, geez, I'll Pete.
Oh man, yeah. I have to say the Marine Corps is still kind of holding the line. I sorry to say, Wolf thing, but your Navy is gone down the training.
Even the Marine Corps has, in a way, because now you have female and males training together at boot camp.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They have timeout cards if they get too strict.
Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't know if that was true.
I don't know about that.
Did you hear Trump talking about removing all the woke agenda first day in out of the military?
Who said this?
Oh yeah, he's going to kick out all the transgenders.
Yep.
Oh, good.
That's what he said.
Yeah, when I heard what the Navy was doing, I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me.
I'm going to have to mute. Here comes the train.
Okay, roger that. What's up, fish sticks?
What you say, he's got to mute because here comes a train?
we got black boots when I was in boot camp, and we had to polish them from a dull finish to a shiny finish. They don't even do that no more. They have tan suede boots.
Right.
They don't have
Right.
to polish them.
No
Right.
shit.
That's fucked up. Yeah.
I
It
used to
is
have to
because
iron. We had to iron our uniforms to where
Yep.
you could set our pants up, and it would stand up on its own because there was so much starch on them.
Yep.
You had
Now
to
they
pleat.
have.
Did you have to pleat your own shirts?
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't have to pleat
No.
the t-shirts, but the uniform shirts, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we had to shine our own boots, and
Yep.
we found out some tricks later on. You know, mop and glow works real good on the tip of your boot. Just don't let it get wet.
you light the
Light your
polish
shoe
on
polish.
fire.
Right.
You light it on
Yep.
fire and let it get it melts, and then you take that liquid and get it on there. Oh yeah.
Yep.
So all right, guys. I'll still be in the chat, but I gotta go get dinner going.
Right on.
Stir fry tonight.
All right.
Ooh,
Good to see
nice.
you, Devil. Good to see you, Devil
See
Dog.
you later,
Take
Doc.
care,
Have a good
brother.
one.
Take care.
You know, I used to buy pallets of BDUs, all right, and sometimes they'd be damaged ones, and I'd do repairs. Or one of the things I used to do a lot was they were usually damaged in the knees or in the bottoms of the pants, so I just cut the legs off and make shorts. And I sold every pair of shorts I ever made out of BDUs, and then
Oh yeah.
I'd make little ditty bags out of the legs if they were good, and
Oh, there you go.
all you had to do was sew it shut, and you had the ties already there, and it was a good gig. But buying those pallets of woodland or desert, there was a few
Yep.
camo designs I'd got, but especially the woodland ones. I would get these ones that were
Thick one.
like you guys were talking about. They were just full of starch. They were like cardboard, creased perfectly. And then I would get other ones, which I've heard guys in the military refer to as cook whites, ones that were so faded that they were almost white
Yeah,
camouflage at that
those are
point.
salty ones. Yeah, they're called
Yeah,
salty.
But that was always interesting. You never know what you find in them pockets either, guys. Look at them;
Yeah.
they're both running to do their business.
I'm back.
I have found bullets and badges and patches and all kinds of stuff in the pockets over the years too.
Yeah.
I will say that's one thing that boot camp and being in the service taught me. 'Cause I had to sew on my own patches. I had to iron my uniforms. Even your covers, you had to starch your covers to get them to look that shape. Well, you actually had a frame that you would put your cover on, and we had this starch that we would spray on the hat. With our OD green cover.
Yep.
I think I have one of those things that made out of metal. It's got little screws on it.
It's that frame, so it shapes your cover.
Yep.
It's called a hat form, but you could also call it a cap.
There you go.
Did you guys have the garrison caps, the little map pockets in the top and stuff, or did you guys just get the basic ones?
I didn't.
Even when it comes to those, there were multiple versions. All right, the Navy had their own styles and colors. The Army had their own styles and color, and of course, the Marine Corps always had that. It has the flat side, almost like part of an octagon in the front of the hats.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about, with the eagle, globe, and anchor on it. Always too, if it's a Marine Corps issue. But there's quite a few variants in those, and I always tell people that are looking for surplus, there's a couple companies out there. The one you always want to watch for is if you ever find an M65 field jacket or even fatigues of any type, watch for a company called Alpha Industries. All right, because
you want a
they're
good
absolutely
warm.
the top of the line.
You want a good warm coat. Look for a pea coat.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
peacoats are good. Those are 100% wool, Navy issued.
Right.
My dad had one in World War II. It
I
never
still
fit
I
me
still
right,
have
but
mine.
I can't wear them. I can't.
I mean, what I'm talking about is when you see the maker, the manufacturer of the surplus item.
What's it called?
That,
Alpha.
yeah, that is the number one most sought after surplus. Actually, it's a contract company for the government, and that's the ones you want. An alpha coat can be worth 10 times any normal coat.
Really?
Really?
I know that was it American Eagle Industries is they're the ones that make a lot of their stuff now.
They originated doing the airborne gear in World War II for the 101st and 82nd
Um,
Airborne.
hence the name.
And back then, you could buy private items. You could buy a specialized coat or outfit and send it to somebody in the war. So there were also like private contract uniforms a guy could get. Some of those are worth more than the standard uniforms they were given at the time as well.
Oh wow. Yeah. I have to say I do love Venture Surplus. I've bought a lot of cool shit from them. They've been outfitting me for quite some time. You know.
I got hooked. I've said it before. I think I got hooked it was like 1973 or 74. Going to a local, it's actually 650 feet away from me now, the building. But I used to go in there back in the early 70s, and there would be this old guy sitting there, and he'd have a mountain pile of canvas, all kinds of stuff. And
Oh yeah.
you had to dig through it, and it was literally just a
Right.
big pile, about 10 foot tall, of packs and pouches and clothing and boots and whatever he had. And it was like, oh, 50 cents, quarter, 50 cents. And I
Right.
Wow.
bought buku amounts of it. All right. Because, I'd save my money up. And screw candy when I can get an army pack. Anyways, that's what really got me into it. Because later in life, it was in the 80s when I all of a sudden realized I've got World War I and World War II. That's worth something. That stuff, I ended up selling a lot of that stuff on eBay for big money because it was, within the war dates and that condition. It was like you. Some of that stuff has gone up in value crazy.
Yeah. I know when I was in outside of Camp Lejeune, there was a place called Saigon Sam's. That was they had everything, everything issued, all your 782 gear, and
I'd like to find.
you'd always
Yeah,
reach it.
I'd like to find a surplus store around here.
Yeah, I've looked around here. They're sad. They're sad. There is one guy. He does it old
Probably,
school. You walk in and he has lots, and you buy the lot, and you take everything out of that lot.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
I know a bunch of those guys, and I know guys around the country that my plans are to go because I've had the invites for 25, 30 fucking years. These guys have tried to get me to come down there, and they're all over the country. But people that have fields full of vehicles and stuff, I
Yep.
know where they are, and that's going to be on my travels as well. I knew a guy. I don't know if I got to find out, but he was down in Georgia, and he had what was called an M422. All right, they're a miniature Marine Corps only called a Mighty Mite. It was a miniature aluminum Jeep,
What?
very hard to find. All right, they're almost half the size of your standard World War II Jeep, which is already small. But the M422 it was made for aircraft and amphibious landings and stuff. So they made it even small and all out of aluminum. This guy, I saw pictures. He emailed me pictures years ago of a field full of those. A
Wow.
guy could go in there and build a good one with no time flat. No matter what's wrong with all of them, you could probably make one of them go. I'm sure. And
Right.
like I said, it's been some years, but I want to go and see if that stuff's still there. That's
Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna look up every surplus store I go near because I've dealt with surplus stores for decades now. Big one here in Michigan, especially in the middle of the state, but they sell the vehicles and the trailers and the giant gen sets and the big army tents. And that's
Oh
where
wow.
I used to go and do a lot of repairs for him, not just on the tents. I do clothing, all that for him too. But it wasn't that I made a lot of money there. It was that I made a lot of trades there. You know, it's like I got really good gear from that guy doing repairs for him. So if I can get those type, if I can, you know, hit all those places that I go, that ought to be lucrative enough to do it.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's some places like that around here as well. I've seen it. They like the there you go, Etsy. They like restoring. They work to restore, and they do reenactments here.
Oh, do they really?
Which is pretty cool. But
Wow.
they have nothing that like it's basically, you know, somebody's old farm, and they got nothing but just old vehicles everywhere, you know, and it's all parted out because they got to buy 5 vehicles to make one operational, you know.
Well,
But
there's
yeah.
some people that are seriously into it, Shad. There's a group here, the MVPA. It's the Michigan Military Vehicle Preservation Association, all right? And I
Wow.
met these guys back in the 90s. And the minute they found out I could fix the canvas on their trucks and trailers and all that stuff and their tents, I was in like Flynn. They made me an honorary member. I didn't, and then they didn't really count my vehicle as a, you know, it's a poor man's military truck is what I've got. Theirs are, you know, legitimate 6x6s, 8x8s. You know, I got to shoot a quad 50, brother. These guys are seriously
Right.
into their gear.
Right.
They make
Yeah.
it exactly correct, era correct. Even their gas cans are going to be dated for the same years as their truck and shit. All right, you know, they're anal about it, and I never was. But I could set my sewing machine up there and sell jerry cans and sleeping bags and clothing and stuff to them, especially that era, that right era stuff. If I had World War I or World War II stuff, I wouldn't sell that at a flea market. I'd save it for that show because I'm going to get top dollar
Right
for
on.
it there, you know?
Damn, look at that, man. The military.
We left, you know, Devil Dog talking about that, man. Desert Storm talking about leaving equipment behind.
Yeah.
Desert Storm / Desert Shield, they left all kinds of equipment behind.
Yeah, KY Survival, our military adapted, is a nice way to put it. That tiger stripe camouflage came from the Laotian camouflage pattern. They took it, but theirs was actually vertical, and we made the pattern on our clothing go horizontal. So it's actually, from what I've read, it was supposed to be a vertical pattern, which I've made a lot of outfits for that for people because they requested the stripes go up and down instead of sideways, and it is more effective in certain
Laying
areas.
down.
You know?
Laying down. Yes. Yeah. So DJ poses a good question here. So who all thinks that the Assad thing was a little gift from Barry, Big Mike's husband, to get it done before the potato puppet leaves our house, asking for a friend? I say no. I say that their plan. Look back to what's this general's name? The plan has been in effect for 15 years or so to take over the Middle East. Absolutely take over the Middle East. But maybe this is Barry's. But I don't know. I don't. That's a good question. You know, talking about Syria and all that.
I keep thinking
Syria's fallen.
Gaddafi. I keep thinking about how Gaddafi died. Waiting to hear
Right.
something about that, about just like with him.
Yep. I mean, he just basically wanted to take himself off the off the oil dollar. You know, he wanted he wanted, from what I understand, he wanted his country to be independent and to thrive, and they already were on the fast track to do that, but they were being stifled by the American dollar, the oil dollar. And so once he talked about getting off that oil standard, that's when they full send on him. You know. But now you got all these other countries doing the same thing, and the American tyrannical military industrial complex is like, well, how about we just go for the whole Middle East? So, of course, we all know that this is all in preparation to take Iran. That's their plan, is to eventually take down Iran, and put our puppets in there, so we own Iran then, and then next, sadly to say, is Saudi Arabia. They want Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has been a thorn in our side for quite some time, even though it was set up and managed by the Brits after World War II. All these countries were basically established since World War II, and there's been a constant fight to maintain control over all these countries. But it's just the desert's just a wild place. It is. It's just a wild, wild place. Middle. Oh yeah. Seems like they do that when they want new stuff, right? Right. All these companies, man, they make a fortune off of stuff, and it actually fuels the innovation.
Excuse me.
Wouldn't have the Jeep if it wasn't for stuff like that, But it's a brutal world when they have to bid contracts against each other. If you the story of the Willys Jeep. Willys, they couldn't keep up, so the contract was given to Ford, and Ford pretty much copied their designs and mass produced it, and then later on a different company gets the cheaper. They do it for cheaper and they get the contract. It's like they say, never forget that your gear is made by the lowest bidder. Because it's true. But there is a lot of stuff that they design. Velcro was invented, by the space world. Duct tape was invented by the military to cover, bullet holes on airplane fuselage.
Yep,
Often
it was.
technology, often technology starts with the military and then ends up in the public's hands.
Well, yes and no. Yes and no. The public sector has always been the most innovative and the most as far as evolutionary wise. The military has they don't have the innovation that we do as we the people.
Yeah,
Like,
but gear wise. But I'm talking gear wise. Like if you get a GP small tent, there's no better tent to live year round in bad conditions. All right, it just can't be beat. And now instead of making it on the canvas, they make it out of the vinyl, so it's even better. Now you don't have to treat them. Now they're even tougher. You know, when it comes to something like that, there's
all right,
nothing. I mean,
that's
even other
that's
countries' tents
I
don't
agree.
even
That's
compare.
boots on the ground. That's experience. That's saying, hey, this shit don't work. Let's try something new, right? Um, yeah, but there's people in their garages making stuff. I think that's the key. I think that is our greatest asset. Is the innovation that we the people bring to the table. You know what I'm
Shad,
saying?
are you building a giant robot in the garage?
I may, yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely a mad scientist like that. You bet. Fuck yeah. I want Voltron, baby. Yes, Hutch has a premiere. KP, can you share it? Please feel free. Yeah, Hutch has dropped his apocalyptic radio thing. You guys want to check that out?
A 3D printer. Hey, did you see that 3D printer that makes houses now?
Oh yeah, yeah, right.
It looks like, wow.
The one that does it looks like it's all mud.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It reminds
I've
me of
always
a
wanted to
giant
make a
beehive.
cob house. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, but those ones you're talking about remind me of like a big beehive.
right. Well, I mean, you don't have to make it like that. You don't have to make it look like a beehive or a hobbit house. That's just that's that whole hippie thing.
I don't know. Hobbit House is kind of cool.
Yeah, but when you're 6 foot, 200 something pounds, you keep bumping your head and shit, and your arms keep hitting things. You
my
put
my
holes in
wife
them.
my wife just said she wants a Hobbit house and she wouldn't bump her head. She's not 6 foot.
Right. I mean, that's why we made big meat halls.
I can't stand straight up in this truck. I got to get out of it a lot in a day because it'll drive you nuts not being able to stand up straight.
Yeah, I can't stand that. I got to have room. I look at a place and go, can I possibly do a backflip in here? No, I don't like it.
Being a
A
short
hobbit.
person has its advantages.
I guess, but short people. Us tall people always have to adjust the seat when we get into your vehicle.
Fall into the washer.
What she say?
She said, "Try." My wife is like 4'3", 4'11", but she has a hard time getting clothes out of the washer.
Okay.
She's like, I could fall in sometimes.
Oh God! See, yeah. What's that trope? Help! I'm stuck.
See your feet
Help!
sticking
Help!
up.
I'm stuck. Oh my! Yeah, have you seen that? It's the whole porno trope. You don't get stuck in the. Oh no! I'm stuck. Help me! What are you doing back there? Oh no! Help me! Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You turned it into it.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. This planet has the strangest mating ritual of all.
Yeah. Right. Right.
And there's some people that like to dress up like Daffy Duck out there.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was surgically altered to look like Daffy Duck.
That's true. There is people like that. That's some fucked up people like that. Yeah.
You got my wife over here laughing now. She can hear you guys.
Watch elephants.
She's trying to watch elephants, she said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry we're disturbing you. Yes.
Well, actually, a little bit ago, she said she wants an elephant now.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I mean,
Talk
you
about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I've seen it where if you raise one real nice and love a little baby elephant, they get bigger and bigger, and then they still think they can sit on your lap. I've seen that. It'll be just like the pool situation.
That'd be a hell of a way to die. But
wasn't there a video where a dude got his head stuck up an elephant's butt?
Now, why would that happen? Okay.
I don't know.
The elephant
It's
sat
almost
on him.
believable. I can almost see that happening.
That vision gone for now. Now it's
So, I mean, right. But I mean, think about the commute going to work. I mean, you could just go anywhere, step over cars, Right.
He dropped the link there, Blue. Are you in Top Chat or are you in Live Chat? Don't forget, folks, Top Chat is for the confused and uninformed.
Hey, somebody's got to be up there to watch over everything,
That's funny. So, are you getting ready to hit the road there, Camo Carl? What's going on?
I've got this urge. I'm sitting still here, man. I got hardly any work. My realm here is temporary as it gets. This is gonna fold up underneath me, and I'm not gonna be mobile to get out of here. I was talking about earlier. I need some people to believe in me and invest in me and get me mobile so I can start driving around this country and meeting all of you. All right, I'm gonna go to everybody. I got invites. I got 100 invites, if not more. All right, and
Right.
my plan is just to drive around, meet people, videotape it, do live streams, and do my sewing all the way. I've got people that tell me there's marinas by them, like Craig the Hunter. I'll go to his marina and see what people need repairs there. If I can get on the road and mobile, I think I can pull it off. I really do. And I think it would be a blast. And a lot of people say they would enjoy that content, because I will get up
Hell yeah.
and everywhere I can, and
I
that's a
I've thought
dream,
about
man.
that myself, just going to everyone, go to every content creator and going, hey, what's up? Just pop in, you know.
Well, you get one person to do it, and you got one thing, but then you get two people to do it, and they might think you're gay. You get three people to do it, and it just might be a movement.
Might be a movement, right? How was his restaurant?
Yeah, I missed one there, but yep, you're right. Well, I mean, I don't have anything holding me down, man. I got no family. I got nothing anchoring me anywhere. And I get more love from the people I met in this community than I do from real life. So I look forward to being able to do this. I've been working forward to doing this. All right. I've been saving money and I get close and then I get knocked right back down. And it's flipping frustrating. All right. It's
It
not.
is.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
It's like you take 3 steps forward and you end up going back 5 steps.
Right on, Coyote. I got to meet you. Somebody, I forget who it was, told me, man, you and Coyote ought to really hook up. He's really smart. He knows all this stuff. You guys would be dangerous together. You know, so I think it'd be a blast. There's a whole lot of people in Missouri I got to meet. There's several in Ohio. They're in Indiana. They're everywhere. I got to figure. I got a big map, and I got to start figuring out a path. All right, because if this really happens, I need to do it in a. I don't want to miss no one, and I want I got to hit. There's several people in Michigan I want to hit first, and then work my way down in Ohio and Indiana. But there's people in Pennsylvania too, so and people in Wisconsin and shit. So I don't know which direction I'm going to go yet.
Where to start your journey? Yeah, you're gonna have to plot your course.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
be
it's
thoughtful.
more complicated than it sounds too. It really is. Because I don't want to go main highways. That's not my style. All right, this thing is full time 4-wheel drive. It's it does fine at 55, but I don't do over 55 because she screams and howls like a banshee. It'll do 70, but I'm going to hear it the whole time. So I'm going to take as many back ways as I can, which you see more doing that.
Mm.
And
Right.
I have traveled quite a bit, and I fully believe it's not always about the destination. It's about the journey. And I've seen a lot of shit on my journey. So like I said, Chethead, I need some adventure.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I dig it. See if we can figure out an adventure here in Cleveland for you.
I don't think
Well,
that'll be too. I don't think that'll be too difficult.
just about everybody, might have a tent that needs a new zipper or a new coat zipper on like their favorite old coat or something. And I can do all that stuff. So if people were like to save up some jobs for me, like Moose Man, he's got a camper top he wants me to do. If I line us up, maybe get them to get fabrics and stuff before I get there, or pick them up on my way, whatever I need to do, and then can do these jobs each place I go.
Mm.
Some of these guys need help with construction issues and stuff. Maybe something simple like siding or wiring or something. I can do all that. I might be able to make a little like traveling handyman gig out of this. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
Mm.
you can do that too.
A circuit. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
Well, that's the dream. I mean,
Okay. I'll see what I can look up around here. Get you some business. Right.
well, again, motorcycle meets surplus stores, marinas,
There's a lot of
all them.
motorcycle clubs around here. Let me tell you that.
And a lot
uh,
of them have a hard time finding a guy that will sit there and sew their patches on right while they're there because they can't leave their colors behind. You can't take your colors into a shop and leave it there. You're supposed to be with those at all times. So you
Right.
got to sew it while they're there, and that's something they can't always find.
mm,
I'm gonna, if when this takes off, I actually have a Facebook page I put in a dormant sleep or however you want to put that. That's just for my sewing. I might get with like Zach or somebody to get me a website, and then I could, people could track which direction I'm going, and you know what I'm saying. Where because if people really do help me do this, I'm going to show it all to you. All right, I'm going to show you every bit of it because
Wow.
I feel like that would be the best full transparency. You know what I'm saying? That's
Right.
that's the way I'll be about it. I'll take
That's
all that
cool.
I can get, Holly. Thank you.
All right, gang. I'm gonna head out.
Okay. All
Thanks
right.
for having me up on the panel.
Yeah, brother.
Oh,
Thanks for
good
stopping
talking to
by and
you.
hanging out with us. Have a
Yeah, we
good
gotta
night.
get my shit together and get ready for work in the morning. Shad
Yeah.
being off.
That's right. That's right.
That's
I
all
will,
good.
dude.
I'm happy for you. It's all
Yeah.
good.
It's all because I worked my day off was Friday and I worked that day
Ah,
and
okay. All
I
right.
guess they said, okay, fine, you get Monday off. I'm like, all right, cool. I dig it.
Everybody in chat, have a great evening. Camo Carl,
It's
I'll keep
always
in
good
touch
talking
with
to you,
you.
Wolf. You
I'll
know how
keep
to
in
get a
touch
hold of
with you,
me.
brother.
You already got my info.
Yep, I do. Yes, I do. All right, you guys have a good evening, man. I'll bullshit with y'all later.
All right,
Later,
Count.
brother.
All right. All right, well, Penny, take care.
It's actually exciting to think about, Shad.
Oh
It
yeah,
is.
absolutely. Yep.
I've seen a lot of stuff, but I've never even seen the Grand Canyon. All right? I've never seen the Rocky Mountains. I've
Wow.
never seen the West Coast. I've watched so much stuff like on the Oregon Trail, or
Yeah.
certain like Slab City, California. You know about that place?
Yes, I've heard of it. Yeah, and I've seen the documentaries. Yep, Slab
I
City.
want to see it. I would go there in a heartbeat. That's the kind of that's would be fun to me just to check it out.
Yep.
I guess I probably have to get a real camera set up for like I think a GoPro or something for setting on the dashboard or something like that. What would you recommend for something like
I
that?
mean, if you're looking at limited resources, a phone, a good phone with a good, good setup. Like everything I use is a phone, and
That's all I got.
I could run a phone in anything.
That's all I got, and that's what I do. I mean, I could
Yep.
probably make a mount for my dashboard or something, but I was also thinking about getting one of those, like a dash cam, so I could
Right.
document
Oh, okay.
the I have.
I mean, it's amazing nowadays. I mean, like you might have to spend a little bit of money with like get a Samsung good 4K ultra, phone or whatever. But I mean, just get a good phone with a good camera, good video thing set up. I mean, that's basically what I got. And it works out pretty well. You see my videos; they pretty good quality. I do have some issues here and there that I have to work through, but a GoPro and a computer, that's how they do it. You get the GoPro and it's linked to the computer, so you'd have a laptop. You'd have to, plug it all into power and all that on the
Well, I
go.
can't brag about it yet, but I found a fucking laptop in the dumpster too. I don't know that it works because I have to get a power hookup for it, but I have a laptop. I have no idea if it's good yet.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, yeah. So
It's
there's programs, right? There
I
you go.
couldn't
Oh,
believe I
okay.
haul, dude. I look in the dumpster, and that's the first thing I saw was that solar light. Then I saw the laptop. Then I saw a pair of vice grips. And then a pry bar that had never been used with the protective tip still on it. And then I saw, and it was like one thing after another. Somebody threw boxes of perfectly good shit away, man. Blew my mind.
Wow, amazing, amazing. That's crazy. Yeah, it's amazing what you find nowadays. You would just throw all kinds of stuff away.
Santa came, man. It was like Santa Claus was here or something.
Oh yeah, uncentralized community network. Oh yeah.
Well, again, a lot of these people I've known them for years, man. I'm in with some of these people in this community. I'm in constant contact with. I talk to them all the time. I
Right.
know where they live. I know their real names. It's not, and we've weeded out all the yahoos pretty much. In my eyes, I know who's real and who isn't now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it's we've hung out with each other, for years, talking to each other for years, and some of we've met each other. That's
I
we've
got a
built a
kick out of
community.
those meetups I saw you were at. I
Yeah.
saw that. That was. I felt bad a few times. There's been several meetups, even the Pilot Mountain ones. Man, I lived right by Pilot Mountain. I climbed Pilot Mountain twice. All right,
I would have loved
to
to
see
went there.
everybody gathering there was like, fuck, I wish I could get there, but
Me
I was
too.
far
Yeah.
away from that dream back then too. It was more than just the tires and brakes at that point. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Right.
I want to go to those. I want to be there. I have a camp. All right, everybody sets their camp up at these meetings and stuff. I have a camp. I made all my tents. I would love to show off my kit
Yeah.
because people
Right.
they people joke with me all the time. Oh yeah, you got a mash setup. Well, almost. There was times where I did have more than a mash setup. I had a lot of tent, but now I'm down to the ones I custom made, and I can set up a couple big tents and my little tents, and the people can congregate around the wood stove. Several. I've had parties in the big tent. That when it rains and gets cold,
Yeah.
everybody's drying their shit in my tent around the wood stove.
Yeah.
It's standard operating procedure. I love to
Back in
host
the
that
day, I
kind of
had big fucking tents. I had all kinds of shit. And that was the thing. I'd show up and just set up tent city. I was like, wow. Yeah. Now I've downsized everything. Just for GP. So Devil Dog has a question here. How far away from getting monetized are you?
Well, I don't know. Even if I was monetized, like I said, I got no card for it, no bank account for it. So all I got now is that PayPal. Uh,
Right.
I'm at a th- I'm a, I made it over 1,000 subs just the other night,
Oh, well,
and
you're ready to
I
get
figured
monetized then.
that's what I thought. But no,
Yep.
how do you know? They didn't prompt me for it or anything yet that I
Yeah.
know of.
You go to your analytics. Download YouTube Studios. It's free, and it will give you the option to monetize, and then you just you link it to your bank account, and there you go. They send you a check
Well, I'm
every
gonna open
so
up a bank
often.
account probably. That's what I got to do is I got to open up another bank account. So
Yeah,
I'll
I
need to
mean, I feel you, and I understand, but you just gonna have to get with the times, brother.
Well, coyote, I've made teepees. I got pictures of the process and stuff of full size teepees, the actual,
Ah,
because
cool.
real teepees are huge. I've made yurts. I've made all that stuff. So, anybody got any ideas and I'm coming your way, that would be the time to speak up. I make all kinds of tarps now. I make covers for lawn tractors and quad runners and motorcycles and just about anything you need like that.
Wow. Oh yeah.
I do ice shanties, hunting blinds, all that stuff, man. I've got tons and tons of photographs of my work, and like that's what I was getting to. I'll open up my Facebook uh, business page again, and then I'll do a website, and I'll link everything together to YouTube somehow. But that way,
Yeah, do
people
that.
could.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the more you're there and you're reaching at least 1,000 people, or maybe less, right? Not everybody watches, uh, but you get that word out, you get that stuff out there. This is what look at Still in Tree. Look at Still in Tree. He's already starting to get orders and send stuff off and making some money. So
See, now
and
that's another person I plan to collaborate with because I used to be a vendor and I would go and maybe accumulate some stuff to sell and go and set up rather right with them, and do some sales that way. I think it'd be nostalgic to me. I haven't done that in years.
yeah, the marketing part, is that's the thing. Is just getting out, telling people what you do. Telling people what you got, what you do, and showing them, and just keep showing them. Right. So, um, that I think that would open up a lot of opportunities for you just doing that. You know, you said you got tons of pictures. Just sit down one day and just put them all together in a video and go bam. And then what happens? You do that. You get coverage, and then I'll take it and share it, and then my people see it, take it and share it, and it just goes on and on and on, right? So you know, even though you might reach like maybe 50 people, you know, three or four people of that share it, and boom, you're getting more 50 people, another 50 people, another, and it just goes on and on and on. So the network and the marketing, you know, of course, you know, the community is going to like, hell yeah, let's throw this out there, you know.
So I opened up a shop in '95. I opened up a shop in in a basement, and it was off of a pretty good sized highway. And at the time, I started buying truckloads of army tents and stuff, immersion heaters, wood stoves, tents, liners, vestibules, everything. I was buying it out of Pennsylvania cheap. And I get truckloads. I set the big army tents up right next to the highway for sale. And some of those tents would need repairs. I do the repairs. Some of them I added windows to them because you know a lot of military tents didn't have windows. But I started the shop, and what I was getting to is one Friday, a guy from the local newspaper came in and said, "Hey, man, I would like to interview you, you know, for this thing called It's Your Job or It's My Job." And he did this, you know, hour-long interview on me, took a picture of me. That Sunday, I still have the newspaper clipping. I have a couple of them, but they put a picture of me sitting in front of my sewing machine. You know, I'm wearing a boonie hat that I made, and you know, got American flag patch on my black BDU top and stuff. And he explained everything that I sewed. He says, you know, this guy, if you got a repair or something, you can bring it in. He's sewn just about anything and all this. And that, like I said, he did the interview on Friday. It was in the newspaper on Sunday. That Monday, my phone started ringing and never stopped. Just that one advertisement took me right. I had more work than I knew what to do with, man. It happened that quick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the same thing with YouTube. You know, that's you have the potential to reach all kinds of people. You know, so do it. You know, and we'll support you.
I know you will, man. I appreciate it, and I love that, man. And dude, it's a mutual support in my eyes. I don't want nothing for free. I want the people that help me are going to get something in return. All right, you know, if people really do, I can't not do something back. All right. I've never had stuff just given to me. I never wanted nothing for free. The most appreciation I get out of my day is making money myself. You know what I mean? I that sense of accomplishment, and it drives me. I want to get to that point is all I need, man. I need that. I need to
Yeah.
step up.
Can you get back in chat and throw out your what is it called? Your PayPal? You got a PayPal?
Yeah, I can put it's my old email, and now I know the
Yep.
phone still works, so I can get to that email, but it's all lowercase, no matter
Yep.
what.
Throw it
You
back in
see,
chat. And I've shared it twice, but I had to dig. I had to go all the way back into chat, all the way back to the beginning to find it. So if you can continue to drop it in the chat, please feel free.
all right, it's actually my name backwards, and I thought I made this 20 something years ago. I thought it was a good idea, you know, and it screws everybody up. That's why it wasn't such a good idea, because it's my name backwards, all lowercase
All right,
is what it is.
I need coffee.
I'm getting there. I forgot I could type when I'm on the panel. I just can't type when I'm on my own panel. I can't type in the chat when I'm on the phone because that's the same thing, man. I'm running on just a phone. No, all you people know my real name. I told you it was the middle name's even worse. It makes me sound. You hear the Scottish in it. I'm half Scottish and half Native American. In other words, what I was saying, I can get to my PayPal. I can't get to that email unless I go to a hotspot or a Wi-Fi, access it through my old phone. They will not let me put this old email on my new phone for some reason. I've gone through hoops to try to do it and still ain't there. But when I go to those places, I can read the emails, but I can't answer an email from anybody right away. It'll take me a while to get an email from anybody. That's why I always give everybody my number like I did you. You know, it's going to be much faster.
Right.
I don't, I'd have to.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Once I go and get a new bank account, I can link my PayPal to it. I can change my email address on it and bypass that problem. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I mean, now that you have the downtime, and use it as preparing time. You know, prepare everything, and get everything ready to go.
Well, that's another element of this. My presence, I've rented this lot for over a year now. And my presence here is partly a security blanket because the two shops here have been heavily vandalized and heavily raided. They took
Oh,
all their scrap metals, they take batteries, they take tires, they spray painted the whole buildings, customers' boats, rows of them. Thousands and thousands of dollars in damage happened here just recently before I got here. And my presence has staved that off quite a bit. Nothing's happened since I've been here, in fact. But because they know I'm here, those fuckers casing the place, they see me. You know, they go, "What the fuck is that?" And they stay away. And I'm
right.
sure once I leave here, it'll be open pickings again. But then again, the owner of the shop has terminal cancer, so he might not. He's been talking about just quitting already. So this may not. I may not be needed here at any moment. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, yeah. I feel you, but you know, you got to carry on with your life. I understand your obligation, but I think what you're doing is a great idea. You know, and I kind of I envy that. I really do. I love traveling. I love running the roads, going places. But you know, life gets in the way, and I decided that well, I would try to make my fortune in the big city. What a bad idea that was.
I'm no one to judge that. I've lived in the city and I've lived in the country. I've just lived in the country more.
Oh
That's a
wait.
little bit of a one there, double dog, and it sounds like you got something good going.
Oh,
What's up, my fellow hemorrhoids?
what's going on, KP Heathen? How you doing, brother?
Living the dream, one nightmare at a time.
One nightmare at a time.
That's good.
Oh yeah.
Looks like
Yes,
I might be
indeed.
off for the next 2 days.
What? Really?
Yeah, rain
Rain.
all day tomorrow and Tuesday.
Wow.
Oh, here comes a train. And kickoff isn't here.
Yeah, cool. We can hear it. That's cool.
Okay. All right. It wasn't letting me X out of chat, so I couldn't get there fast enough anyway.
I can't believe you've been on already 5 hours and 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Not one buffering.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know. I know. It's just this is nuts. This is nuts. Yeah.
God smiled down upon you today.
Yes, indeed. I think what it is the YouTube gods are confused. You know, the
Well, they keep running around
gatekeepers.
with their heads stuck up their ass, so
Yeah, yeah. I found a way to circumvent their their observations. Yeah.
Maybe it's just you they don't like, so they don't mind all your panel members, so they want to give you a decent enough so where you could hear at least the people on the panel.
Right. Well, I mean, I think it's I've gone outside their realm of their realm or spectrum of observation, and they can't fuck with me here on StreamYard. Until they figure out a way. I'm pretty sure they will.
Yeah, yeah. We probably shouldn't even have mentioned it. She just ran with it.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah, Campbell, I've seen some of your videos, man. That little bike was awesome.
I still got that, man. I definitely want to take that with me. The way that I changed the inside of the truck, I made it where I can pull that right in the back and tie her down between the bunk and the desk. It'd be
I
a
hear you.
handy little thing maybe for some trail riding.
I
Oh
was
well.
watching a video the other day where they had some military dirt bikes for sale. Oh, I'd love to get one of those diesel powered. You can go like
Oh, now you're
a whole
dreaming.
month.
The MT500 diesel
Yeah.
multi-fuel Harley Davidson military
What?
issue motorcycle made in Italy, but in 91 they made them in 90 and 9, I think 89 to 91. But they're super quiet, man. You can see it here talking like this, and you can't even hear the motor purring. They got a silencer on them. They come with a hard nylon scabbard for your gun, hard nylon Pelican cases that snap on the front or back forks. They've got a blackout drive light system. That is one of the baddest motorcycles. It is the baddest motorcycle on the planet to me, KP.
Wow.
I bet you it's expensive to buy too.
I could have bought one with like it had 800 miles on it. I could have got it for $5,000 back in like '98 or something, and I didn't do it, man. I bought a tailoring shop instead. Probably should have bought the bike.
So, Double Dog 2856 says, Carl, I'm heading to Ironwood, Michigan, 9-hour trip, meeting some sheriff.
Yeah, I responded. That's a good drive, but no telling what good deeds he's doing. I'll bet they're all constitutional sheriffs. That's all I can imagine.
So, what's your question you got for me, Shad?
Um, oh, hmm, okay. Let's see if I can phrase this properly. Uh, um,
What is the answer to everything?
Nothing.
right.
Because
Wrong.
everything has nothing.
No, the answer to everything is 42. The answer is 42.
42.
You ever
Yeah, that's
see
right.
the
42.
Hitchhiker's Guide to
I love that. I love that movie. I love the book. I love the
Yeah.
movie. Um, how hopeful are you for your kids' future?
Well, I got 4 kids.
Your youngest.
My youngest,
Yeah.
he's dead set on becoming a Marine. And with the way the world was going, which we'll see how it is in 4 years, I don't see a very good future for him if he does go in the Marines. But who knows? He might be like his older brother and be really smart and get something that's non-infantry.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Would you think that you would try to steer him into something you know vocational orientated, job orientated, and as opposed to being a grunt? Because I agree with
Yeah,
you. I was a grunt.
yeah,
It
yeah.
sucked.
I've always told him, I said, look, why go to college or do anything like that when you can always go to trade school and learn a trade and not be in debt for the rest of your life? Granted, I'm talking to a 9-year-old, and I was like telling him, look, you can always go learn welding, auto mechanics, because there's always going to be uh, auto repairs to be done, no matter what kind of vehicle you got.
Yeah. Hmm.
I'm not going to
That's
steer him
great,
toward
man.
a computer career because we see how that goes,
Yeah.
Got the highs and
I'm glad
lows.
I got the easy question. That's all. You gave me an easy one.
I mean, I can give you a harder one if you want.
No. That's all right. I'll just
But don't get me wrong, I like to steer him towards his creative side. He's doing YouTube little videos for kids his age and everything. Little
oh,
goofy videos, you know.
okay. Yep. Right. I mean, I remember the kid that he got millions of subscribers, and all he did was a toy review.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that was Ryan,
Yeah.
little Asian kid.
I don't know. I thought it was an American kid.
I
But
don't know, but I know they had that little boy named Ryan. He started out doing little YouTube video toy reviews and stuff like that, and now he's like a multi-millionaire.
right. Something very simple and innocuous, turned into something very, very lucrative. You know.
it'll happen, man. Doing eBay all those years, I got to know a lot of GI Joe guys, the original GI Joes from the '60s
All
and
right.
'70s. These guys can be a bit fanatical. No way around that. But it wasn't just that. When Facebook started, they created these groups on Facebook, and I ended up being like a moderator, except on the world's largest GI Joe page, I was an expert. All right, I even have the most famous guys come and ask me questions about that because I did keep track of that shit back then, and I got to be worldwide known selling GI Joe, and I got, like I was saying, I even got. There's this guy in Australia. I've known him for 20 years. He rebuilds Jeeps. He goes all over and has recovered World War II Jeeps from all over Australia, and he restores them and stuff. And I've got invites to go see that guy. I just don't feel like leaving the country no more. But there's you can make money with them toys. You do. I've seen a lot of reviews. I've seen where they'll do restorations on old toys and stuff, and people need. There's a lot of people that are into that, and they pay top dollar for that stuff. So yeah, that stuff will get watched.
Kind of like the Antique Roadside Show.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah.
Well, looks like right now, the number one seller, the highest priced items on eBay, I guarantee still to this day, he's been like this for decades. There's a guy named Joe Zeta. He's in New York, and I've got an open invitation to go there. He's got a fucking warehouse full of this shit, and nobody knows it. And if he had help there while he does these live auctions and all this stuff, I'm going to visit him. He's if you look up GI Joe on eBay and then hit the most expensive, highest priced item, that page will probably be all his stuff because he gets thousands and thousands of dollars for little pieces of plastic just by knowing what it is. You got to know this stuff to sell it. They make reproductions. There's fakers out there. You have to build a reputation on that sale before you're trusted in those communities. You know.
Yep. See me, I used to be able to draw all the time. I draw. Used to draw like album covers of different metal bands I liked. I drew the Puss Head skull from Metallica. I even went as far as drawing the whole album cover of Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. That took a long time, but it turned out pretty cool. Now I do wood burning.
I saw Eddie walk across the stage like a 40 or 50 foot tall one.
Yep. And
I
they're
was
still on tour too.
I was obsessed with Eddie from Iron Maiden. I would draw all the Eddies that I could find, and then I
You
Egghead.
take but I take yours too. You fire musket, but I run you through. And while you waiting for the next attack, you better stand. There's no turning back.
yep, yes
I
indeed.
think I think Trooper and Wrathchild are my two favorites.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, the singer of that song died not too long ago.
Brian
really?
Dickerson.
Yeah. No, Bruce Dickinson. He's still alive. He's
Bruce Dickinson.
the second singer of Iron Maiden. They had a third one, but then Bruce Dickinson came back from flight school and everything like that. He used to fly Ed Force One. but England made him turn in his license due to the fact of his age.
Mm.
I saw him back in the '80s. It would have been all the original guys, I think.
Boom, boom, boom,
That was the
boom.
good thing about growing up around by Detroit. You know, you had Cobo Arena, Joe Louis Arena, you had Pine Knob Music Theater, you had all these places where there was constant good bands.
Yeah, you'd think that New Orleans would have a lot of good music. We got a lot of good local music, but nobody comes here anymore. But yeah, granted, we had Taylor Swift last month or whatever.
Oh God.
Nothing
I
really
don't
good.
even know who that Fast Taylor is. I keep hearing about this really fast Taylor, and I don't even know who it is.
I was supposed to see Megadeth during COVID, but with COVID happening, they canceled the whole tour and all that. But then they kicked back off with the tour again, but they didn't come to New Orleans.
Really?
If I'm not mistaken, the last time Megadeth came to New Orleans was during the Monsters of Rock tour. That was back in the 80s.
I saw the Monsters of Rock, and you remember one called the Black and Blue,
Yeah.
Black Sabbath and Blue Oyster Cult,
Yep.
Ozfest. There was a bunch of like repeating concerts, tours like that.
Yeah, it ain't the same in the music world now. Lemmy died and Ozzy retired. Still got Iron Maiden going. Overkill still going.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Ted Nugent more than any of them. It's over 20 times I've seen Ted. And before I found out Steven Tyler was on the Epstein list, I used to listen to Aerosmith a lot too, and I've seen them over 20 times. I just wouldn't pay money for it, knowing what I know now. Not until I know the truth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can no longer endorse that. That's the way I feel when I hear that shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
he gave up
Bum me
singing.
right out.
He gave up singing. He's having voice issues, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, bum me right out to find that out, though.
Yeah. Hell, even Brian Johnson, he gave up singing with AC/DC for a while, but he came back.
It's another one I've seen both versions. I've seen Bon Scott and I've seen him. Because I was hooked on ACDC before that happened. Bon Scott is, if I had to choose between listening to either or, it'd be the older original ACDC. Well, the second singer. Did you know there was another singer before Bon Scott even on ACDC? A guy like, I
Uh,
think his name is
I thought it was
Dave
just Bon.
Williams or something.
I thought it was just Bon
No,
Scott and Brian Johnson.
they started off almost like a pop band in Australia, and this other singer was. They only did like a couple songs that Bon Scott did over later, but yeah, they got on the charts with a different singer even before Bon Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Big
Yeah.
improvement when Bon Scott joined, right?
Yeah.
Big.
He loved getting drunk and fighting. I
Classic
remember
Aussie.
I remember seeing him after he got into a fight. His tooth was hanging down and everything.
Yeah,
Rowdy.
he was
Favorite
a
Rowdy.
song of
scrappy.
Bon Scott is "It Was One of Those Nights When You Turn Out the Lights and Everything Comes into View."
She had the face of an angel, the body of Venus with
Good thing I have a
arms.
day job doing concrete, huh?
Yeah, me too. Me too. And it ain't even like I know I can't sing, but I love the lyrics. That's what it's always been with for me is the lyrics of that shit.
Hmm.
Shit, Iron Maiden is the reason why I got into Egyptology.
Oh
Right?
yeah. Power Slave.
I
Alexander the
see.
Great, yeah, Power Slave was the one that did it for me.
Yep.
I can see the connection.
I think that was my first Iron Maiden experience was getting Power Slave, the cassette.
There's not one song on that whole album that you can bypass. You have to listen to all of them.
Yeah, and I think of course the the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner.
Yep.
Their rendition of that really got me into poetry and the history of poetry and literature, and I was obsessed with that. And little fun fact is, in school I was a poetry genius.
You see some of my posts of random random thoughts or things I do with being a drunken heathen.
Mm. No, I don't have that.
Coyote, I had the Jackal cassette, their promo cassette. I had their first poster. I met those guys at a club in Detroit. I think it was the IROC Club, but they had some really good music too. That
Yeah.
lumberjack song, but
She
I
loves
stand.
my cock.
Yeah, I wondered if anybody knew that one.
Yeah.
Ain't
When I
no
got
way
that
around
cassette,
it.
I listened to the whole thing.
Yeah, that was a good album.
You know, Jesse James Dupree just came out with a solo album, huh?
No, I didn't.
Yep. Look it up on YouTube. He releases his videos on and his songs on YouTube. They still play Full Throttle Saloon every uh that big biker rally in South Dakota.
Sturgis?
Yeah, Sturgis.
That's another cool thing about Detroit. We had Harpo's, which is a music club, rock and roll, hard rock club. It was an old theater, multi-layer theater. And we had the IROC, we had New York, the Ritz, we had Blondies, we had all these clubs that were just for the hard rock band. So you would get a band like Guns N' Roses would be famous after their first album, but they'd get into a slump, and they did come out with other albums, but they weren't as popular in the years
Right.
later. A couple of
Right.
years after Appetite for Destruction, they were playing those clubs, and it was cool because there'd only be maybe 500 people in the club instead of the 30,000 people that you would see at a concert.
Mm-hmm.
You might get to meet them. You might get to see more. You definitely hear more. Those are good
Right.
experiences. That was fun
I
shit.
agree. I used to love going to shows, and I fell in love with local music, more over than say, mainstream stuff. I was just obsessed with it. Seeing so
Yeah,
many
I can name
badass
off.
bands.
I can name off a lot of bands, local bands from the Gulf South that you might have heard of and you might not have heard of, but yeah, they're real good bands. Like
You'd be
Three
surprised
Doors
what you can
Down and
find on
Zebra.
YouTube, Casey. You could be surprised what you'll find on YouTube. That's how I
Yep.
ended up going to the clubs all the time. Was I had friends that had successful local bands. Like one of them won 6 Detroit Battle of the Bands in a row. All right, that made them on the circuit. That made them well known. It might not be country well known, but everybody locally knew who they were. And there was a couple of them that I knew really well, good friends in those bands. And
Yep.
it was a different. It was like a step inside the door. I was not bound to the same restraints as just the normal customer. I was in all the back rooms. I was doorman. I ran sound. I ran lights. I did a lot of shit for those bands, and the owners knew me. So it was like it was a view that most people might not get, and that was
Right.
I enjoy those memories, man. That was a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to meet Doyle von Wolfgang Frankenstein, whatever his last name is, from the Misfits. He
Oh,
came to
really?
Louisiana like 3 times. I missed one of them.
Wow.
I I don't know who that is, but when I was a juvenile delinquent, all right, my mom was a
Yeah.
cop.
Let's go.
One of the reserve cops that worked at the same police station was
Wow.
also a Brass Ring Productions bodyguard. He worked for a bodyguard company that worked all over the world, really. But on the Detroit circuit, he was good friends with people like Steve Miller and Alice Cooper. And he got me so many backstage passes. I got to meet Nazareth back. When I say meet, though, realize it's just shaking their hand or saying something to them and then move on to the next ones. And it's just a brief meeting. But I got to do that with Jethro Tull, Nazareth, April Wine, Alice Cooper, a whole bunch of bands. And that's, I was lucky at that point. This guy, I spent age 10 to 15 either on the run or locked up. And I had a different kind of childhood. But that guy, the same guy, that bodyguard, his name was Wild Bill Connolly. If you're ever out there, man, dude, I remember you. He was a monster. He was like a 7 foot tall dude with a baby face. All right. And I remember wrestling around with him. It was trying to wrestle the Marshmallow Man or something. There's just nothing you could do to him. And
Kind of
anyways,
like Mash had.
well, I was little then. And
Epic.
where was I going with that? Anyways, he was a
Like,
cool dude, and he said, "Oh, I know what I was going to say." He said, "Carl, if you can stay out of trouble for 1 year, I have you a job as Steve Miller's personal assistant." And he says, not a roadie. You're going to carry his guitar and his stuff on the planes, on the buses, wherever you go. He goes, you go, and that's already set. If you can stay, and I got fucking in trouble within months, dude. I blew it.
oh man, damn.
That sucks.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
This sucks.
Okay, so there's an interesting question here. That's a good one. What opportunity have you wasted that you have always regretted?
That's it for me, right there.
Well, I was working at NASA as a equipment operator, and I was in the middle of a big old parking lot, no porta potties, and I took a telehandler, which is one of the really funny looking forklifts, and drove it to the gas station to go use the bathroom, and they let me go over that.
Oh man. Ouch.
It's not like you just whip it out and take a leak right there in the parking lot because they got cameras everywhere. I could really get
Right. Yeah.
in
Right.
trouble with that.
Boom. Anti-ad check. Wow. Look at that. Man.
But
KP, many years ago, a friend of mine, this is a guy that had been in an accident when he was young and he had his head squished. And he was never 100% there. Nothing that there was anything wrong with him. But his brother had this fenced in big yard out in the country. And this guy I knew, he went out and took a piss behind the barn of his brother's place. And some kids were looking through the cracks in the fence and saw him. And they arrested him for indecent exposure. And
Man.
such a fucking, oh my God, I can't believe they did this to this guy. And since it was kids, they tried to put him on that, sex list
yeah, the
and shit
keto list, yeah.
Yeah. What's up,
for
Trent?
something
How you
that
doing, bro?
innocent.
Hey,
You know what
hey.
I'm saying? He was out of view. Those kids were spying on him. That's the only reason they saw that.
Sad. But at least I still got my
Yeah.
security clearance and all that intact. I can go to any military base, any federal facility. So I'm still good.
That's
Right
cool. That's
on.
good. That's good.
That's
So
handy
yeah,
to
Trent,
have. You can go to the PT, or
the PX.
because the PX on base, because the last time I went to Missouri, I know a full bird colonel down there, and he took me all over the base. That was some fun shit.
When I got a kick out of with my security clearance, I can go to Bell Chase Naval Base, pull up to the gate, the guard shack, and everything, and show them a card and drive straight on through. Not get checked or anything.
Mm,
I got a
yeah, man.
challenge. I got a challenge coin from a full bird colonel because the whole time we were together, I was talking about politics and Trump and all that stuff, and he just out of the blue handed me a challenge coin. First one I'd
Really?
ever got.
Wow. I lost
Cool.
all my challenge coins. That's
Same,
that's one of my
same here.
regrets. Lost
Yep.
them all.
I lost the one I had.
Damn. Lost
The
my
only one, the
book,
only one I
everything.
ever had, I was working at a company called Total Safety, and they can come up to you and ask you if you got your challenge coin. If you do, they'll give you $5 on the spot.
What?
I
Nice.
ain't selling mine. I got mine put away with my pictures. I'm keeping that.
Mhm.
I
Oh,
guess they're
man.
unique. I guess those are unique, depending on who gives them to you.
Yep.
To
Oh
me,
yeah.
it's more of the respect that they get that they are bestowing upon you with giving you a challenge coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're part of the club, man. Yeah, I mean, you did something. You know, you did something.
Yep.
Here's your here's your proof, right? And then
Here's your
of course,
receipts.
yeah, you get
Yep.
your receipts, right? So, and you get to retain, you get to cash in those receipts, hopefully for a free drink or so, right?
So, what was the question?
Ah, you want the question as well?
Yeah.
What is one thing, the one opportunity that you missed that you regret?
Ooh. That would have been 1987.
Mm,
I yeah, allegedly allegedly
allegedly.
spent a week in Havana, and I should have stayed a month or longer. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's all I can say.
That's how I feel about the Bahamas. I should have never left.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that this involves a woman.
Kinda, but
Allegedly.
no. Kinda, but no.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And she wouldn't come back with me, but I should have stayed longer.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I have a
Yep.
few of those.
Yeah. 1987. That was 87.
87.
87,
Okay.
that was a good
Yeah.
year for me. It's also when Appetite for Destruction came out.
Yeah. That was a great year for me.
I had just walked back from the South to Michigan with an 80-pound pack in 87. I walked from North Carolina through South Carolina, down into Georgia, back all the way up, went through to Tennessee, back into North Carolina a little bit, into Tennessee and Kentucky, but I came back to North Carolina, went up 77 into Virginia,
Yep.
walked all the way along the Blue Ridge Highway. Remember
Nice.
walking up to a sign that said 65 miles to anything. Kept walking. Uh, I spent 2 months walking through, and then finally walked back to Michigan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Living down south was great, man. I love those mountains. I lived in Kernersville. I lived in Greensboro. I stayed up in West Virginia for a little while, but I love that down there. I can't wait to see it again. It's gonna feel wonderful. You ever get the feeling of returning to a place you've been in your past, and you get this like feeling of energy when you go there?
Yeah.
You ever get that?
Yeah. A reconnection.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it when I was in Arizona. I was living in Bullhead City, right around Lake Havasu. Right
Mm-hmm.
across the river was Laughlin, Nevada. I loved it out there because of the desert and the mountains and everything. But there was no work out there
Mm.
other
Mm.
than casinos and security.
Yeah.
This 22-year-old nephew that works at the shop just about 3 months ago, I guess it's been close to 3 months, just out of the blue, came into work one day and handed me a mint condition Ted Nugent free for all cassette tape in mint condition. I mean, a vintage original. Now I got to get a cassette tape for the truck because I got a mint condition Ted Nugent tape given to me.
Wow.
Motor City Madman.
Such a healthy place for all the boys and girls. It's the murder capital of the world, or it used to be. Then Chicago took it. Now it's somewhere else.
New Orleans.
No, it's still Chicago.
Is it still Chicago?
Iraq. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of death goes on
Yep.
there.
I spent 6 years in that place, and God, yeah. Uh-huh.
See, Arizona, I got to see
Never been there.
Arizona. I got to see the Superstition Mountains. There's a lot of places I've Google Earthed in Arizona. I need to see that.
Yeah.
I want to see Death Valley. I want to see that.
Been there.
Tell me more.
It's Death Valley for a reason.
Yes, it is. I
Arizona
want
was
to
pretty
go.
cool.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Grand Canyon and spend time in the restricted areas.
That's what I want to do, Vision. All right,
Yeah.
I've been talking about this too. I want a couple weeks to spend there. I'd like to have a drone. I want to go
Yep.
down horseback. I don't like mules, all right? I mean, I can ride them and stuff, but I see they have mule tours. I'm hoping they have a horse that you can rent. I'd like to
I don't
rent a
want the
horse.
tour. I want to backpack and go
Exactly. I
to
want to do it on my own.
and go to the restricted areas that they won't let people go to because of what's there.
Well, I got climbing ropes. I got ascender, descender. I got a lot of that stuff. And I just need to get a drone and you to go out there with me.
I'm game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that sounds like an adventure right there. That's the type of
exactly.
adventure I've been talking about.
Yep.
I know you're thinking the same thing I am. There's a
Yep.
restricted area over there. They won't let any aircraft. They won't let anybody in there. Why in the hell not? Because there's some fucking legends about some of that shit. I'd like to know.
Yep. And they don't want to explain why it's on this continent.
So all right,
I'd like
let's
to
make
say,
I like this. I
I think
like
the
this.
way
The
to do this
conspiracy
one would
theory
be a
thing.
raft. See,
What?
I Google image that location and where it goes around the bend in the river. I think is where you'd want to land. I think you need a raft for this vision. I think we'd have to get a
Exactly.
raft.
So here's a
Exactly.
question for panel. What do you think the biggest secret is being held secret from us?
Where's
Aliens,
Jimmy Hoffa?
Bigfoot. Where's Jimmy Hoffa?
That Antarctica, allegedly.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Colonel Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, that there is a larger landmass than what they say is there, and what is there is, how do I say this?
Say what you want. My channel.
Yeah, but I understand that, and that's why I'm mindful that there is something there, or many things there that they don't want us to know, including technology that they claim does not exist.
Well, I've watched in real time when because I was on Google Earth before this happened. I watched them change what you can see in
That's right.
Antarctica.
They scrubbed it.
Yep.
Right. So what do you think, KP Heathen?
Let's see. What's going on in all the national parks where they got certain areas blocked off to the public?
Yep.
You know why David Powley is missing 411?
Yeah, right. Yep. David Pilatus. Yep.
Yep.
So what do you think it is, KP?
It's probably the government doing something. Maybe some alien stuff going on. I don't know.
Yep. I got a question for the panel.
Okay.
Is Bigfoot real?
From what I can find, I can't find hide nor hair of him. I've tried to find that dude. All right. I mean, by myself, alone in the woods. Where people say that they've seen or heard of it, and I can't find it. All right. Now, I'll give you the other side of this. I've made ghillie suits for decades now, and I have a ghillie suit. And I've used my ghillie suit in areas where there are people. And the moment they see that ghillie suit, they're the fuck out of there. All right. That scares the shit out of people. People are so easily scared, especially in the dark in the woods by themselves. I mean,
Mhm.
that's one of the things I've seen even the toughest acting dudes crumble. All right. I'm I'm skeptical about the Bigfoot, especially in the numbers that people report it. Do I believe there was something in the Himalayas? Well, yeah, the monks got a piece of something up there. The Yeti, I think that there was something like them. There could be a
Yep.
couple real ones, but I don't think they're out there in the numbers that people. There's people frauding everything, man. They put if there's one real Bigfoot sighting on YouTube, there's going to be 3,000 fake ones on there too. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So if he exists, he's not in the numbers that they portray him
Right.
or the rumors.
Yeah,
I
Bigfoot
do
is
have
real.
I do have a story. Go ahead, KP.
Backslash turn into men, mermaids turn into women.
What? What was that,
Yeah,
Missy?
Bigfoot is real. I forgot my razor and I needed to shave really bad.
Tell him, Missy.
How you doing, Missy?
Yes, how you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, my ears are in. Hi,
Hi.
how are y'all
Hello.
doing?
All right. Doing well. Hope you're
Yes,
doing well.
indeed.
Who's that?
That's Missy Scorpio.
Yes.
She's over
Nice to
here
meet
keeping herself occupied with doing chainmail.
Nice.
you.
Very cool.
Yeah. Yep. Nice.
So the answer to my question, I would give you a story that I was in Boy Scouts, inner city Boy Scouts, right? And this was in Tennessee. Uh, we were somewhere in the woods of Tennessee. I don't know, some kind of big national park. We were camping. It was at night, and me and this other boy were in the woods, not far from camp, gathering firewood. It was getting dark. It was getting dark as we're getting firewood, and I of course I had a little hatchet, because I like axes. I think the other kid had a saw, but we're just doing our thing. It's getting darker, and then we heard this. I can almost describe the sound. It was a growl, roar kind of scream, like it was deafening. It was absolute deafening. It sounded like it was right next to us, screaming at
Sound like Chewbacca stepping on a
massive
Lego?
a massive amount of decibels. I mean, something I had never, and because I've heard most animals. You know what I'm saying? Being from Tennessee, you hear. I know what a wolf. I know what a fox and a panther and then all those. I knew what things sounded like. This sounded like nothing I'd ever heard in my life. Me and
I
this kid
love that
froze.
because there's video of that. There's audio of them recording that
Right.
same thing.
So we obviously run back to camp. And there's two grown ass men there, big grown ass men. We're talking 6'3" men, and, probably veterans. Your classic 70s man. They had the funny shorts with their socks pulled up all the way through their calves, and
Right.
they're the den masters, right?
Right.
Very very adept, men. Might have been veterans. I don't know. They were scared to death, and we came back, and they were just froze watching the tree line, and this thing got closer and closer and closer, and we heard crashing. We heard things getting thrown, like boulders getting smashed, trees getting smashed. But we didn't see anything. We just heard it, and you could feel it.
Right.
Now I have
Boom.
to tell you my Bigfoot story. Now I
And
have to.
that's when we left. The den masters were like, okay, it's time for us to go, kids. Let's go. Grab your stuff and let's go. And we left.
Wow.
What it was, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I still to this day do not know. Was it scary? Not. I think seeing the faces of these grown ass men as we were kids being scared to death was more
I tell
scary than
you,
anything.
and if there is something like a Bigfoot, how do we know? I mean, I believe in God, so I believe there could be angels and demons and all kinds of things out there. They mightn't be a nefarious thing. They might. Then maybe that's why they disappear. Maybe they're
Yep.
interdimensional. I'm not going to write off that there's a
Right.
possibility of something like that, or a wild man. If you've ever heard of the wild man,
Yes,
but if
the
you look
wild
at
man concept. Yeah,
if you look at the Native American lore, many tribes speak of
Yeah.
something like a Bigfoot out there. They even talk about wars with Bigfoot and
right.
stuff. Now,
Exactly.
the thing I do have a Bigfoot story because I used to have this camp near a town that had what it was is it was two lakes linked together with a big wide canal. And it was right on the corner of downtown, a big urban area. I'll just tell you, it's in Oxford, Michigan. You can still see it from satellite. There's just new houses all around it. And I built a camp up above the backside of that lake overlooking the city. And
Mhm.
it was a 400-acre parcel that some Chinese company bought from the gravel pits, and it sat unused for years. And I knew who owned it because I knew all the pit guards. I had permission to be on the gravel pits. I had permission to use the shooting ranges. My mom was a cop. All the cops knew I could go out in the pits and stuff. But I built a pretty good camp up there. And before I actually moved out there and lived out there for like 14 months once. But before this happened, we'd camp out on the top of this cliff overlooking the other side of the canal, which there was a campfire there and people would party there and all that stuff. And I was up there with two of my buddies. One of them just got out of the Desert Storm, and the other one was in the Navy. And they were up there camped out with me, and these four couples came out to the other side of the canal and set up their tents and started a fire, and they were partying around, and we were drinking a little, so I got a little devilish, and so did they. And the guy from the Navy, he goes down the cliff on his belly all quiet like and gets in the water, and he goes across the canal without them seeing him, and now he's right up next to their camp and they don't know it. And then my buddy from the Army, he's on the far side of the cliff, and he's making like howling noises and stuff. And then I'm on the other side in a big bramble of sumac trees with my nunchucks just beating the shit out of these trees, all right, and doing my Bigfoot howl. And those four couples, I'm talking the adult males as well, they were all in tears, crying and dragging their still erect tents on the trails to get out of there. All
Wow.
right. They were so scared because the guy in the water was throwing pebbles up and hitting their tent and stuff, and it was flipping them out. All right. And that was, one thing I used to enjoy scaring people out of there, but like 2 years later, I'm invited to this birthday party in the same town. And I go up there, we party all night long, meet new people and stuff, and gets to the end of the night and they're like, "Hey man, let's take a walk out to the canal." And somebody over in the corner says, "I ain't going out there, man." And I'm like, immediately like, "Why not?" He's like, "There's something out there, man. I'm telling you. I ain't going out there. You gotta go, whatever. I ain't going out there ever again." I'm like, "What do you mean there's something out there?" He says, "I'm telling you, I was out there with my girlfriend and blah, 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 blah. And we heard this noise, we heard this howl." And I did my Bigfoot impersonation right there. I said, "You mean something like this?" And I went, and he gave me a fucking dirty eye. He got up. He's like, "You motherfucker." He got so pissed off at me because he realized right there in that moment, I was the guy that punked him out of there. And their whole little group was convinced they were telling the truth.
Yeah. Perception is deception, isn't it? Yeah. And that's something we learned, in the Marine Corps is walking around in the woods at night. You'll see you'll see monsters and creatures and people that are not there. It's
Yes.
your mind reconstructs what it thinks it should be there. If it's given, it's hard to extrapolate from incomplete data. So that's why we have the imagination, and it goes, imagination plays, crazy games. There's stories, there's studies been done where the inversion tanks, where you're floating in water. It's at 98.6 degrees. There's total complete darkness and you're floating. You lose your freaking mind in like 10 minutes. You just can't deal with there's no sensory, no sensory perception whatsoever. Your mind goes nuts trying to do something, make something.
It's called sensory deprivation. They get that in those sleep chambers.
That's it. The deprivation chambers. Yeah.
Yep.
Good stuff. I like that.
No, Cameron never called me.
I'm sorry.
Me too. Cha-Cha has a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see it? Anyone? I posted it.
Yeah.
What's the front butt?
Yeah. What's the front butt?
Damn, girl, you thick.
It's where the clothes that you're wearing are so tight and you got some weight on you that makes your backside look like your front side looks like your backside.
Correct. It puts a crease right down the middle of the front side.
You know why the crack of your ass goes up and down instead of side to side? Because
So
if you
you
went
can't
down a
tell if
slide
they're
with your
coming
ass
or
going
going.
side to side, it'd be go.
So you can't even tell if they're coming or going.
Oh man. Front butt is very simple. It's a vag. Okay, that's yeah. So yeah, I remember now, Cha-Cha. Bonesy insulted you and called you a front butt. Yeah, back Bonesy, he had an insulting thing. We had an insulting live stream with Bonesy. Anyway, yeah, that's what a front butt is. It's
right now.
what? What's that, Missy?
Killed to the bone.
What was that? Something to the bone? What?
Is Bonesy chilled to the bone?
Chilled to the bone. I don't know. Bonesy, you chilled to the bone? Nah, I'm fucking hot as hell. It's fucking hot as hell in here. I tell you, it's at like 65 degrees. It's fucking hot.
If I ever find a real medical skeleton, I'm delivering it to you as soon as
Oh,
I
that'd be
can.
badass. That'd be badass. Yeah.
Voodoo shop.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, that's how Bonesy is going to. Supposedly, it's going to grow back to his normal self. Baby alien Bonesy, right? Yeah. The story of Bonesy. Yeah. Story of Bonesy.
I got a story about that campground. You guys all ex-military probably appreciate this. I after I established the camp, what it was is I found an old 1800s farm orchard that had been just it was just neglected. It was a whole orchard locked in between development of gravel pits. And I started cooking with all that applewood, and the apple trees just took off. Then I had more apples than I knew what to do with. And then it brought in all the deer. So I had all the venison I could ever dream of. And I decided, at the time, I was writing a book on edible plants. And at the time, I have found, used, and tried 130 edible and medicinal plants in my area here. There's that much out there. There's a ton of them.
Wow.
Old recipes you can find. Even the pioneers had recipes for all the different plants and flowers and stuff. But I decided to test all this and pretty much got fed up with everybody around me. So I moved out into the gravel pits and I built a cave in the side of a cliff that was the tallest ground around town. So I'm looking down on everything. And I took a big deuce and a half canvas tarp and put it over the side and made like a porch and built a lattice work and all that, made walls and everything. But I could set a tent up inside it. I could set tents up outside on the hill and stuff. And the trails to get to it were real difficult because it was all surrounded by briar patches. And anyways, I'd been there for about 3 months in this camp, so it was pretty much established. And I remember this really well because it was on a weekend. I had all my buddies out there. One of my friends, he was out on my Navy one-man survival raft out in the middle of one of those lakes. I had a family doing a nature walk with three of their kids, the father and the mother, and I had two buddies around the other side of the lake fishing while me and a buddy sat on a cliff and were smoking weed. And we're all out there having a great time, and I hear this. I knew it was a military Huey. They have a unique sound. I knew
Yes,
exactly what it
yes.
was.
Yep.
And I told everybody, I ran over to tell them, I said, everybody get out of sight, and I ran back to my camp. And it was, like I said, like a porch or a deck overlooking a ravine on a cliff. And this helicopter was direct course right over my base camp. I mean, I knew by the way I heard their motor hesitate that they saw it. All right. So this helicopter stopped and turned. And I saw the two pilots. I was like shaking my head, going, I might as well show myself. And I walked down into my little deck, and I'm looking two pilots and a Huey right in their faces. And I just kind of like waved at them. They didn't make any movement, and the helicopter tipped away from me and kept going. And I thought, oh, fuck, here we go. And I went and told everybody, get out of here, go. And everybody took off in all directions, got to their cars, and they were leaving. And
Interesting
that's
enough, I
when,
hail a helicopter right now.
well, that's when I seen police cars coming from both directions around the hill. I mean, going up two tracks, one of which, the only one that went to me, I had it blocked with boulders and shit. And these guys, I'm talking cop cars going, boom, trying to get up to that hill. And I knew I was fucked. All right. So I stood off the side of that cliff away from my camp, and I heard those cops coming through briars and cussing and bitching, and their car was teetering on rocks. It got stuck. And they come up, and I knew both of those. Like I said, my mom worked at that police station for over 20 years, and I knew who they were, and I could see them go into my camp. And one of the first things they found was my booby trap manuals. All right, and they got really weirded out over that. And they called in, I heard them on the radio call in canine units, bomb sniffing dogs, and they had the National Guard coming in with the canine team because they thought they had a disgruntled vet living out there because of all the surplus and stuff that I had stashed and all those books. And one of the cops opens up my portfolio, and he's standing there looking at all my drawings. I've done pinup drawings since I was 7. I got all kinds of thousands of pinup. I did it professionally as a commercial artist and everything. But he's sitting there looking at all my drawings, and I just decided, fuck, I might as well just give up. So I walked right in on him. I said, hey, you guys got me, And they both looked at me and said, Carl, what are you doing here? And I'm like, you got me, man. He says, what do you mean you got me? I said, this shit's all mine. And they go, what? And immediately they got on the radio, said they called it all off. I heard them call off the canines and the National Guard. And they said, it's all right. We know this guy. And they sat down and talked to me for like an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. They both sat there and they were like, are you okay, Carl? What's going on out here? And I said, look, man, I'm just testing my skills. I wanted to come out here and just like see what it was like just to live, right off the land. And they're like, what? Anyways, the bottom line was that was 3 months into a 14 months of living there. What the bottom line was, they said, Carl, we're not going to ticket you, and we're not going to kick you out of here. But if anything happens out here, we want to be the first to know. Because like I said, it was 400 acres of Chinese land that nobody could touch. And
Wow.
they let me out there, dude. And people started finding out I was out there. They'd bring me steaks and all kinds of things. It was quite a
What?
thing.
How you living off the
Nice.
land when you getting steaks?
I know, right?
Right.
But they'd come out and they'd bring whiskey and
That
steaks.
sounds
And stuff.
badass, dude. Oh
Good.
man.
I like to answer Ajax's question he had for me earlier. I wouldn't recommend hollering at a holler witch Coming from the South with voodoo and everything, I wouldn't do that, dude.
Holler, not a holler witch. Okay. Yeah.
And that's probably why I've been on a list since the 80s, guys. Or maybe sooner.
Right? Yeah. No shit. Wow. I was thinking, don't put your mouth on it. Man, this is awesome, man. I'm just hanging out listening to y'all tell stories. This is really cool. This is really fucking cool. You know, we need like a campfire.
Well, if
I'm
I go
thinking about
live,
going outside and lighting the fire pit.
Wow. Nice.
And then I was
well,
like, nope, not going to do it. So I'm underground with the wood burning stove going.
That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
What's up with your ex?
XOG, my man.
It's a
All
rough
right.
life.
So here we
Think
go.
anybody
Here's a
else
good question for you. A pause. What's the what's the best the best place you've ever had, the best experience you ever had in your life?
Well, again, that goes back to 1987.
Okay.
So I'll paint the picture. Allegedly,
Okay.
St. Pete's. You know what state that is?
Okay.
Off
Yep.
off the coast.
Yep.
3
Beautiful
3
place.
a.m. Allegedly, a friend of mine whose family is very wealthy says, "Let's go take a spin in the Go Fast boat." I'm like, "Okay, it's pitch black."
You talking about like a cigar boat?
Yeah, Go Fast boat that just so happened to be black. So we jump in it and take off. I'm not paying no attention of what direction we're going because you can't see nothing.
Oh no.
And I don't know, 45 minutes into the ride, you see this little light off in the distance. And then as you get closer, you see this little dock, allegedly. And you pull up to the dock, and there's this one guy standing there who ties off the boat.
So you
And
were
I'm
involved in something you didn't even know you were getting into.
and I'm standing there like, what in the blue blazes? Except those weren't the exact words. And we walk down the dock, and there's these little. It's a pathway, and there's woods and all this. And then allegedly, it opens up into this expansive villa with people and food and lights and parties and drinks and blah 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 and yada yada yada. And I was told, enjoy yourself, we're good. I was like, we good, where are we at? And he said, have a good time, we're here for the weekend. And I was shown my room by allegedly two other people. And I pretty much stayed there the
Were
weekend.
you in Cuba? You stay in Cuba?
Allegedly, that was the first time I was there. Yes,
And without even knowing you were going.
correct.
Wow. Wow.
My
Food.
best time was
Fun.
10 days I spent in 1980 doing whatever I wanted to do all by myself in the Bahamas. 10
Yeah,
whole days.
Okay.
yeah.
Nice. Nice.
True paradise.
Yes, indeed. Same here.
All right. KP.
Come back to me on that one, but for I got to answer for a rabbit. Yes, I have been to the Black Bayou.
Oh Lord.
Ooh, that's a good song. Down to that bayou. I've been to the Okefenokee. I saw
Do
that.
do tell,
That's
KP. Do tell.
There's so much rich history here in Louisiana with Marie Laveau, the voodoo priestess, and all that. But there's a lot of other things that a lot of people don't realize. That there's this one island where, when you come to it, there's a bunch of baby doll heads hanging from trees and stuff like that.
that's on a YouTube video. At least one I've seen that.
Yeah, even Jack Osborne went to an island with all these strange baby doll figures and stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm
That's the
good.
kind of thing like I want to see.
I'm good.
Check out Bruce Mitchell. He was on that TV show Swamp People. He
Yeah.
does a lot of good cooking videos.
Yeah. Bruce.
Matt Shad would be impressed with some of the stuff he cooks.
Oh, really?
You guys remember that movie called Gator with young Burt Reynolds? Where in the
Yep.
beginning, the sheriff
Yep.
takes the people out in the boat and shoots holes in the boat, and they drown in the bayou out there. That's what I think
Yeah,
of every time I think of the bayou.
yeah. You can bring people out in the bayou and they'll never be seen again.
That's true.
Alligators, snapping turtles, and all that'll take care of a body quick.
I saw the Okefenokee. That Spanish moss stuff is just badass looking. That's like a ghillie suit, man. That stuff's
Yeah,
kick ass.
yeah. We also have the Rougarou. If you ever
The
heard of that,
who? No, the
the
who?
Rougarou. It's this folklore that's down here in Louisiana, where if you're bad and all this, and that, what you basically tell kids that the Rougarou will come and get you if you're not being behaved and all this and that kind of stuff.
Mm.
There's also the Honey Island Swamp Monster.
I was gonna say, you got any
What?
swamp apes like Florida?
Yeah, got all kind of crazy stuff down here. We don't have the chupacabra like the Roman Prepper has, but we got the Rougarou and the Honey Island Swamp Monster. Got all kind of crazy stuff here.
Mm.
I want to go back to the Pine Barrens in New Jersey. There's several places like that. I didn't get to spend enough time. You know.
Hey, if you ever down here in Louisiana, I could help you pass a good time.
Oh, I'd be down for that, KP, in a heartbeat.
I'd,
You know,
I'd, I'd even bring
I
you to
got
the plantation where they filmed Interview with a Vampire, because at the time I was a volunteer fireman and I was doing standby for the fire scene. Remember when New Orleans was burning in the
Yeah.
movie Interview with a Vampire?
Yep.
They filmed that out here.
Okay.
Right there. I lived right next door to that plantation.
I want to
Wow.
spend the night in that star fort on the Louisiana coast, that abandoned star fort. I've talked to. I got an invite to go to Craig the Hunter's place already. You know, there's a few people in Louisiana I want to meet, and I want to see those star forts. I want to spend the night at that abandoned one that's not. They don't have the Park Service watching it and shit. I want to go out there and spend the night there.
You ever seen the castle in Louisiana that you pass by on I-10 going towards Slidell from New Orleans through New Orleans East?
Not sure. Is it abandoned or is it still used?
It's still used. It was up for sale a couple years ago for over $1 million.
Why didn't you buy it?
Yeah, I carry $1 million in my pocket, you know.
You're a content creator, of course you do.
But stating to somebody, my videos aren't worthy enough of making money. So
I don't know. I think you have to be pretty big to make anything stand for money, right?
I'm not
I
here
don't
on
know
YouTube to be
exactly.
liked. If I can teach somebody something, that's what it's all about, you know. If I can help one
Exactly,
person.
bruh. That's right.
Right on.
Don't you have to like work your ass off and do a ton of content and get a lot of views and a lot of hour views in order to make any money at it and all, and you still can only make like up to $500 a month or something? Isn't that what it really is?
I have
If you're
no idea.
monetized.
I'm not even monetized.
What I get is that a normal working person could not probably dedicate that amount of time to make their channel make a lot. All right, that's at
It's
least the
very difficult.
impression I
I mean, I've looked at it, as a because that's the first thing you think of. It's like, wow, I can make some money here. Okay, but it's very very hard to, right? I mean, you really have to play the game, and the game is rigged.
And
So
you're
right.
right. It is rigged.
you're not going to turn into Mr. Beast, and we already know what happened to him and his downfall.
Yep.
So
There's a guy that I used to watch. Well, I still watch him. He's from Louisiana, but he lives in Georgia now. Called It's Just a Six. He's a car guy, and he makes bank. He's driving around in a McLaren. He's
wow,
giving away a Ford, a 2024 Mustang, and a BMW, all stick shifts, all built up, just
yeah.
by people buying his merchandise.
I mean,
There's a
you get
guy.
the sponsors. You get. I mean, once you get. I mean, just being monetized doesn't mean unless you got the subscribers, right?
Right,
Yeah,
That
there's a
they're
guy I watch
basically
called.
paying you for the advertisement to
right.
reach out
Yeah,
to people. But it's
like
not enough to really make money, make a living off of, unless you get the sponsors, you get the shit like that.
Yeah.
the big channels with
Hell,
a million subscribers and stuff. Those like there's one I watch called Vice Grip Garage, and
yeah.
I found him years and years ago, and his channel has just grown, and now he's moving his shop all the time, and he's got all this kick-ass shit. And I think if you get big enough, like the Diesel Brothers, they probably make a substantial amount. They've got all these advertisement and all this interest, all these subscribers and all that shit. I imagine the big guys make enough.
Right, but they
Well,
also work. It's a lot of work.
yep.
I
Yeah,
mean, you
Yep.
said he's got a shop, right? He's got a shop, so that's a lot of
they've
work
got a really,
running a
really
shop.
nice shop. They've got a nice shop.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So he's working, and he's that. Yeah. So he just throwing the content out there is just gravy. He's already working, making money.
All right, I got the answer for your question that you asked earlier, Mashad.
Okay.
I was a teenager. A friend of mine who was younger than me got us hooked up with help restoring the USS Cabot. If you know anything about that ship,
No, I
it was
don't.
a United States military ship that was sold to Mexico. I think it was an aircraft carrier, and during World War II, one of the members of the ship, one of the crew, had his head blown off by anti-aircraft firing, some stuff like that. But
Ouch.
yeah, it was docked in New Orleans, and I had the opportunity to go on there and help clean up stuff and get stuff being worked on. It was pretty cool. And yes, we did see ghosts going around on there.
Really?
Yeah,
Was
you'd
it
hear stuff and all
was
this
it
and that
one
kind
of
of
those
stuff.
ships?
But that
Was
was
it one of
that
those
was
ships that was
one.
once aircraft carrier and they modified it to a different kind of ship, or was it still an aircraft carrier? The way you said
I,
that made me wonder.
I believe it was still an aircraft carrier. I'm not for sure because back in those days, substances and alcohol and stuff
It still
like that.
sits there. It still sits
So
there,
so
though,
you
right?
you had a really good time on this ship working.
Oh hell yeah! I found old cigarettes where instead of it having a filter, it had a tube.
Wow.
It had the nicotine, the cigarette part all the way at the end, and it was like maybe 2 inches long, and the filter, the hollow tube where a filter would be, was like 3 inches.
That
Wow.
Wow.
sounds like French or something.
Yeah, the holding it. Ooh, right.
They still had ammunition on there from World War II.
Wow.
They end
Wow.
up the guy that actually was the owner of the ship actually turned it over to some organization that actually restores and turns warships into museums and stuff.
Really cool. Wow.
That's cool.
But yeah, it's kind of funny seeing a body walking around without a head. You can see right through it, but you could tell something was there walking.
Wow. So you actually seen a ghost?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Wow. Hmm.
Hell, the house I'm living in, I see shadow figures all the time.
Hmm.
I'm not privileged for that. I don't have clearance for that or something. I've tried so hard to see ghosts. I've
Same here.
spent nights alone in haunted houses and old mental institutions and all kinds of shit just to try to see something, and you get just to see them all the time. That just ain't fair.
Right.
Trust me, it's not worth it, man, because it gets aggravating because the shadow figures that I see in my house was a father and daughter was murdered in this house by the father's son, but the daughter was not his sister, it was his stepsister. And he came over to watch a football game or something, and something went down, and that's what the story says. That's what the cops say and everything, that he killed his dad and his stepsister. But then there's other stories where the dad was in debt with a drug dealer and stuff like that. But yeah,
Well, I'd like to see a friendlier
I
ghost
I,
than that.
I hate going to New Orleans because I feel all the spirits that's walking around and everything like that. Hell, even the plantation that Interview with a Vampire had in it, you can go all the way towards the railroad tracks and you'll find a slave cemetery there.
Yep.
Well, that's another thing. I spend a lot of time in cemeteries. They're supposed to be haunted. People see shit all the time in there, and I can't see nothing. I'll go in there all by myself. All night long. I've spent at the place called Dunn's Tomb in Lakeville, Michigan. People said there that it's totally haunted. I didn't get to see shit. You know, back in the
Yeah,
80s, I was working for the Michigan Youth Corps, and while I was working for them, somebody found a broken tombstone in their backyard. And we went and investigated, and there was a triangular piece of property right off of M15 in Ortonville, Michigan, that had I took a military tent pole and poked the ground all over this triangular piece of ground that went right up to the highway. I found 16 family plots and 43 graves, 7 of which are right under the highway. They just plowed right over them and moved the stones back. And you
yeah,
know, I found all kinds of stuff. I found bones. We relocated everything. We fixed the tombstones. We fixed it up. And to this day, the state still maintains it, but I didn't get to see nothing there. I spent a lot of nights at that place because it's got a memories for me. We slashed and burned it and re-landscaped the whole place. It was a mess. And
right.
the tombstones were all people that they named the downtown Ortonville streets after the little short, little tiny streets of the original town, and they completely were forgotten. Man, I mean, it was all
Yep.
it was from 1842 to 1849 or something. It was just a few years they had used it, but and then forgot all about those people,
I
the
I can
founders of
bring
the
you
town.
I can bring you to a cemetery right now and show you how these graves were from like the 1800s and everything. And if you cross over the levee to the Mississippi River, you can come across graves that's never been removed or placed anywhere else when they did all that. It's crazy.
I always felt like they'd probably appreciated what I did, so I never felt like threatened or scared of that place. It was kind of like a solemn feeling just to hang around there.
Yeah, you have to be in tune with it. You have to. Get, I can't explain it. My wife can explain it better, but yeah, me and her are basically what you would call a sensitive. We can actually feel spirits and stuff like that. It's crazy out here.
I
That's
I
why.
I feel you. I think I have another explanation because I'm kind of with Camel Carl here. I've never seen a disembodied spirit. I've never seen a ghost. And I've been in a ghost hunter group before. When researching and investigating. The only thing I do I have things I cannot explain, but as far as seeing an actual spirit, I was never. I could always explain it. I've always been a critical person and say no, that wasn't a spirit, that was light and fog. You know what I'm saying? But there are feelings. I can also explain that. Um, I think it's more along the lines of, and Carl, it's kind of a certain person that we just don't fear it, you know, and we'll actually fight it. Like I'll try to fight a go. Oh, you're trying to, you know,
I'll
you
get
trying
the
to
damn
scare me.
show back out. Don't fuck with me.
Let's go. That's right. Yeah, let's go. What you got? What you gonna do? Hit me with your astral fist? Okay, come on. You know, so it's, I guess it's kind of intimidating. We probably have more of an intimidating aura, so to speak. I
Yeah.
think that has something to do with it.
I'm
Um,
definitely going towards it. All right, I really would. I mean, I know I would. I was looking for confirmation, man. So I looked hard. I've been in all those places. I'm not making it up. You know, I wanted to see that because if I could see a spirit or a ghost, then I know there's an afterlife. And that's how I felt when I was young. You know, I have faith that's different now. My faith is stronger in God. But back then, I needed to know, man. Because I needed to know, and I wanted to look for it.
yeah.
Yeah, you can actually feel a lot of stuff if you go to Myrtle's plantation out here. And I'm trying to think of what's the name of that battleground that's really haunted. There's a lot of paranormal activity. People went and
Oh, I
filmed ghosts on it.
Tennessee, right?
Yeah,
I've been there.
yeah.
Uh, yeah. Fuck, I can't think of it. Uh,
Wasn't the Battle of Gettysburg, was it?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
that's
yes,
it.
yes. Yeah,
Is
they
that
say
it?
that's the most haunted, and like between the hours of 3 and 5, and you know,
I've
at
been
nights you see the battle rage on, you know, as they just continue to fight. You know,
there. The last time I
I
was there, Shad, is that
I
when I
never
won
seen.
this truck. I won this truck on eBay almost, well, it's been 16 years. I won
All
this
right, good night,
truck on
Ace.
eBay and had to drive to Gettysburg to get it. This was way up in the mountains in Gettysburg, and I spent more time there. It was the second time I'd ever been to them battlefields. That morning mist was there too. That's a hell of a feeling. I definitely get
Yeah.
a feeling from those places. I just never get
Hold
to
on,
see.
let me address something. Anti-act jack. I don't give a fuck. Bring it. Idgaff over here, man. Idgaff. We'll air it out. We'll lay it on the table and look at it and fold it up into nice little, you know, packages and put them over in the corner. But
Devil's
you know,
Den. Do you remember
carry on,
Devil's
please.
Den?
And in
Do
my
you remember?
defense with the whole APP bullshit, I did it as as a satire, making fun of the situation due to the fact that he can't provide receipts, and it's all about I need help, I need this, I can't work because of this and that. You know, it's like BS. I'll take a bath in a swimming pool.
Right, right. I didn't. You know, I just wanted to address that over here. All are welcome if they're brave enough, and I like that the fact that people are talking about the drama, you know, and just getting out there. You know what I'm saying, and dealing with it, as opposed to, you know, let's not talk about it, let's ignore it. You know. So
So
anyway,
back to Gettysburg. Do you remember Devil's Den?
yeah, yes.
That was the place that I felt something. All right. It was in the morning, like you're saying, all misty and stuff. It was quite, and I was complete. There was nobody else around at that time. That's where I felt something, but I don't get to see nothing.
Right. I have feelings too, and I have had those feelings, you know, in certain places. I think a lot of that is the parasitosis, which is a real deal. You know, that's what gives you those sensations. You know, the hair standing up on the back of your neck, and you know, it's also a mass hysteria as well that sets in. If you're with a group of people and one person goes, then
I
everybody
see
gets
that
to feel that. It's the
and I
empathetic.
agree with that. I agree with that, but I also see. All right, only time I ever in my life can remember the hair standing up on the back of my neck. Now that you mention that, it wasn't just my neck; it was my arms and my neck. I was packing through the Appalachians, and I went down into a ravine on a narrow trail. And I mean, one of those ones where it's you go either way and you're going to trip
Yeah,
into the
right.
road. And
Yeah,
I had to go up the incline. And when I went up that incline, I don't even know why, but I got that hair standing up on the back of I knew something was there. And I kept walking, and I know that you don't want to look weak. I got a pack. I look as big as I can, walk as strong and as fast as I can right up that hill, and realizing I probably had a couple mountain lions hunting together on each side of
right.
that trail.
Something. Yeah, right. They're looking at
And
you like dinner.
that's what I'm landed on that because I didn't actually get to see them. I did look at the bushes and I could see a shape, and it's real dark. But I just kept going, knowing if I showed weakness, I was probably in trouble. So that's exactly what I did. I see fear as a tool, right? If
Yes.
you can
Right.
control your fear, it's a warning system that's designed to keep us alive, the
Yep.
ultimate in survival, all right?
Hmm.
If you can control your fear and use it sensibly, don't let it control you, you,
Right.
and not most people can do that.
It's likened to the story of um um the African hunters that literally walk up to a pride of a pride of lions after they just fell an antelope and walk up and take a leg and walk away. That it's that kind of that no fear, no projection of fear. You show any kind of weakness, what I'm saying, you show any kind of fear, any kind of hesitation in
That
the
will
eyes
hold true,
of a
Chad.
true predator, you're probably going
You
to die.
know,
But if you
you
show
know
if
that
you got
will
the
hold
balls and
true.
you got the daring, then they're blown away. They're like, what do we do? What's going on? I, do we kill him? Do we stop them? Do we let them take the leg? Okay, I guess we're
It's
letting
the
them
same
happen.
thing in the city. It's the same thing in the city. If you
Right.
walk down the city streets at night and you look weak, vulnerable, out of place, you're going to be a target. If you walk like you
Yep,
fucking
that's
own the
right.
place, most people are going to leave you the fuck alone.
Yep.
Yeah, because they're reading you. They're
Yep.
absolutely, we are the apex predator. Yeah, there. Thank you, Rev. That intestinal fortitude. If you're walking around, you're just shifty eyed, and you're unsure of your movements. They're gonna see that shit. And they're gonna go, "Whoa, this guy's an easy mark, right?" But if you're proud, confident, and you're looking people in the eyes, you know, staring them down, and I'm not talking
A
confrontational.
little
You're
bit
just
of
boom, I
crazy
size
might
you up and I
help.
move on, right?
A little
I
bit
do
of
that a lot.
crazy. And a little
I,
bit of crazy might help too.
well, that comes later. Yeah.
You
Uh,
can, you can give them a weird look in the eyes and they'll leave you the fuck alone. You can
right.
just look at them crazy in some cases. You got to
I,
feel their
I always
personality.
I've always looked people in the eyes, and it's not it's not really a confrontational thing. It can be, and I can make it
Right.
confrontational, but
Right.
I'm just making contact. I'm like, I see you, and
Right.
I want to know what their intentions are.
Right. I'm letting them know I see you,
See
and
you.
if you want to go sideways, we can go sideways, but I would prefer not to.
Right. I mean, I'm not even that to that point. Like
Right.
I'm an edge. Like I'm going to be intimidating.
Right.
What's up, Mahala? But it's more like I recognize you. Do you recognize me?
Right.
And I keep it stepping, right? Unless there's something we got to talk about, And who knows? Maybe just maybe they're like, oh hey, what's up? Can I help you? You
Right.
know? No, I don't need your help. But I mean, I've met so many people, and it's never. Some things have went sideways, right? But the mind is a fabulous probability machine, and like we're talking about, we have that sixth sense that keeps us out of I have, oops, yeah, yep, I have Memphis, Beale Street. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
M-Town, Orange
yeah.
Mound. Yeah.
Come out
So,
and play.
Come on.
but
Oh,
you know, it's it's making contact, letting people know that, hey, I'm here, and I have a purpose, and if you're in my way, then it gives them doubt, and once you instill that doubt, then they have hesitation, and then you're just gone.
I don't want to fight no more, man. All right, I don't. I'm old. I'm fucking sick of it. I've had so much drama and so many fights in my life. I can't even fucking. I tried to count them. I really did. I tried to count. The more
Right.
I sat
Yeah.
and thought about all the confrontations and shit I had in my life, the more I was thinking of. It just. I'm tired, man. I don't. I figure if I actually get into the shit with somebody, I just got to make them quit breathing as fast as I can, because I ain't got time for this shit no more. I just.
That's what my Sifu, he was about 75. He said that the older you get, the more lethal you just got to become.
Yeah, I don't like it, man. I try to get along with everybody and shit, but I've done this, and that was my thing, man. I've talked about this before. I once went into work where at the bar I worked at. I was supposed to be a cook, or I was a cook, but I was also always volunteered when the police came. I was always the doorman. Anytime somebody got out of hand, that was me.
Right.
All right,
Yeah, I
and it
feel you.
happened so much. I go into work one day, and the owner's son's like, Carl, my mom wants to see you in the office. And I'm like, fuck, I'm fired. He says, no, it's nothing like that. Come on. And he went in there, and I go in, and she's got a stack of fucking police reports in her hand. She's like, Carl, we got to talk. I'm like, listen, I never start anything. She goes, stop right there. I know you never started. I know that you were always trying to do the right thing. But what we got to figure out is why it happened. All right. Because people would get drunk and they would see me as a target. I was usually not the one that wasn't drinking. I was usually the one that was quiet in the corner, watching everything going down, having all my buddies and waitresses' backs when they need it, that kind of guy. And apparently it
Right
was
on.
intimidating to people. And what she told me, this was a long time ago. She told me, Carl, I want you to be more friendly to people, and I want you to talk to more people. All right. I want you to, when somebody comes in, I want you to acknowledge them and say hello. And if later on somebody gets out of hand, go over there and try to like talk some sense into them. Don't just sit there and leer at them and wait for it to go sour and then hold their face to the ground till the cops come get here. All right, because
Right.
that's usually how it works.
The
And
liar in waits. Right. Yeah.
not
Yep.
be damned, dude. I the more I opened up to people and the more I talked to people, the less of that garbage I had to deal with in my life. That's a
Yep.
real thing.
I did the same thing, and I felt the same thing, and I had the same talk too, because I would just be like this right here, having a good conversation, and kill the girl. It was this boom. It was just instant. I've always had that instantaneous, 0 to 100, that I can go to. But yeah, talking to folks, and I learned, once I got into the, got some
Damn it,
some
damn it, G
some
Mom
tenure under
Merkel.
my belt.
That
The
was
thing
always
I
a
loved, I love
fucking
to be the
idea.
talker. I love to be the talker and have an extremely big black man right behind me that didn't talk. He was the
What did you
intimidator.
call? Did you call me?
Yeah, yeah. I want you right behind me, staring a hole in that motherfucker's forehead. With intent,
Okay.
like I'm going to eat you, motherfucker. But not say a word and let me do all
Right.
the talking. And
To
boom.
the rescue.
All right,
I,
you know what I
I
was
don't know
going
about
through? G
rescue,
Mom Merkel said
but
that.
that's my
All right?
brother, and if we need to do, we got to do, then we're gonna do what we need to do.
Right. But I'm talking from a bar sense, and from a security, running bar and security shit. It's just, you always have that one guy that talks, and everybody's just standing behind, just waiting, and they want, yeah, good cop, bad cop, right? And it works. It does actually work. It diffuses a lot of situations.
Do you see what G Mom Merkel said? That's something I have encountered plenty of. Is the gals starting some shit? I've always
Oh
been a
God,
sucker
yes.
for
Oh God,
family and
yes,
distress,
yes.
and they know it. They fucking know it because I'm pretty sure I beat somebody up just because that girl wanted him beat up. All right. When looking back at shit, at the time I thought I was, being the hero or whatever, because I got a pretty bad superhero complex. And it was like, if a girl starts something with somebody, but then she gets shoved, I'm shoving the dude right the fuck out of there. All right. The minute I see that. And I think I've been had by gals doing that. I really do.
They can, yeah. I've seen that many times. And we had one club I worked at. It was both of them go out. Fine, you're out. Both of you. Y'all figure it out outside. You know.
I got a question for you, Mash Ed.
Yep.
I know you're well versed in Norse mythology. What are your thoughts of Yggdrasil and being tied to the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind? That mountain that's in there as a chopped down tree of Yggdrasil.
Like it's a possibility that is the trunk of Yggdrasil.
Right.
I mean, well, we know it's. I don't know. Actually, tell you the truth, it could be. Well, you'd have to talk to some geologists, I guess, and say, "Hey, is that actually petrified wood?" I don't know. But over time, what happens? Wood turns to stone. Wow, that's an interesting concept. Well, the concept of Yggdrasil is that it binds all the nine realms. It grows and grows out into all the nine realms, right? Now from space, there's an interesting when they backed away and they looked at there's this kind of tree-like tentacles that are growing all out that all the solar systems are linked to, and it looks like roots on a tree or branches on a tree. It's kind of interesting, how that happens. And that's been documented. Is that possibly what they were discussing with trying to show with Yggdrasil, the tree? You've got the branches above and the roots below, and everything is connected through Yggdrasil. That's what old Norse mythology kind of explains with Yggdrasil.
I've heard it explained like if you look at the planet as a living object, where the trees were the hair, and it actually is a connection of all living things that become one as well. You know what I'm saying? Whereas
Yep.
the waters and the land and stuff comprise what they call that, Gaia. And then there was the Pangea, where all the continents were together and stuff and moved apart.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of speculation on that stuff that's interesting as well.
Who's to say that aliens aren't visitors from the other 9 realms or the other 8 realms?
Right. Every time you guys talk about Viking mythology, I think of the Marvel universe because I've read so many comic books about Thor and
Electro. Yeah, that's interbody complete. And it has something to do with what's up, Real Collins? It's supposed to be explained by the gravity force and field, and that's just how it just builds itself. Okay, stand by. Here we go. Get some food going. That's the last of the pie.
No.
Yes, that is the last of the peach pie.
Hey, I better get a bite.
And officially, I ate the last piece of pecan pie. So the only thing left is 3 slices of cheesecake and a half a bowl of banana pudding.
Oh man!
Hey, Trent, I'm gonna have to call you out on that. I'm gonna have to call you out on that one, Trent. It's not pecan because you don't pee in a can. It's not a porta potty.
I pee anywhere I want. I'm grown. I'm 61 years old. I pee anywhere I want. I pee up a tree. Pecan pie is gone.
No.
Yes. I just ate the last piece.
All I heard was pie.
Yes. And that's why I had to show the pie, the last of the peach
I've had this pie.
Yes, that my youngest made.
There's a big argument about pecan pie. Some people call it pecan, some people call it pecan. and everybody compares pecan to like a porta potty, and pecan like the nut. So
Well,
I had to throw that out there.
and that's fine. And my answer to that would be, what letter comes after C?
Throw it in the
So,
D.
all right, Sophia. Sophia has a question for you. Vision. Does it have a little cinnamon in it?
Does what? The peach pie?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say yes. It does.
It does. Yes,
I've had it. Yep.
it does. And it had starfish on it.
Yes. Yeah, it was Sophia. Sophia, you know, she cooks everything.
Right.
She could probably make this pie too. It had the
Yes.
crumble top. The crumble top.
Mhm.
Crumble top with nice little starfishes in there, or stars.
Mhm.
Uh-oh. Auntie went full binary code again.
Well, since I put up the post about going live before Christmas Eve, I was thinking about doing a little fire in the backyard. A lot of people are all for it, me going live. So you're all invited if I do it. Oh, since I'm going to be doing it.
Okay, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
What's up, Cole? Come on, Dad. Give me some. Give me some, Dad. You know I want some. Give me some, Daddy.
Yeah, he'll never get any. Never, ever.
All my dogs look the same way when I'm eating.
Yeah.
Sophia, it wasn't COO that made the pie. It was who was she? To you?
Our youngest daughter.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're the youngest daughter. Who? She went to she had this culinary class.
Yes. She's goes to the career center. She's majoring in culinary arts, and she made peach pie and a Toll House pie.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Toll House. That's straight diabetes right there.
And that's how we all got diabetes on Thanksgiving night.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good trade to have in the SHTF.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Where is this?
The COO made sweet potato pie and the pecan pie.
That was amazing. The sweet potato pie I loved. Of course, the pecan pie. See, look at me, pecan. Does that tell you where I'm from?
Yeah. And my mother-in-law made the cheesecake and the homemade Cool
Yes. Homemade Cool Whip on that peach pie was the best for me. It was, man.
And I officially finished off the rest of the homemade whip topping yesterday.
Yummy.
How many pounds you put on?
Probably about maybe 5 to 8.
Teresa's daughter is going to the Career Center for Culinary Arts next year. Also,
yes, she will be. Nice, Teresa.
In that situation, Vision, sweatpants are your friend.
Yes.
No, since I work from home, I can have like no pants.
That's right. No pants. No pants day. That's why he stays in the basement.
Oh, hey,
Now,
Trent.
the protein was another story.
Go ahead, Trent.
I did a deep fried turkey and a pulled honey glazed ham.
Yeah.
And I wasn't invited? Boy, I swear.
Well, you'd have had to deal with the boy child on that.
I was gonna say, did Cole guard the whole operation the whole time?
No, he was no, unfortunately. Against
he was in his sanctuary city.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
I wanted to unleash the coal, but you know, they felt otherwise.
Yeah.
All right. Real Colin Wise. Cyberspace is on the seabed. USVI wiretap 65 McAfee drone video show data centers citrate cooling. Okay, trying to Okay.
Oh, you mean that McAfee guy that donated thousands of laptops to the U.S. government while they were
Yep.
rigged?
Yep. It was the largest drug dealer and the largest little people peddler on the planet.
The guy who faked his own death multiple times?
Yep. Trying to get off the grid.
Hey, Mr. Trent.
Yes, sir.
I came across a trauma bag for about $30. I'm going to be doing a review on it. I want you to see this video that I'm going to be posting up when I make it. How cheap this bag is compared to what you are offering. I want your thoughts on that one.
Let me know when it's up, and I will put it in the comment section.
Don't get me
Competition.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. They got some good stuff in there, but the 2-penny scissors wouldn't even cut half a penny. It'll break right then and there.
He said 2-penny scissors won't cut a half a penny. I know that's right.
But the tourniquet is pretty cool. I'm not going to test it out because I don't want to break it. But
Is
I'm
it
going
a
to be showing
ratchet?
everything that comes in it.
Is it a
Pretty
ratchet
much.
tourniquet?
Yeah.
Those have just been approved by TCCC.
So it's a
I
good
think it
one
was.
then.
Yeah. Well, it depends who makes it. But that style tourniquet, the ratchet tourniquets, have been approved by TCCC.
Okay.
Well, you know, all of my kits, my medical kit, my tactical fanny pack, my backpack, all that, all my gear is a mix mash of all different kits that I've accumulated things out over the years. You know, like my medical supplies. I used to buy U.S. military medical kits, lifeboat kits, you know, field kits, vehicle kits, and stuff. And there might only be a few savable items in there or hard to find items. And I'd sell off what I didn't need, and I custom built my kits by doing that over the years, you know. So you're always adding and replacing stuff, and you got to check your stuff, you know. You got to keep up on it.
Yep.
And you know me, I like doing things on the cheap to show people that they can get something now to have and build themselves up later.
That's right. I'm not gonna lie. When I first got into it, I started out with stuff from Dollar Tree and Walmart.
True.
And got from there, and then actually, we have an account with North American Rescue that we can get all of our stuff from as a vendor. But that's going to be, like I tell everybody all the time, stay within your budget. I don't care where you get it from, long as it works. The only thing I will say is please, please, please never buy a tourniquet off of Amazon or Temu.
Right.
Never bought anything from either. I got most of my gear a long time ago. You know, I started really.
What's up, Husky?
I really started supplying myself in the '80s. In the late '80s is when I started getting most of my shit.
Ghost Lincoln, I'm going to get a piece of cheesecake now.
Expensive and hard to find stuff.
I can feel my arteries hardening now.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Yeah. You're just continuing the diabetes coma.
Yes. Yes. At 215 pounds. Yes.
Ooh, what's this?
How tall are you, Vision?
6'3".
I'm 6'1", about 220 something pounds. Well, how tall are you, Shad?
6 foot.
What about you, KP? I thought you were real tall.
What's up, Jack?
You lose KP?
I don't know. KP? Calling KP.
KP, please report
Yeah, I'm
to
here.
the
What's
table.
up? Was talking to the wifey.
How tall are you?
5'9".
Tall enough.
I didn't know they could stack shit that high.
Just so enough.
My short ass.
Are you 5'3"?
On a good day. On a good day.
Oh, snap. Here we go. Boom. What's up, Wing Nut? How are you doing?
What's going on? What's going on, Shad? How you doing?
All right,
What's
man.
going on, everybody out there?
Wingnut. Ooh, I lied. There are 4 pieces left of the second sweet potato pie.
Ooh, can I have one?
Sure.
Be there in a few hours.
Okay. it may be here.
No promises.
Right.
Right.
So what you working on there, Wingnut?
Just trying to keep everything going, man. Just trying to, keep myself going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What state are you in, Wignut?
Florida, right? Panama City, Northwest Florida.
You're one of them crafty guys. I'd like to meet you, man. Collaborate someday too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got a lot of different, I guess, quote unquote hobbies, I guess you call it. I haven't been able to make a lot of money on that yet. But I'd like to be able to turn my hobbies into something I can make a living doing.
Come on, Bubba.
All of them,
Starting
all
with
of them.
which
I mean,
one?
I got a lot of different things. I get burnt out just doing one thing, though. So I keep busy trying to do a lot of different stuff.
Double Dog says he's thinking about your quad bike. Yeah.
Yeah. I shared that on a video a few days ago, and he saw that. He liked it. It's actually it's like a 4-person pedal bike. Have you ever seen those? They had a like a battery assist motor on it, so can help push you along. But they used to have them out here. They used to rent them around here on the beach and stuff. And I don't know. I haven't seen them in years, but I got one in a trade for a job I was doing, and I've had it stored for a while. And then I started stripping a bunch of stuff off of it and stuff like that because I was going to make it like a 2-person instead of a 4-person type of thing, and maybe even put like a motor on it. Maybe even put like a either electric motor or just like a little Briggs and Stratton gas motor on it, and use it for like a little go-kart around the property. That was what I was going to do. I haven't done it yet, but that was the plan. And,
I heard a chainsaw motor could be good for that.
Yeah, I mean, just like a little tiny, gas motor would be perfect for this thing, because it's, but like I said, I just haven't done anything with it. It's been sitting here for a while now, and
is that highway on the Keys all open, Wingnut?
The highway down to the Keys. What do you mean?
The Keys Highway, the highway that goes all the way through the Keys, the tip of Florida, is that open or did the storms damage that?
Oh, I have no idea. I think they're still open. I mean, hell, there's tourists still going down to Key West. There's a live stream video that's being played here on YouTube. That's 24 hours a day from right in front of Sloppy Joe's. So there's plenty of tourists walking around Key West right now.
That's the one place I've always wanted to go.
I used to live there for like 3 years. I lived in Bahama Village, right out in the backside of Key West. I mean, from my second story porch, I could see the lighthouse and the Hemingway house and all that stuff. I used to go down on the street and down where they do Sunset Celebration down there. I used to play music and stuff like that for tips when I used to live there.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
That when they were building it, there was a really bad train wreck that killed a whole lot of people and stuff right off the side of that while they were building it. There was a documentary on it. That's what intrigued me. I'd like
Take
to
care, man.
snorkel some of that stuff.
Yeah, actually, man, you got like there's the old bridges that are just walking bridges now that go alongside the main bridges that everybody drives their cars on now. But it was years ago. I was younger then, but I brought a bunch of people from North Carolina. It's like never been out of the state, you know, and I brought them down to Key West, and we went down there for a lobster weekend. And and a lot of us were either scuba divers or just they knew how to swim, and we'd go down there, and we had a legal limit of 3 lobster per person per day. And I'm gonna tell you something, we ate like kings while we were down there. It was good.
Oh man,
Nice.
I love that.
We just parked a little camper
Nice.
next to right on Marathon Key, right next to the bridge, and stayed out there the whole time.
Really?
Yeah, it was fun.
Wow. I've been through that. I've been to Key West. Yeah, but I've never stopped in like the marathons and all the little islands there on the bridges. I thought that'd be pretty cool just to hang out, fish. Do what you're talking about. Just hang out, fish, grill. There's
Yep.
places right there. There's bars right there. There's whatever you want to
yeah.
do. You can just hang out, but just out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, out in the middle of the ocean, basically. It's so cool.
I actually like island time. Island time is much different than just regular out here on the main
Yeah,
island,
right.
mainland and stuff. It's like somebody
Mhm.
tells you, I'll be right over there. 2 days later,
Yep.
they'll show up.
That's
You
it.
know,
Yep. Yep.
the thing I mean, Key West is really expensive to live, but if I was to ever go back down to the Keys, I'd probably go to Marathon or Big Pine Key. It's nicer to live on, but the thing I liked about Key West is like I can go anywhere on that island in 15 minutes on a bicycle. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Bicycle. I rented a scooter. Yeah.
yeah.
Went all over the damn place.
What I did in the Bahamas, man. I got one of the first things I did. I rented a scooter and I went completely around the island, everywhere I could go, just to see what was going on. Scouted out the place.
Was
All right.
Florida affected by the Deepwater Horizon event?
All right. So
Well,
everybody gets a question. Everybody gets a question here. So Wingnut, I have a question for you.
okay.
There was one thing you could change about yourself. What would it be?
One thing I can change about myself, like my personality type change, or like my my
I did
living
not specify.
status or whatever.
I did not specify.
Okay. Well, I really wish I didn't have to worry about money. I really wish I didn't have to worry about it at all. I mean, actually, that's where majority of my problems stem from, is not having it. So I really wish I didn't have to worry about it.
Mhm. Right.
And I like having a piece of my own property and a place, because I was homeless for like 10 years, and the simple things in life that people take for granted, the things that I having a place to live, having somewhere you can put your stuff, having somewhere you can take a shower, somewhere you can take a crap and a dump, and then these are things that are just basic things that I covet in my older age. And plus I get a little comfortable, you know what I mean? I think about going camping every once in a while, but then I'm like, I get lazy, and I'm like, it's so much nicer just sitting here in my house, in the warmth, you know what I mean, or whatever, why do I want to go camping? Yeah, I don't know, but I miss traveling and stuff like that too. But I like having a home base, somewhere I can come back to,
Yeah.
so if I didn't have to worry about money, I wouldn't have to worry about any of that. I'd have that place. I'd have a place to keep my stuff. That'd be my thing.
Give me the fat spoon.
Right on.
Darn it.
Right on. How you doing, Husky?
Doing all right.
hanging out there,
Yeah.
in the darkness.
Well, I guess, yeah. No, when I was doing night runs and whatever, is the first day above freezing. I didn't have to keep my water dripping and shovel wood into the
Oh,
during
that's
the
right. Yeah, you guys got hit hard, huh?
yeah, pretty bad. Yeah.
How much did you get? How much snow did you guys get?
Well, we've only had three technically. One was not much. We had 6 inches like a month ago, and then like 2 inches, and then another 2 inches. But it was just not above freezing for like until today, for like 4 or 5 days, and we had like a like an Indian summer. It stayed warm late, like the rhododendrons and azaleas blossomed like a false blossom. Some people's apples did, mine didn't. But no, I
How did
lost like
you get
30
out of
trees
the
on the
homeless
property.
situation?
Messed up
How
my.
did you,
Go ahead.
Wingnut? How did you get out of the homeless situation?
Well, I met a girl. I think that was what happened, and me and her were living together, and that's kind of how it happened in a way.
Feel like
But
maybe it gave you something to
Truthfully.
strive for? Is that what you're saying? Like you had something
wait
to
a minute,
work
say that.
forward to?
Well,
Was it
yeah, and plus
like,
I had help. I had help. It's the same thing. It's like that's how I quit smoking quit smoking tobacco for 4 years. Is because of her. We made a kind of like a challenge to each other. It's like I can do it longer than you, that kind of thing. And I stayed off tobacco for like 4 years because of that. And but I met her when I
Nice.
was in New Mexico, and I was living in a van at that time,
What you got there?
and
What you got?
we went
Show it.
traveling around.
Show it. What are you
that's
showing
where
us?
you spent all those years, or did you move around?
This is good catalog.
Okay.
I moved
Yeah,
around a lot.
that's
I
the
moved
one
around a
we're
lot.
talking. No, this is the one I was wanting to show. It's like a Betsy Ross.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to be dissing on tobacco. I mean, don't do it if it's got a hold of you. You know, you can't you're chain smoking or something. But whatever. It does increase testosterone.
Yeah. Yeah. It does. I'm gonna have me American
Well,
spirit back. I'm gonna treat
well,
Hey,
myself.
Wayne.
that,
Hey, Wingnut.
Oh, and those are hot. What are they at there? Like $6-7 a pack?
No,
In Cleveland, they're $11.
I
Damn.
can't smoke
I was
God.
thinking when they were
cigarettes, man.
they're like
You
7 or 8.
guys, I know you
Yeah, they're
smoke all
even
the time. You
cheaper.
probably don't taste it. But I taste chemicals, and every store bought cigarette out there now tastes like chemicals to me. I get
Yeah.
100% tobacco and make my own cigarettes, but I can't smoke packs of cigarettes.
He
Yeah.
sleep. He sleep.
On your leg.
Yeah.
He's sleeping because of all the pie you ate.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Hey, Wingnut, was
Yes,
how
sir.
bad was Florida affected by the Deepwater Horizon event?
Um, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Anyway, the
That oil
Water
rig that
Horizon
blew up,
event.
that oil rig that blew
Well,
up in the Gulf of Mexico.
there was a lot of businesses that were affected. At the time, I was working for a seafood restaurant as a cook, and we lost a lot of business because of that. And they ended up having to close the business down. That was how it affected me personally. But yeah, I mean, that was basically how it was affected in my area. Anyway, I'm up here in the Panhandle, so you know, um,
I think survival
you know,
living's up there too.
yeah, he's actually about 45 minutes away from me. Actually, you know, He's actually come to my he came to my house twice to help me try and work on my car.
Wow,
You know?
right on.
That is
Yeah.
He
cool.
seems like a
I
good
like
dude.
what
pretty cool guy.
Yeah, good dude.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's a mechanic too. So I mean, and he knew my car, and it's still not fixed. We never did figure it out, but yeah, he took time out of his day to drive up here and sit out here
He's a real
in the
mechanic,
heat.
ain't he? He's a licensed mechanic and all, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
Survival Living also had that paranormal activity channel.
yeah.
Oh,
He had
I
to give
heard
it up.
that.
Yeah, he had to give
Well, I
it up
mean,
because go ahead.
well, no, I was just going to say he's also from the area where I used to live in Orlando too. I mean, so I mean, it's possible that we knew each other, didn't even know it back in the day. You know what I mean? Because I grew up in Orlando, and he's from that area too. And
It's funny
so
because I've
because
met people out here that have been to the same concerts in the same arena on the same night as me. You know, it's like we were at the same place
yeah, so it's a
35, 40
possibility we
years
bumped
ago.
into each other. You never know. You know, I've been all over
You
the
know,
country. I used to, I used to travel around a lot, and I did what they did the rainbow gatherings they have all over the place around the country. I
Mm.
used to do the circuit. When it comes down, like they would do like a regional, like in one state in one national forest, and then after that's done, go to the next state, the next national forest, and I do that all over the country at one time. And then they have like nationals that would change depending on it would change the different national forests every year,
Well,
and
yeah, they
I
had
used to
that
do
one
that
in
for a long time.
Pocahontas County in West Virginia.
Hey,
Yeah, they got
Highland
one down
Husky.
here in Ocala. Yeah, they
Hold
got
on
one
a
in
second.
Ocala National Forest.
Oh
Magic,
yeah,
I got
I've been to
people
Ocala.
on.
That's a wild time. Well, that's a great story. Anyway, Highland Husky. Could you turn up your volume?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe my phone's bad. I don't know if that's maybe as good as I can go.
Okay,
Is it still kind of crappy?
that's a little better. That's a little better.
That's really better. Yeah,
Okay.
Magic, I thought you were on Dangerous Freedom before. I thought you've been on a panel before.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I think this is what we're going back. I think this is what Chad was going back to was the dangerous OG
There
days
you
from
go.
like
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, because that was good times.
What?
It was
I was
like
joking.
New Year's a couple when he passed. No, dangerous
No.
was yeah. Ron was a shit.
Yeah. All right. So I got everybody gets a question. Highland Husky. What is the one thing that you are the most proudest of?
Well, I guess my ability to like keep shit together in the face of adversity. I suppose. Huh.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not in the fucking loony bin.
Right? Me neither.
Well,
Might
I
have
don't
been there a
know.
few times.
Well, I
You
mean,
already met
it
Chad's
might
panel.
be. Maybe the joke's on me.
I got a
Then
question
maybe
for the
then we
panel.
got all the drapes and everything. It's awesome.
I got a question for everybody up here.
All right.
What happens if the internet goes down countrywide?
Well, for how long?
Gone.
Like for more than like 36 hours?
Yes.
Bad things will happen.
Yes.
Right? There you go. There's your answer right there. There's your answer. Wingnut.
Like a drum kit or like a
I'm
damn.
still analog, Yeah.
I know
Oh,
out there.
Hey,
okay. No, okay. It's like a bit of a setup. It looks like a fat
I
drum
just
kit,
found
but I'm a
I
drummer.
just I just found my grandfather's 8-band radio.
Oh.
UHF, VHF, all of that on it. Police scanner, everything.
Aircraft.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is actually a tri-band. I can get air band also in 2 meter and 70 centimeter on this. This is an HF radio. This is my CB radio, but I can get
Yeah.
10, 11, and 12 meters on this.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Yep.
that's very sweet.
And
Yeah.
I like you said, well, you mean more than like 36 hours? Yeah. Gone.
Well, it's roads are blocked at that point.
Yep.
I'll tell you, communications is going to be a big deal. I'm going to tell you, it's actually it's the key. Communications is if everything goes down, like the internet, electricity, and all that stuff, we got to have an alternative, and that's the reason why I'm still analog is because I don't need their infrastructure to actually get on, to talk to people.
Correct.
So
And that's the same way we are. Yep. Analog all day. And low tech is going to be what wins.
Oh yeah,
You could
for
do
sure.
relays across the country. If you couldn't get the range, you could set up ahead of time. You could find people with the citizen band or I think it'd be more popular if it was called bacon radio. But anyways, somebody had a ham radio set up or something. You could find somebody mid-country that you could have them get on where you know how to reach somebody on the right frequency from across the
Yep.
country.
So
I know.
Yeah.
Everybody should be working on that.
Well, and I saw a guy when I was in town, and he had his ham set up, and what he did with the wires is he just flew a drone and cabled it up over the street.
Yep.
Into a tree.
Yep.
And hooked it and cabled it up, and no one said anything. I mean, no one. He did it. He didn't. I mean, he told neighbors asked. He was open about it. No one cared. I don't know that's needs a permit. It's not my business. But
It doesn't.
was kind of cool. Like he just flew. I'd say it's probably over 300 feet across.
Yep.
But that was in town too. Like up here, like. No, it's pirate radio. You hit a tree, they're gonna ping you. You got to drop that down on a 4-wheeler and be blacked out like a mofo. And they gonna come after you up here.
Speaking from experience on that during Hurricane Katrina, ham radios came in big time because our state capital of Baton Rouge did not know what was going on in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina.
Right.
That's the same thing with Hurricane Helene, man. It was a big deal because for getting like supplies, rescue, or any of that stuff. Ham radio was a big deal when it comes out of communications. CB radio is also there too, but there was more of the logistics type of stuff was going on ham radio. There was one guy that had a repeater that was just 24 hours a day, pretty much just relaying type of messages and stuff like that. Different stuff.
I love you.
But in an emergency, you don't need a ham license to talk on the radio anyway. So,
right.
But
and I had some guys. I had some guys out of Georgia that went to North Carolina during Helena, and he called me and was like, "Dude, I got these ham radios, and I need some help on this, that, and the other." And he was driving there when he called me, and I told him, and he was like, "All right, I'll call you back in about an hour." He called me back and was like, "Thanks, bro. We really appreciate that. Now we are able to communicate between vehicles," and they had like 8 vehicles that were going to North Carolina to help out.
Wow.
I can tell it's a big deal. Knowing what roads are blocked by trees, or whatever, that's a big deal. I mean, like with Hurricane Michael that happened here in Panama City and stuff. I was on the radio the whole time during the hurricane. I was on the air the whole time, but I was on the CB. and I was just really kind of relaying messages like from different people that were on the CB, like, okay, there's trees down on this road or whatever, da 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 da. But there wasn't enough ham operators out here. I'm not a ham, but I still deal with ham stuff.
Right.
But there wasn't enough operators out here to actually do a lot of stuff, because I remember um, they had one of these what do you call it, like buildings they had set up as a place for everybody to go, if their house was all messed up or whatever, and
Right.
their generators ran out of gas. Man, they were having a hard time getting any information out to anybody to get gas delivered out there to them for their generators.
Yeah.
So
And that's
it's a necessity.
absolute. And one of my guys had just bought an Opus Mega One, and he took that with him. He said, "Dude, I want to thank you because where we set up our camp." And he came back and he said, "I left my generator there with the rest of the guys." He said, "Dude, that thing was a lifesaver for
Dude, did you
not
hear
only
about that
them
story?
but the
Go
other
ahead. Sorry.
people." No, you're fine.
Did you
But
hear?
people, that were affected. Go ahead.
Did Did you hear about that story? It was just recently. It's like this Hurricane Helene scenario. There was like $43,000 worth of brand new turnkey generators that were being delivered by just average Americans, and they got stolen by the dang sheriff department.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard about this. Yep.
Yep.
In the SHTF situation, nobody's your
Have you
friend.
guys, any of you here
And
ever had any of the military issue PRC sets or any of the military walkie-talkies?
Oh man, I
Well,
wish
no,
I
I
I
think
I, could,
that
I almost
as
did at
two
one
as
time.
two brought up a valid point on ham repeaters not giving people with call signs
Right.
bandwidth
That's the sad
access
hams.
Yeah.
during an
Right. Yeah.
emergency
I heard
event.
about that.
And
Yeah, those are the sad hams out
I
there.
was kind of with him on that.
right.
I can tell you some
That's a big
stories
deal,
about.
though.
I can tell you some stories about things going on during Hurricane Katrina.
Oh,
Mm.
Yeah.
you and me both. I got a friend that was in the Ninth Ward.
Oh yeah, supposedly that barge broke through the levee. I know they blew it
Yep.
up.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
not to
but they
mention the prisoners that they escorted out and what they did to them.
right. They blew that up to save New Orleans. Did you know
Correct.
that they wanted? Did you know that they wanted to turn New Orleans into a port city and not being like it was before?
Right.
Mm.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Interesting.
they blew up the levee to save New Orleans.
I got people that could actually verify hearing explosions, not a barge going through a levee.
Wow.
Yep.
Hmm.
I can even show you houses, well, vacant lots where people fired upon military people that was out here, Black Hawks and soldiers on the ground, and the houses were full of hose and was demoed first.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I
that's
heard stories about a lot of shit out there. Yeah.
same here. And that's one thing that, when you have civilians that are going in to help with the relief efforts, and this is just allegedly, in my opinion, going in full kit, clear, period, legally, and
I think
Well, you
you
everybody on
need
the
to
should. I mean,
change
team.
that
honestly,
study.
man, you should honestly, because I mean, you got to protect your stuff. I mean,
That's right.
and then on top, because I mean, a lot of these people, like in these areas that during these hurricane torn areas or whatever, looting is a big deal. I mean, but
Right.
here in Florida, you'll see big pieces of plywood with the words "You loot, we shoot" will be on people's front lawns, and people mean
Right.
it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, it
And
wasn't an issue here. It wasn't. I think everyone pretty much knows everybody, and I mean that's just kind of you do that, And if you're already here doing anything sketchy, people might look the other way. But then you do that, nah, you're done. But we did actually have a lot of volunteers from like Kentucky and West Virginia, and then people within the state that just came up and like kicked ass with 4-wheelers and chainsaws,
Right.
and like, and we
Yeah.
didn't have the Cajun Navy because I mean we're in the mountains, but yeah, I mean there was people that showed
Well,
up, and you could kind of tell them, and they got to feel out. They didn't want to impose. It was actually pretty good. I
well,
mean, you know,
there was a
but
group of with the was it the donkey brigade or whatever, that were coming in there hauling stuff on mules and horses and stuff.
yeah, that was a
Yep.
little further south of here. They didn't really come up here. They were a little further
Yeah.
south, a little easier on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spent I spent some of my youth in Asheville, in Lake Lure, in Chimney Rock, and those are like, places that from my youth, that I mean, it's just heartbreaking to see the damage. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Oh
Because
no,
like,
they're beautiful areas. Beautiful.
oh
Yeah.
man, I mean,
My
I
my guy was sending pictures back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Go ahead.
no, you're good, you're good.
My guys were sending pictures of the damage in North Carolina. He said he had to pull over on the side of the road because they saw so many floating things that were unalived, and it just broke his heart.
I think in some areas they're still picking them out of the water, if you want to know the truth.
Correct. You're right.
And like the debris dams.
Right.
They
Yeah.
caught up in debris dams.
Exactly.
But I
Uh,
can't hear about it. They're keeping it on the hush hush.
My
And
son would like to say hi to the panel.
take care, Ghost. All right, Ghost, take care, bro. And that's one reason. That's what got me started prepping was Hurricane Katrina. And I'm nowhere near it, but seeing everything that they did and our sorry government didn't do, and what happened in the tuna fish can, I was like, I will never depend on them to do anything for me and mine.
No,
My
I
son
mean,
wants to
even
say hi to the
Katrina,
panel.
they were coming in and taking weapons from people. They were in
Correct.
there, they're defending their own home. You know what I mean, from people that were looting stuff and all that stuff, and and they came in and disarmed them. I
Right.
mean, there was people out there that were just riding around in boats, trying to help stuff, and they had guns in their boats, and the people in the law enforcement or whatever, military or whatever, National Guard, they would disarm them,
Yeah.
forcibly take their weapons away from them,
Well,
and there's no
there-
good in that. You know what I mean? There's
no,
no good in that at
none,
all.
none. Well, they declared martial law, right?
Yes, he did.
Right, and that's how they got around it. And if I'm not mistaken, KP, didn't the mayor end up going to prison over a whole bunch of stuff down there during that
Yep.
time?
Yes, he did. Yes, he
Okay.
did.
Oh, he got in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he got in a lot
Well,
of
see,
trouble.
I know
He wanted to
here
turn it into
Hurricane
Chocolate
Michael.
City.
Right.
Yeah, Hurricane Michael here in Panama City. The mayor of Lynn Haven. I don't know if she's in prison or not, but she got in trouble because she kept on scamming a bunch of Hurricane Helene relief money. You know what I mean? And taking it basically for herself.
Wow.
Because there was like jobs that was claimed to be done but never was done, but the money was paid. That kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
The governor of Louisiana retired after Hurricane Katrina. She couldn't deal with the fact that she couldn't help nobody.
Right.
It's pretty. I'm a Florida boy. I've lived in Florida most of my life. You know what I mean. But so I'm used to hurricanes, and it's like it's like every year we got to deal with at least one. So I mean,
Yeah.
My son wants to say hi to the panel.
Okay.
Joseph, say hi.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hi.
Howdy.
What's going
How
on?
are you?
I have a question for you, KP Heathen's son.
There you go. You listening?
What is your favorite pie?
What's your favorite pie?
Mistaken.
Boston cream pie.
No.
Just say
No.
all of it.
No.
What,
Come on.
what's your favorite pie?
I don't have a favorite pie.
You like all pie?
Yeah.
Nice.
He's being shy now.
Pie.
It's a
Oh.
good question. He has to think about it. It's okay. I understand.
I thought you said, "What's your favorite spy?" I'm like, man, you know, started on Who's your favorite spy?
Yeah, he's a
Your favorite
Fortnite warrior.
right on.
Uh-oh. Don't let Teresa sing.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
Well, you know, I think that secretly Teresa plays Fortnite and she's
I
just
think
mad.
so,
And then, like,
too.
everybody beats her up, you know.
Yeah.
Ooh, coconut cream. Cha-cha.
Ooh.
You got all of them. Right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've
Cheesecake
ever
and
heard of
apple.
a pie I didn't like. Pretty
The
sure
kind
all
of
pie is good.
yeah.
There's Teresa. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
There's She's playing Fortnite right now.
I know she is. Probably on like a 65-inch flat screen.
Yep. Kicking
Getting
everybody's
shot in the
butt.
head and don't know who shot her.
Oh, hey, here's a Metal. Watch out, Metal. She'll get you.
Hey, there she is.
Metal,
She's in the
my man. What are you down here gruffing about?
That's a good one.
Ain't nobody got nothing for you.
She likes window pie.
She's a window licker. Okay. She's listening for secrets. That's right. That's our snitch. That's our local snitch.
Hey, I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Give me intel.
Yep. Here's your intel, Teresa. Bug Out Weekend will be in 2025.
French silk. What is all right? What is French silk? I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm thinking like tiramisu when she said that. So I don't know. It could be
like
different.
a tiramisu. What?
Well, that's where I was going with French silk. That's the first thing that popped in my head.
Tiramisu? Yeah. I don't know. What is French silk?
Maybe it's creamier and more chocolatey. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
Don't
it's more
know.
chocolatey, isn't it? I think it's chocolate type.
No,
Is
I think it's a little thicker.
Hey, Billy, isn't it past your bedtime?
So, Shawnee, we're going to need some clarification on French silk.
Chocolate pie, basically, she said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
really refined. Okay.
She needs more info, Teresa. I just told you it's in 2025 in Ohio. There you go.
Silk made in France. I mean,
And XNYCOG will be there. And so will Billy.
like
And it's good to see you, Sheena. I ain't seen you in a minute.
Oh, well, no, that's the.
And Metal.
Oh, I gotta think of that name.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of
Double
a hard. That's a long ride for me on a bicycle.
All
Where
right.
you coming
French
from?
silk pie is flaky pie crust, is filled with a chocolate cream filling and topped with homemade whipped cream.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Man,
That we
that sounds like
definitely,
diabetes.
yeah, we're gonna need insulin after eating that.
Yeah, that sounds really good though.
It does. What Devil Dog say?
He says that I'm using up all my StreamYard thing. I thought it was free.
It is, but it holds it, but you can delete it.
What do you mean? I mean, it's I can still live stream as long as I want, right?
Yes.
And as many times as I want.
Yes.
On the free side, you have 20 hours to live stream.
I ain't paying for shit. This is all free.
Well, see, you
You're
know how you
almost
get
at 8
get
hours.
around that, Shed? You know how you get around that? Just start another account, another like a email account, and open up so when your 20 hours is up, you just switch that other account and you got a whole nother 20 hours. And when that's up, go to switch the other account. I've got like 4 accounts just for that reason.
So this is not free and unlimited.
It's free. It's free. It's just 20 hours worth.
20 hours, what, a month?
Yeah, a month.
Because mine is free now. I stopped paying for StreamYard because I use EV Mux.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pushing 7 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay, that's cool. So here we go. Tiramisu is a well-known Italian dessert that's made with ladyfingers, mascarpone, cheese, egg, sugar, coffee, cocoa powder, and Marcella wine or rum.
Okay, I've come to the conclusion that Shawnee is a baker.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oops is already like rum.
Yeah. Okay. There you go, Shawnee.
Get a good food.
It's only 20 hours a month. Okay. All right.
Yep.
20 hours a month.
Yep, that's for the
All
free.
right.
That's a free StreamYard. That's why, like I said, I mean, I figured out really early on because at one time, man, I was doing a lot of long live streams, and so I just added like about 3 more different Google accounts so I can just switch to that other account every time my 20 hours is up. I just got a whole nother 20 hours, and then I'd have continuous,
Okay.
Playing the
Save
system.
recording a month. I don't care about saving anything.
Right.
I give 2 shits about that. Really.
Right.
I mean, it's archived in YouTube anyway, so I ain't got to worry about it, right?
until they delete it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they have.
That is the only thing.
Knock you off.
Yeah.
Chad, it's not like when 20 hours is up, all of a sudden it just stops and they knock you off. You can stay on, as you've seen me do. I went
Okay.
40 hours, and they just don't record it or keep it when you go over like that.
Right.
All right. I don't care. I'm having way too much fun with this.
Yeah. Yes.
You got that right, Trent. It's
Yes.
the end of the world as we know it.
Yep. Population 300 million.
Tiramisu is heavenly, and I want some tiramisu now.
I'm fighting the urge to go get a piece of sweet potato pie. I'll say that.
Sweet potato pie with some homemade whipped cream on top. Oh my god,
dude! See,
Mm-hmm.
That was Thanksgiving. We did that for Thanksgiving.
It was amazing.
Yep. I had sweet
I
potato
feel my
pie
arteries
and
hardening.
pecan pie.
Had some of that tonight too.
Y'all say pecan or pecan?
Pie.
Pecan.
I made it. I don't know because I thought I was going to say pecan, but I inadvertently and subconsciously said pecan. So
pecan.
But you can get a
Pecan.
praline.
Pie.
So I guess that tells you where I'm from.
Pecans.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
pecan
no
pie
pecan.
down here.
Yeah, pecan.
You had me at pie.
There
Just
you
don't
go.
put your mouth on it. At pecan pie, absolutely, I'm putting my mouth on it.
Yeah.
Cannolis. Oh, gee, you lived in Italy? Yeah.
Nice.
And walnuts.
Oh, black walnut cake is good.
Ooh, that does sound good.
I have black walnut treats.
Be careful, the wifey said don't make the New Orleans come out in her.
Y'all not. What y'all do? Y'all do?
I still got a little bit of this left too.
Wait, stand by. There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sitting here snacking on this every so often.
Oh, you got
chocolate
the
covered.
Madonna. Yeah.
Peanut brittle. Ooh wee.
What? Chocolate
Yep.
covered
I even
peanut
got
brittle.
I even got some salted jumbo cashews. Yep.
Mhm.
Nice.
That's what I've been snacking on. This is like almost empty too. Now I think about it. But yeah, I got very little. I almost got that one
Nice.
done.
I think Virginia does have better peanuts than Georgia. Georgia might have better peaches, but
See, y'all gonna make me go get some banana pudding.
Mm.
With the vanilla wafers in it.
No, sir. Shortbread.
Yeah, yeah.
Shortbread. Mm.
First time I've
Shortbread
ever had
cookies.
shortbread.
Come on now,
That's
Trent.
how
I'm
the
starting to have.
COO makes it, and it's a game changer.
Hmm.
Come on now, Trent. I'm starting to have diabetic seizures.
That's okay. I got plenty of insulin for you, KP. Plenty. She only the only reason she made banana pudding is because she had a special request from our 6'1", 310-pound boy child the day before Thanksgiving, and she made it for him. Yeah.
Yep. And I stole the bowl.
Yes. Yes. And he will guard the banana pudding with his life, and you would probably have to fight him to get some.
I just
Yes.
snuck it. I just like
Correct. Yeah.
Sitting there with a fork in his hands. I'll fork you if you come closer.
Yep. Exactly.
like, hey, look
I
over
can
there.
take
Yep. And the COO made it for him. She sure did. She was grinning from ear to ear. She said, I'm going to the store. I'll be back. She said, my boo requested banana pudding, so I'm going to make him some. I was like, okay.
Well, I can take 2 packs of cook and serve vanilla pudding. I take 6 or 8 bananas, slice them up, put in there, put a whole box of vanilla wafers on that, and I can sit down, eat that whole thing in a couple hours, man. I'm
Mhm.
terrible about that. I will eat the whole dish.
I'm with you. Only reason I didn't or couldn't is because she made so much of it in a big bowl, a big Tupperware thing. I was like, I'm going to die if I eat all this.
20 pounds of banana pudding.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you just wait a few
For a
minutes, and
potluck.
then you can
Yeah.
fit more. You just gotta pace yourself.
Oh,
Give them some
I was,
grace.
dude. I had a plate when they bought out the desserts. I had a plate with one slice of everything on it. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. All right. So, let's see. How about we do this? Um, Camel Carl, ask
Hmm.
one question of the panel.
All right. Give me a second to think. What's the most important prep?
All right.
What's the most important threat?
Prep.
Prep.
Oh, prep.
What's the most important prep? And chat, y'all, please feel free to chime in as well.
Well, I would say water, I guess.
Yep.
I mean,
Water.
air. Uh,
You guys are
Water.
thinking like everybody always thinks.
I'm gonna
Knowledge.
say skills. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Skills.
I really believe without a prepared mind, no other preps will matter in an emergency or a situation. You know, your ability to consume whatever's happening to you and deal with
Mhm.
it without panic.
That's where I was going to go. Just
That's good.
intensity.
Well, I'll
Knowledge.
tell you this, man. Yeah, all that skills and knowledge, it won't weigh anything in your backpack because you can carry it in your head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
That's true.
But even all that knowledge, if you got out stranded by yourself and you panic, people die when they panic. All right. So again, I still think it's the mind first because, if you've seen something horrible or you losing hope or something. You know, the ability to get through that.
Yep.
Well, I
In my
think that
opinion.
one dude died from Denmark or whatever. He was up in ice camping in Finland, and he froze to death. And Survival Russia or whatever, he wasn't trying to disrespect him, but he called him out. I said, man, he was just above his skill grade, just sitting there doing videos for clicks. And I mean, he done busted his nose and got frostbite, and he's dead.
Yeah, I heard about that here in chat actually. Yeah,
Who was it?
it's some survivalist YouTuber.
Oh,
I don't like cold weather. I can't stand it. I hope that'd be something I would not like to have to deal with if I was having to bug out, is being somewhere where it's like, really cold. I'd rather be
Well,
in a tropical jungle versus in the damn,
you got to
snow
have
I was
gear.
thinking,
blizzard.
If you're gonna be, yeah, if
I
you're
don't
gonna
like
be
the
in
sweat.
extreme cold, you need gear. Without the gear, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I ain't
I've
bugging
got
out.
some gear. It does me no good here in Florida, but I've got some gear when it comes down to cold weather stuff. But the thing is like, like I said, I'd much rather be in like a tropical jungle versus, and deal with that instead of being like in Siberia or some shit. It would not be a good thing. Me and cold weather don't get along that well.
I get that. I think 120 degrees would be really hard on me at this age. You know, I'm just
It
the
would.
opposite.
Yeah, it would be hard, but I think I would thrive a lot easier in my opinion. I'm already, like I said, I'm a Florida boy, so I'm used to subtropical type weather anyway. It gets
Right.
over 100 degrees during the summer here. You
There
know
it
what I
is.
mean? And so I'm kind of on that used to it type of scenario.
Thank you,
I've
Ed.
And
slept
then
in a lot of snowbanks. I have. I've got a full Arctic kit, but like on my community page, there's a picture of me in a M1949 mountain bag sleeping at 40 below zero. And the reason that I took the picture was because of the moisture that condenses out of a person's sleeping bag while they sleep in that kind of environment. That's with no shelter. But I've tested myself. I've been down a little bit farther than 40 below zero. I know I can do it. You got to have the right gear to do it. If you didn't have the right gear, you really got to know something about survival, because that's a hard environment to try to build a shelter. I've done the snow caves, and you really can warm it up enough with just candles or something, but how long are you going to last on that too? So it is a rough environment, but the more and the better the gear is, the better the experience is. I used to do it for fun.
well, it's not only that, Carl. To me, it's just finding food. You know what I mean? Just finding
That
food
too.
in that type of environment is a big deal to me. That's why I would rather be in like a tropical jungle, because there's food all around. You know what I mean? And
If you were just
Plentiful.
trapped
and
in the woods like that, up in the north like that, all you're going to have is small critters, birds, rabbit, and tree bark. You're not going to have a
right,
lot to choose from.
right.
Well, no, but that's the thing. You can only take so much off, but you can layer up. So, I mean, I guess you could layer up if it's really hot and have like a thermal suit that protects you from the heat. That's like
Well,
if
it's
you're going
absolute
towards
what you're
volcanoes and
saying.
such.
It's
But the only
absolutely right.
one of
Layering
the
is
things that
key.
they said was one of the few things that was worth its weight to carry for a food source in super cold environments is straight up just butter. Like,
Well, layering is key, all right? Like if you're going to pack out into extreme cold, you want to shed some layers, because the worst thing you could do is perspire in your
oh
clothes.
yeah, the
You know,
sweat.
y-
Yeah.
yeah. So layering when you're sitting still it traps. The more layers you have, the more air pockets you trap, the warmer you're going to be. You don't want tight clothing. Anything that restricts your blood flow will make you colder. Anything that's dirty will lose its insulation properties. You want to have the right kind of stuff. When it gets that cold, man, you got to sleep with your canteen because it'll freeze if you don't.
Oh
You
no,
know,
I've slept in my canteen and had it freeze. I've been to the point where I couldn't feel my hands, but luckily I didn't lose them. And
yeah.
no, the
Worst part is having to
icicles
get
were
out of the bag to go pee.
sideways on the trees.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
done extreme cold. It's man. I mean, I'm not ready for it right now. No, it's not something you just jump into. But I mean, just as far as like day to day living, I don't like to like sweat. And like if I'm doing stuff like working, like manual labor, and it's above like 75 degrees, like I'm kind of uncomfortable. Like I'm like, where's the shade at? I need something to drink. Give me a breeze. But if it's cold out, I can do like stuff like that, and then go in and warm up by the fire and like cook some beans or some bacon or something.
Bacon.
Bacon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bacon
I,
and
coyote.
beans. Kind of
Bacon.
mix it up.
Bacon.
bacon.
Yeah,
Bacon.
meat is one of the only things that'll get you warm in the winter. By eating meat, it helps your body stay warm. And what Coyote said, there's a lot of wool in my life. I've got several 1950 wool army shirts. They're thick. I
Oh,
love them.
definitely.
You know,
Yeah.
I've got
I got
army
I
wool
got some
socks.
Air
I've
Force
got wool blankets.
pilot
I got World War II
wool pants.
sleeping bags, wool liners. I've got wool. I depend on wool. I like
Yeah.
wool.
Oh, it's solid. That's the thing. I got these Air Force like liner pants, like they're for parachuting. Those
Oh
things
no,
are probably one
my
of the
favorite.
best, warmest pair that
Yeah,
I've got.
hair charger.
I've got those Arctic mittens with the wool liners. I've got and Mickey Mouse boots or bunny boots or extreme cold weather boots, whatever you know them
Hated.
as.
Yeah.
They're nice, but yeah, I hated those things.
Uh, you need them. Those things. You can take an extreme cold weather boot out into the cold below zero and pour a glass of cold water in that boot, and it will warm the water to the temperature of your foot before your foot freezes. All right,
Yeah.
those boots are in extreme cold weather. The white ones, there's misconceptions about these. Those Mickey Mouse boots, what most people call them, the valve on the side is not to inflate them. People ruin their boots doing that. All right, the valve on the side of the boots is for altitude adjustment because when you take something
Right.
above
Yep.
30,000 feet, it expands or retracts, and you have to equalize the pressure. That's why all the military crates you see have a pressurized button on them that while they're in flight, a guy goes through the cargo and pushes those buttons to equalize the pressure on components and stuff. Anyways, the white boots are made for extreme cold, dry conditions, meaning when it's so cold that there is nothing melts, nothing is sloshy, it's powder dry, painful air. But the
Oh yeah.
black Mickey Mouse boots are made for cold, wet conditions, and they're a little less insulation and black. And that's really the only differences between them. They're almost rated to the same degree.
Oh.
I almost
Yeah.
went to Korea, uh, and I almost made it to the 80 below club. We got to 60 below, and we had those boots on, the Mickey Mouse boots, the white ones. You know, uh, they were good.
All
Train
right.
keeps a
Yeah.
rolling all night long. Right.
That's the Arctic Railroad, the Polar
Yeah.
Express.
Polar Express. Yeah.
It pretty much is. It's quieter like this when there's snow on the ground.
When it's cold and stuff, I try to look at how the Inuit do it. How they live every day to day and stuff like that. And a lot of them are like transient, so they move a lot. And see
Mhm.
how they do it, man, and how they survive it. And they do it, with the bare minimum type stuff in a way. And it's interesting on how they do it in such cold weather.
Yeah, I'm a white boy.
You
I
know,
need my gear.
yeah,
Yeah,
I hear
Well, I'm
you.
gonna eat like
I do like cold though.
whale fat
Yeah, y'all can
steak.
have a cold.
Right.
Y'all know
Yeah,
black folks don't do cold weather.
shoot. I'm gonna tell you,
I've
the
got
only way I want snow is if you pile it into my freezer. That's the only way I want it.
I want a lot of
Yeah,
snow, man. I haven't been able to snowshoe in years now because Michigan doesn't get the snow we used to get. And I've got
Right.
those military white magnesium 10th Mountain Division snowshoes. I actually got two sets now. And I've got the cross country 10th Mountain Division, cross country downhill combination skis. I've got all that stuff. But I can't use it unless I go way north now. Our winters have gotten wimpy compared to what they used to be. You know,
Right.
it's not the same. People can't use their snowmobiles around here or nothing.
dude. I was in Kentucky during the blizzard of '95, and that was the first time I ever saw 9-foot snow drifts in my life. You know, I was like, man, I didn't know how to handle it. It was crazy though.
That's
Dude.
how I grew up here in Michigan. We
So
used to have snow
the
like that.
Chad, were you in Ohio during the blizzard of 78, 77, 78?
No.
I was in Michigan for that and remember it real well, Vision. I got pictures of it.
Yep, same here. And that was insane.
Remember it happened. We had an ice storm in the early 80s too, 83, I think.
Yep,
Really bad. And it was widespread all the way down to Ohio, I remember.
yep.
I was born in
So
a blizzard of '74, Tennessee, and then the great snow, the great freeze in I think it was '89, I think '89 or '90 in Tennessee. Everything froze for like weeks. It was crazy.
wow.
Where everybody was, we had no power for weeks. It was everything was freezing. Trees were snapping like, like toothpicks. Ice was over everything. Absolutely everything was covered in ice. It was crazy.
Do you
Wow.
think
I,
it changes? Do you think it changes the baby to be born in that cold weather?
I think it affects you. I think it it helps you. I think.
Because I was
You
born
look at
I was
Iceland. Iceland.
I was born
Iceland.
I was born in
Still. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
please.
Sorry. No, I was going to say I was born in Washington State, so yeah, I don't know, but I moved to Florida pretty much right after that. I mean, I think I was 2 or 3 years old when we moved to Florida, but I was born in Washington State, and I remember I don't know how far back you guys can remember back into your childhood, but I don't know if it's actually a picture I saw, but I remember an image of me looking out of a window in a car and looking at this big fountain in the middle of town, and all the water that comes out of the fountain was all frozen. And that's like the earliest memory that I have.
Wow, that's
I
amazing.
think that was in Washington State though.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have a lot of
In
memories from
Iceland.
that
So
time.
back to in Iceland, they still practice something is called exposing babies. They exposing children, and what they do is they literally just leave their kids out in the their toddlers out in the cold. Now, it was back in the day in the old Norse times, right? Viking age. It was to get rid of a kid. They would put the baby out in the wilderness to die. But that's beyond. That's not what the Icelanders are doing now. They put him. They take him to town. They walking around. I'm talking about. It is cold, right? It is cold in Iceland. They
Right.
carry on like it's nothing, like it's okay, whatever. It's a snowstorm. We don't care. It's 60 below. That's fine. They're going about their daily lives. And what they'll do is they'll take their kid, wrap him all up where he's nice and warm. They even sell like heated strollers. All kind. It's crazy. But they leave the kid outside while they go inside and do their shopping, have coffee or whatever, and eat. And the baby is nice and snug, outside being exposed to the elements. And they slowly take off the layers, and the older they get, the more they're weathered against the cold, and they're you know it's a yeah, body fortification, cold aversion training, but they do it
Yeah,
over time.
it's
Look
real,
at that
Chad.
privatization.
It's real.
That's
You
cool.
get used to it. You adjust to your environment because I tell you guys, I sleep with no heat on I don't care what below zero temperature is. I turn the heat off. I have my down-filled mountain bags and poncho liners, and I'm plenty toasty under there, but I gotta have my face in that cold. I sleep really well with my face is in really cold air. And most people would complain and about it and stuff, but I can get up in the morning when the sun comes up. I feel that heat. All right, I can actually. It makes a difference, and
Right.
I can get up in the cold every day
Yep.
and get dressed and start my coffee before I even turn the heater on. I'm so used to it that
Yep.
it's not an issue. You become used to it. You really do.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been trying to do the. Have you ever heard of Win Hawk, the Iceman? Uh, he has he has done the program. I've tried it, and it's cold diversion therapy, really, with breathing, holding your breath, and of course he does the polar plunge, right? The polar bear plunge.
Yeah.
They he's the guy that climbed the Himalayas butt ass naked. Yeah, that guy. But
screw that.
right. uh, but there's something to it, though. I mean, it's the vagus nerve. There's something, our vagus. You've heard about the vagus nerve. It controls. It's a uncontrollable urge. It's why people drown. It's why because you take a breath. You can't. You have to take a breath underwater. You just there's something. That's how people drown. They just can't resist and go. And even though you're just breathing water, right? Same thing with the cold is if you can overcome that vagus nerve, with literally the breathing techniques that he teaches and being out in the cold, it changes your life. It really does. It makes you harder, and it's something that I've briefly experienced it. It's something really ancestral, primordial, going back to the days when that's what our ancestors did was walk across the frozen tundra, in
Yeah,
whatever they
there's
had in their
video
hands.
footage of them making Navy SEAL trainees take
Right, ground
that
proof,
breath of water. They
ground
make
proof.
them breathe the water. They want to know. They want them to know what it's like to drown. They
Yeah,
train them that.
and so the training is, and you can go to his channel and check it out. What you do is you literally take 30 big deep breaths, just as much as you can. Take in as much breath as you can and do it 30 breaths, right? And on the 30th breath, don't breathe and try not to breathe for 3 minutes. It's extremely hard and it's very uncomfortable. If you can get past that, you can get past the cold.
And you're talking what temperature?
Any.
No, and I've even done it underwater, back and forth on it wasn't an Olympic pool, but whatever the size down, and done a full backy forthy without taking a breath. But that just because I'm scuba certified, and that what I got it is I'm
Yeah,
grandfathered. Now I wouldn't go out
I
right
am too.
now
I'm
and
scuba.
do scuba. I haven't checked my gear, So I mean, I'm not stupid. I'm like, oh, I want to go check my gear before I do this, and do like a review. I'm not just gonna go like plunge off a boat. But no, that's one of the things I remember for scuba, and yeah, I owe that to a certain bad habit that we had in high school, as far as being able to hold your breath for a certain amount of time. But it worked, and we rocked it. But I
Yeah, that
mean,
was
Right.
part of the training. That was part of our training when I went scuba certified through Patty. When we were doing just the pool dives until we before we went out in the open water, we'd be sitting down at the bottom of the pool, and the instructor would come around without us knowing and shut our air supply off. And that was part of the training. When it comes down to it, like if we happen to run out of air or whatever,
we had to
don't
do
freak
mask
out.
clears and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Talk about discipline, huh? Because you want to freak out,
Yeah, if you
yeah,
freak out, you
yeah.
need even
Especially
more
when they put
oxygen.
sand in
If
your
you
mask.
relax, you save it.
Mhm. Now, I forgot to precipice why you take the 30 deep breaths, is that you inundate yourself with so much, your blood is totally saturated with oxygen that you don't need oxygen to breathe. So you can last 3 minutes without oxygen. It's just your vagus nerve is just uncontrollably wanting you to breathe, even though you don't need to. Your body is absolutely, inundated with oxygen after the big, deep 30 breaths. Anyway, and that's probably with your scuba, with your scuba guys. You get to that, you can play with the oxygen saturation point, right? And whereas you can really play with that
Oh
level.
yeah.
Right?
No, and I was never nitrox certified, but yeah, you can do a lot. I mean, but I had to look at it as like, hey man, we had $10. It's a Friday night. All we got's a dime sack. I'm holding this shit in.
Right.
That's
Then
right.
that's
I had
different
to get
kind of
my
training, right?
lungs.
You hit that bong.
had to get the bonus on my buck.
Right. As soon as you cough, that's it. You're high as fuck. Right.
Yeah. If you
Well,
cough, you get off.
I lived on a lake for a few years, so I did all that stuff just for fun.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was younger, I haven't been diving in a lot of years. It's been over 20 years, man. But we used to go a lot of different places. There's a lot of springs around here. There's this, Blue Springs down here in Florida? It's like this huge, deep cavern that goes way on down. I think it's like over 200 foot down, and then a big boulder blocks the main path or whatever. But you got to be really careful, like that when you go really far down, coming back up, you got to be careful.
Are you talking about those deep blue holes in Florida where even people's bodies are still down in some of them?
There is a couple of them that, like for instance, like Blue Springs, like I'm talking about. I remember there was a diver that tried to get past this big boulder that's like in the main path down at the bottom, and he tried to get past it, got wedged in between the rock wall and the boulder, and drowned. There's a couple of times, like there's a place in Rock Springs, down there, like was it I think it's Apopka or something like that down toward Orlando. But people will get wedged in between the and stuff, and then just end up drowning.
Dangerous, yeah.
Yeah.
So
one of the
I have
main things. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
for you, Wingnut, because I had an interesting experience, and I've never been able to find this place again. It was in Florida, and it's I don't know how to explain it. I don't know the terminology, but it was a spring, but the whole land was covered in this like very. It was like a mesh, a grown mesh that interlocked and was hard, and everything you walked on, it was like walking on a waterbed. There's water right underneath this growth, this
Kind of like a
weird.
bog.
I don't know what it is, but there was a spring, clear water spring. You went down into it. I never went into it, but I watched the guy go down in there and swim around. He said it's absolutely amazing. You could see right to the bottom, but it's like this hard kind of vegetation growth that interlocks,
like
and
mangrove islands and stuff like that. Mangroves do that.
I mean, and it was it was just another world down there. Where is that? That was a spring in Florida. I don't know, maybe around Cocoa Beach. It was before going to Cocoa Beach. So I don't know.
Yeah, Florida's dotted with so many springs all over the place. Sorry, Carl. What was it?
I said the whole time I've been talking to you guys, I just repacked one of my medical kits perfectly.
Perfectly, you say. Perfectly.
How many sets of chest seals you got in it?
What?
Smart man.
All right. Take care, Rooster.
Later, Rooster.
Years ago, and I
got to redo mine. Honestly, man, I don't have any, like chest seals or any Israeli bandages. I don't have any of that stuff in there.
Oh, man.
But I do need to like kind of get a little bit more. I've got a pretty good comprehensive type pack, and I've got a couple other smaller packs too, and I've probably got one of those ratchet type tourniquets in almost every bag that I've got. But there are certain things like a surgical type kit. I'd like to get one of them. I just don't have one.
Speaking of,
You see that,
speaking
Chad?
of,
I just got a whole case of these off of Marketplace here a couple months back, probably more like a few months back. But these are
Like
the really
Right.
big ones.
bone
The
wrapper?
camouflage compresses. They're bullet wound dressings. I got a whole case of these, and I got all the small sizes already. But I got some of these to give away if I ever meet some of y'all.
All right, here's a question from Rabbit. When applying a test seal, which way do you vent it? Question for you.
vent it so it vents.
Vents down, vents to the side, vents up. I was taught down, or if you're going to lay them down on their side, whatever side that they're closest to drain. Like say if you're shot here, vent it this way, so when they lay down, it'll drain out and
Yeah,
down.
I'd go with blood gravity. Yeah.
Yep.
I've seen it where they tape it along the edge of their body till it gets to their side, and then put one piece of tape there to where you can change it from an upright position to or draining if he was laying down. Just
So you
by
just
moving,
moving and removing the tape. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yep.
you only have to move one piece of tape, and then you can point it in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, I know triage. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to stop your bleeding. I'm gonna if you can't breathe, I'm going to try to help you breathe. If you're treat for shock, stop the bleeding, start the bleeding, or stop the bleeding, start the breathing, treat for shock. My treat for shock is get a hold of yourself, right?
Yeah,
Smack in
right.
the face.
Well, you're a good friend to have.
Like airplane, get a hold of yourself. Get a hold of yourself.
But seriously, though, you're a good friend to have. You do all that.
So here is one of my wound closure kits.
Yeah, see, that's something I need to. I've got a very small kit like that, but I need to get a little bit more comprehensive type scenario.
Yeah, wound closure sounds better than information extraction.
What? Say again, man.
I
Say
said
again.
wound closure sounds better than information extraction kit.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Yes.
All right, since he's showing stuff off, I'll show something else off. This is my favorite.
All right, stand by. There you go.
All right, this is a field U.S. military field surgical kit. It's like
Yep.
a pocket trifold that opens up, and then you have all the full.
Yeah, I can't
The
do any
old
of that.
canvas bags. Yeah, the old canvas bags. Yep.
I'm gonna pack. If you got a hole in you, I'm gonna pack the wound with whatever I can grab. Hopefully I got some gauze. If not, you're getting a t-shirt. Good luck with that. And then I'm gonna slap an Israeli bandage on it. And a tourniquet over there, and that's it. There you go. Carry on. I mean, that's all I got. I'm not sewing up anything. I'm not extracting anything, And maybe if you got something sticking out of you, sticking in you, like a piece of metal or something, you just rip it out. But it's still an open wound.
God. Who's going to rip it out? Don't put your mouth on it.
No, of course not. Oh shit.
Push it through.
I mean that's later on. That's wound care stuff. That's not me. It's me. I'm walking up and you go, oh shit, you got shot. You fell on, some rebar or whatever, and I'm gonna pick you up. Oh, plug the holes, and that's it. Carry on,
Man up. Yeah.
Right. Later
rub
on when
some
we get
dirt
you
on
back
it.
to the
Get
rear,
over it, kid.
rub
some dirt on it. Yes.
Yeah. Here, you
rub
want
some
a shot
dirt
of
on
whiskey?
it, man.
X, there you go. XNYC OG prepper. There you go. I used the t-shirt as a tourniquet one time. I ran up on some people and they got messed up in a wreck. And I was like, oh shit, you're bleeding, dude. You know, that's all I had, and that was
Did you
before the
use the
days.
trick? Did you use a
Right.
trick with the stick, winding it up?
If that's all you have, use it.
I was just
Yeah.
wondering when you said he used a shirt. I wonder if you twist a stick up in there, and twist it up with
Oh
the stick.
yeah, I remember that. You know, IVs. Yeah, I remember IVs. The way that I learned IVs was coming in drunk as hell at 4:30 and having a 5 o'clock PT formation. And I'm like, hey Corman, we're drunk. He's like, okay, here's an IV, and
Yep.
boom, you're ready to run. You're ready to go. You know.
Solid.
That's
I asked
it,
my
man.
buddy for that one time. He's like, dude, you might be an alcoholic if you're wanting an IV.
Yep.
Hey, let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys. When it comes down to saline solution, how long does that keep? How long does saline solution keep?
Depending on the
It's
right conditions.
Yeah, it's
well.
probably got a
Yeah.
date on it.
Let me
It
look.
had 6 months. Is my
Um,
rule of thumb.
I think if it's sealed,
Yep.
Because I
Feeding
know that I know sometimes they got like kind of like a Best Buy date.
They're
Kind of.
dated. Most of them are dated. And my thing with dates is just add 6 months. I mean, unless it's like a can of food, then depending how it's stored, you could add a couple years. But
right? Like this saline is completely in shrink wrap.
Yep. Right. Rabbit. There you go. March acronym: massive bleeding, airway, respiration, circulatory, and
Yep.
hypothermia.
March algorithm. Absolutely.
Yep.
You know what I need to find is those cloth cravats. The
Right.
triangular piece
Yeah,
of
the
olive
triangle.
bread or
Triangular
cayenne.
bandage.
Yes, I need to find Army issue ones. I've been looking for them for a while now. I need a few of those.
How many you need?
Well, I would gladly trade some of these big wound compresses or anything, even up a piece per piece. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff to trade for some. I need like three or four.
Do you need
I
them?
had, all right,
Do
I
you,
had
do,
some. I used them a lot, but I went to go open my last ones, and they were disintegrating, man. They were Vietnam ones, so they were really old, and they were just like tissue paper, man. Came
you
apart
want
on
them
me. So
with or without safety pins?
no, I don't need the safety pins. I'm just gonna wear them for do rags. Is what I've worn them for years. I'm very
Oh,
comfortable with
okay.
them.
Yeah. So
But
yeah,
I would like to have a
this is a
sterile one.
this is a fashion statement.
Well, I would like to have
the
at
doctor.
least one sterile, all right? Because that's what I used to have. I used to keep one sterile in a quick response med pouch on my backpack strap. That's where I kept my spare. But you know, like I said, I'm looking for a few.
Yeah, I might have to pull out that medical bag that I've got one of these days, man, and show you guys what I got. But like I said, there's some things that I need to replace on it. You know what I mean? Because like I said, like my saline solution, I'm saying that what I have right now is probably out of date. I probably need to re-up or recondition some of the stuff that I've got in it.
I depending on how it's stored and how it's packaged, it may not go bad.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to look into that tomorrow. See, now y'all got me doing
Well,
stuff.
I'm just curious because, like I said, I mean, I was the last time I was going through it, I noticed that some of the saline, for instance, it had dates on it,
Oh,
and it was out of date. So I'm
So
just assuming that it was just gone. It's not any good anymore. But
there is an
I don't. I'm
expiration
not
Well, I
sure.
date
mean,
there
on
is
IV
an
saline,
expiration date on it,
but it's saline, so it has salt in it.
Yeah.
yeah,
right?
salt.
Yeah.
And they
And the
got to
salt
Yeah,
re
will
up
it'll
their
preserve
look
it.
dates. They got
cloudy and
it's a
wrong. It'll look
contract.
wrong too.
They got to re up
But
their
that's the thing.
suppliers.
Anything like antiseptics, eye ointments, All right, anything that's like a liquid or a solve or something. All the medical kits, the military stuff that I've got, all have dates on 'em. Even like the water purification tablets, all have
Right.
dates of expiration on them.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Water
that's the
purification
concept.
tablets.
Well,
Yes.
they'll all usually, if like you said, stored in the right conditions, they don't freeze or they don't overheat. They'll overlast those expiration a great deal of
Yes.
time if properly stored. But it's you can see if you look inside of a bottle of water purification tablets, for instance, you can see the discoloration in it when they go
Mm.
bad.
Yes.
It's the
Right.
same thing where if you've got multiple little burn packets or antiseptic swabs, open one up every once in a while. Check to see if it's good or if it's dried out or something. And that's usually how I do it. It's just
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think some of the sterile gauze from like Vietnam and Korea, cause I have some vintage sets that are
me
complete,
too.
and I think that I don't know if they sterilize it with chlorine, but I guess that chlorine gas kind of
Ooh,
disintegrated the
Yeah,
cotton.
really?
yeah,
So I think that
especially
it was antibacterial for the short term, but in the long term, it kind of was like a acid for lack of a better
same
word.
same with the decontaminations. All right, if you get a gas mask or a mop suit or a chemical suit, those have to be decontaminated. They have to be cleaned, and they have these decontamination kits that do the same thing. But there was something that used to come in a copper tin, almost the size of a pack of cigarette, called a Carlisle bandage
Go.
or a Carlisle tin. And that's what was originally those single use little pouches that are called first aid pouches. They also are using for they use them for compasses or first aid. Those were designed to fit in that one snap little pouch for easy access. And the Carlisle bandages came in different styles. Some of those Carlisles would have little morphine ampoules inside of
Mm.
them.
Oh,
Some of
nice.
them would have burn, and you find a one that's painted orange. It might be for burn treatments. So there were multiple different Carlisle copper tins. I still got one I use for an ashtray. You can close that up with a cigarette in there. It'll go out, won't burn nothing. That's the perfect portable ashtray. But they came in all different varieties, and all those chemical ones is what I was getting to. Anything to do with a liquid, especially those would corrode over time, especially the World War II stuff.
Mm.
See, you
Yeah,
guys
it's
got me
kind of
talking
hard
about
to
army
find a
surplus.
Air Force MRE with the dexedrine still intact.
Damn. Yeah.
Wow.
That's kind of a high dollar item if you can find it with it. Most of them have been pinched.
What
You guys
was
ever
the
see
the
the
World War
cold
One
weapon?
stay awake stuff? It was basically meth.
Yeah,
Like they were stay awake
Yes.
tests. You know
yeah,
what I'm talking about?
yeah.
Yes, when you opened up a pilot
Prevagen or
survival
something.
kit from World War
Some
II,
yeah,
it would be
Prevagen.
like 50 tablets of stay awake pills. And they'd be all, I mean, that'd be the most quantity in your medical kit would be those pills.
Right. Yeah. Fuck it. You're bleeding out. Fuck it. Just take one of those and keep going. You know? Mhm.
Shoot, I knew a guy that got really hooked on morphine when he was in Vietnam.
Ooh, right. Yeah. I can see that. I've been on morphine, and surgeries and stuff. It feels good. You're just like, yeah.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah.
right. Yeah.
They have morphine injectors, military issued, for gunshot wounds or whatever. You could
Oh, the liquid.
stab your leg
Yeah.
with a morphine and inject yourself with it, and that actually is supposedly keep a guy going, even with a hole in him. He's going to keep going with that.
Right. Yep. I mean,
Feel
the
feel
sappers,
nothing shot.
the
Yeah.
sappers, the Vietnam sappers, they would wrap their body in barbed wire, and then they would take two big, massive opium plugs and stick it up their nose. They had no pain. And, their body parts are getting shot off, and they just keep going. Yeah, don't feel a thing. Let's go. You know.
Yeah. Nah, I think I remember my boss when I was growing up. He was a sergeant in the army and whatever. Went through France and Germany, and they would give him like a darn kudos bar. And he said that after, if you ate 2 or 3 of those, he said you were good.
Right.
And yeah, they had chocolate and morphine and all this stuff in them, but
Chocolate morphine.
yeah, chocolate morphine. But no, he's a couple of. I mean, he smoked a chick putting out her laundry because she pulled a piece on him in France. But then when they were taking Germany, this guy pulled a knife out of his wheelchair, and he was an old dude, like in his 70s, and he threw him out of the 3rd-story window of the hospital with his wheelchair.
See ya.
He took the whole package out. Yeah, no, he was an animal. And yeah, I mean, he saw a lot of firsthand combat. And then the one guy, yeah, he had to poke at least a dozen times to make sure that he was unalived.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I wanted to talk about what Cornbox said, Corn Pop here said, but because I know about that story, I heard about Fat Electrician. But yeah, so about the Mozambique drill, right? 2 to the torso, 1 to the brain. But there's also that finish him shot that you got to make sure, because people survive a lot of shit. Even just getting shot in the head, even getting shot multiple times in the body. They still keep going and they're still a
Yep.
threat. So you just got to make sure, you know. But yeah, corn pot. Yeah, I heard about this. I watched Fat Electrician. Basically, it was a Finnish soldier,
Yeah.
and he took all the stay awake pills of his platoon, all of them, and all of them, like everybody, he took them all because they all died. He was like the only one in the platoon that survived. The Germans were attacking
No,
the
he
Russians.
separated. He separated and burned down a village, and they were
Like
just like, "Fuck it, we can't catch him."
Yeah,
But
he
they
ran and he was
survived. They
getting shot,
survived.
blown up, and everything, and he didn't care. He's like, now he wasn't in his right mind to make the right decisions, but he survived the trip.
Well, he skied like 750 miles in 36 hours.
Yeah, he
Burned
just kept
down a
going.
town.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Went
they
over a
they
landmine and didn't. I think they shot him with a howitzer. Like still, he was like too slow, motherfuckers.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. And
Wow.
he was on this trip, this berserker fucking meth trip. And he took more. He found like some of the Germans who had their meth, and he took that too. And he's like, he's just running around the war zone, having a good time, getting blown up and shit. Yeah, right, corn pop. So yeah, I remember that. Oh,
That was the party. I
yeah,
think
I
he ate
remember
like
that
a
from the
raw
Fat
blue jay.
Electrician.
I think the only thing he ate was like a raw blue jay or something. He caught like a raw bird, and that's like the only thing he ate over like a 750-mile. Yeah, it's
Bones
like
and all.
almost. He probably caught it while it was flying, chased it like mid-flight.
Yeah, I mean, he's staying awake. He got all them pills, and right.
Cha-cha,
That's
who
how
did
you
you
do it on a
ban?
life raft. How you gonna cook a bird if you're on a life raft? They teach you how to lasso them and trap them and stuff. You're supposed to eat them raw because you can't cook them.
Right. I'm gonna try to cook it though. I am. I mean, I have eaten some weird shit raw, like rabbits and
I'll
lizards.
do like
Yeah.
sushi, but
Right. Fish. I've eaten raw
that's
fish. It's not advisable though.
That's the worst meal I've ever had. All right. When I talking about walking across the states, when I got back to my hometown, it was like 3 in the morning. I had walked from Romeo, Michigan, all the way into Oxford, and I was tired and I was hungry, and it was raining like a motherfucker. All right, I mean downpour. It
Check it.
was cold, and I was hungry, and I was miserable, and I knew everything in town was closed, so I went out to the pits, right to the
Okay.
same place I was talking about earlier. And I could not. I caught the bluegill. There was no sweat catching the bluegill, but I could not get a fire started. All the firewood in that area was used up. I couldn't find anything to start it with, and I sat there, and I did get a little bit of a flame, and I tried to cook it, but I sat there and I ate raw bluegill that night. I mean, I got the energy boost I got, that I needed from it, but that was the worst meal I can remember ever eating.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they got scales. The one thing I've been thinking, and I don't know if I've never done it because I've always cleaned them, and cleaning a bluegill isn't efficient. But I've seen
Yeah,
people
I can
Money.
fillet them.
deep fry them, and they'll crisp the fins, like deep fry the fin, and they'll eat the fins.
Oh
They're
yeah, eat
deep
the fish
fried.
whole. Yeah, I've done that with brim.
I've done
Yeah,
that with perch.
perch. Huh? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Put
Well,
it in
that's
a
my
stick.
favorite fish right there, Vision. Deep fried perch is my favorite.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
haven't done. I was thinking about trying it. I didn't know what y'all thought. It seems to be like thumbs up.
Fuck yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. I mean, yeah. Some of the scales they crisp right up like potato chips, like thin little
Oh,
potato chips. They just
oh,
crunch in your mouth. Uh, boiling boiling fish, you can eat the bones if you boil them long enough, right?
oh, fish soup. Oh, that was like that Japanese. That was I always thought that was sad. It was like the goldfish in the cave, and he ate it and boiled whatever. I don't know. Old Japanese fable, but
And I
he
see the
kept them
comments in
alive.
chat. I see everybody's comments. You can get sick and get stuff from eating fish, but I didn't. And I was lucky,
Well,
whatever. But
just
I'll tell
look
you
at the
guys,
stuff.
if you've ever been
I
hungry,
mean,
real,
smell it.
really hungry, your standards of what you eat are going to change. I
Tell
guarantee
you
it.
what, I tell you this story here. I spent 20 years in Myrtle Beach, and we have oysters there. We also have something called jack oysters. They grow on the pylons of your piers and everything. And high tide, low tide.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it. And we were just on a little hunt for oysters and fishing and stuff. And I grabbed one that had been sitting out in the sun, grabbed the
Oh,
oyster, opened it up, tossed it back. I was like, oh, yeah, that tastes like dirt. I spent the rest of the night close to death, puking my brains out, man. It was bad. It was talk about food poisoning, the worst
yeah.
I had ever had. And that was from a jack oyster sitting out in the sun. Just you got to
Dang.
be careful, man. You got to
Well,
be
no,
I got
careful.
the
my
same. I got
rule of
that
thumb
same
that we
thing
always
from
heard
a.
was only eat oysters in a month with a R.
I got
Yeah,
that
they
same.
say that. They say that, but
Because
yeah, talk about red tide, right? But
but now I'm not talking like this. Yeah, so, boat docking, guys trolling all day, in and out of a boat ramp, and I got all that oil. Yeah, that's probably not the best habitat. And then plus, if it's cooked in the sun, nice and
I
warm.
was an idiot. Yeah, I was a total fucking idiot.
I
And
got that
No,
yeah,
well,
same
I
sickness,
mean, my God, I
Chad.
have my share of stupid
I had that
stories.
same sickness from a Burger King. I'll never eat one of those again.
oh my god, really? Yeah,
One of the things that
uh,
I've learned about seafood, if it smells like low tide, don't eat it.
Oh,
yeah. That that
well,
that
even the grocery store.
vegetation smell, kind of.
Yeah,
We
you
had the
go to the
best
grocery
oysters
store,
on the rocks though, because
Walgreens.
they're
No,
always
Costco.
covered by water, running water. Best damn oysters, man. We're right there on the jetties, on the rocks, man. Oh my god. I love
I'm
that.
gonna do
And yeah,
that.
I learned bring hot sauce and whiskey with you, so you can boom, yeah, and croutons, right? So and I had a little pouch made that was leather pouch. Had a little oyster knife. I just walk along the rocks. Don't slip because you're going to the hospital. If you can get there, right? you know, but
I
yeah,
remember the old MREs, the old sea rations used to have a little bottle of Tabasco sauce in them. They don't do it
Well,
anymore, but they used to back in
yeah,
the
Really?
day.
Oh,
it
they
comes
used to
in a
have
pouch
six
Yeah.
now.
pack of smoke.
It
They used
comes
to
in
give
like
you
a
a couple
ketchup
smokes.
packet now.
Oh, yeah. Because I mean, I remember they used to be like little tiny bottles, little plastic bottles
Yeah, you
of
remember
Yep.
the
Tabasco
green ones?
sauce. Yeah.
I got him in
They
the
Yeah.
even
MREs.
had
Yeah,
little
back in the
green.
'90s.
They even
Yeah.
had little green ones. If every once in a while you'd find a green Tabasco in the little tiny ones in the MREs.
Ooh.
You don't find them in them now. The modern ones, you don't find that anymore. Because I've got a
No,
lot of
they sell them
MREs
on
and
eBay.
stuff like that.
You want
Oh
some? They
yeah.
do sell them on eBay. They're kind of collectible. They used to be glass, then they went to plastic, and like I said, there were the green ones. And did you guys ever see the Arctic MREs that came in the white vinyl
Yes,
pouches?
I had them. Yeah, when I did cold weather training. That's good eating right there. Yeah,
Yeah, well,
it's a lot
they
of
give
food.
you a lot of food in those.
Yep. And different entrees. Different better entrees. I think. What was the uh, like stroganoff? You would get this beef stroganoff that was like twice the entree of the. Oh man. All the cocoa powder, all the coffee. You get like
Man, I
good
will
stuff.
trade you anything out of my MRE for a vanilla uh, cake.
Vanilla
One of
pound
those
cake.
vanilla. Yes.
Vanilla. Oh
Or
yeah, those were the shit,
or
man.
the maple.
Vanilla
I
pound
like
cake or the cherry pound cake. What was the other
maple
one?
and vanilla.
Yeah, those are good. Those were really good.
Mm. And I always
Yeah.
traded peanut butter for cheese because I preferred the cheese.
When Hurricane Helene came through, Hurricane Michael came through, the National Guard were handing out a bunch of MREs, but they were all those low sodium MREs. Dude, those things are nasty. They'll it'll create a turd, but it just tastes like crap, man.
Hold on here. Hold on a second. I gotta address chat. There appears to be some drama going on.
Someone
Right.
messed up. Someone burned.
Is Cha Cha just handing out freaking band hammers? Is that what's up?
Yeah, she's dropping them like a bad habit.
Okay, I trust you.
Yes, indeed.
All are welcome if you're brave enough. That's all I gotta say. And
Yep.
She's keeping us to herself.
I gotta say, one of my guilty pleasures here on YouTube is watching these guys that open old sea rats, MREs from different countries.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
seen.
all over
Yeah.
the world. And
Mhm.
I've watched so many of those. I find those fascinating. Yeah, and the survival kit ones where they open those and stuff. But yeah, that's my idea of enjoyment.
Oh man,
Right.
those
Well, Linda,
the
have you seen
Japanese sea
the?
rations.
Yeah,
Well,
I've
no,
seen
but
those too.
yeah, but have you seen the Air Force pilot tubes?
Yeah.
One shot, one kill.
Just like the tubes.
You go ahead. Go ahead on, Cha Cha. You got full reign. Full
Yep. Do your
weapons
thing,
free.
Cha Cha.
Weapons free. Okay, that's all I gotta
So
say. Weapons free. You already know what it is.
Emma
You know what
of
time
the
it is.
Gads.
What's up, Echo? You have an echo in chat.
Who's got
That's
an
all
echo?
right.
There's an echo in chat.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, I know Echo. What's up, Echo? How you doing? How you doing, sister? Right, corn pop. Yeah, I like to get a hold of those tins, like the UN tins. You seen those? And you just roll them back
Yeah.
and just get your whole meal in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, I got to tell you about. All right. There's one of these places I used to like to
Before
take
you
people
start your
in.
story, Camo, gentlemen, I'm going to bid y'all an adieu.
Right on,
It's
brother.
12. It's
You're gonna miss a good
12:15.
one. This one's right up your alley. You sure you don't want to hear it?
Man, I tried to stop running in alleys in the early 90s.
All right, whatever.
Nope. I hear my name being called by the one
Take care, Trey.
known as the COO.
Take care.
Okay, well, you got to go.
All right.
I think I know what the issue is. So, yes, I will, talk to y'all later. It was awesome, as always. And don't forget, some of us do have to work tomorrow.
Some of us
Good
don't.
morning.
I know. I understand. That's why you've been doing a 15-hour live stream.
Hey, everybody's
No, 8
jealousy is
hours
delicious
and
right now.
50
Thank you.
minutes.
Yes, indeed. And I'm going to
All
eat
right,
some
Trent.
banana pudding before I go to bed. Good night, everybody.
Night,
Good
Good
night,
night.
morning.
Trent.
Good morning. Good morning.
Love y'all. Yep.
Love you too, brother. Take care.
So, anyways, there was this abandoned 1800 school, all right, and it had a big gymnasium built in 1902 that was linked by an underground tunnel. And the school sat empty and abandoned for a long time. He used to take people in there and scare the shit out of them. That was a good fun. Well, eventually, the school burned down, but the tunnel remained, and so did the gymnasium. And for years we went in there and hung out and took people in tours through the boiler rooms and the lower floors and stuff. You could even get above the stage up onto the roof through trap doors and shit. The place was pretty cool. But halfway through that tunnel, I noticed this weird indentation in the concrete because it was all concrete, the tunnel. And there was this spot that looked like it was made to have a door, but it was concreted in. And it got my curiosity enough to where I finally took a hammer to it. And sure as shit, inside this concrete bunker, a shoot off the side of the tunnel, lied a 1951, I think is when they put it in, a fallout shelter. And inside this fallout shelter, there were rows of 30-gallon metal olive drab green barrels, all right, and they had a civil defense symbol with a triangle on them, big
What?
letters. And
Thanks,
out of
man.
out of all those, I think there was like 60 of these 30-gallon tubs, and then there
What?
was these big metal square tins in the corner. And the first tubs, I opened them up, I mean, it was like 20 in a row, were filled with giant bags of water. It said potable water. On the top laid a toilet seat. All right. So what the idea was is you were to drink the water in the tubs, then you could open the bag up and use the toilet seat and use them as a commode. And then another 10 of these drums had, medical supplies, rations, uh, all kinds of manuals and stuff on how to build a fallout shelter and survive a nuclear holocaust. And then it had medical books and stuff in it. But those metal tins in the corner, they were like a foot and a half by a foot and a half by maybe 2 foot long. They were all filled with saltine crackers, giant saltine crackers. Each
Oh, my
metal tin,
I'm
freaking.
you
sorry.
open it
Oh
up, it's
man.
a
Yeah,
giant
you know what?
tube.
You were absolutely right that Trent should have heard this because this is. Go
Heart
ahead. Go
attack.
ahead. Just go
Well,
ahead.
anyway, these
A
on
heart
these
attack.
I
big
miss you.
cube metal, look
Go
like stainless
CRB.
steel or something cubes. There was a big key that you peeled off the side, like on the old sardine cans. You put
Yeah.
the key
Yeah.
in and
Right.
roll the metal, and
Yep.
you put that in. You open it up, and there were 8 bricks of these giant saltine
Rusty
crackers.
crackers. Yeah. Rusty. Were they rusty?
Now they were rusty on the outside, like
Rusty
surface
crackers.
rust.
Yes. Rusty crackers.
No, but when I opened them, they made the
Hmm.
vacuum sound when all but one of them.
Well,
One
that's
of them
good.
didn't do that, and they had absorbed moisture and they were soggy and shit and nasty. The ones that still were sealed, I'm talking, that was 1980, 88, I think, is when I found this place. So
What?
from 51 to 88, how many years that was? These crackers sat in the corner, and dude, those were still edible. All right, I tasted them. There was nothing wrong with them. There was even a manual in the kit that said it told you. It said if you run across food stores after an event, the main rules to remember was if it looks good, smells good, and tastes good, it's probably good. And that's what the manual said in there.
Wow.
And there was
Wow.
another manual I'll never forget because what it told you to do if you expected a nuclear holocaust is it would tell you to dig next to your foundation of your building, all right, and dig a trench out, put corrugated metal over at an angle, and build it up with sandbags and stuff. And I swear they were, and it said, and wait for your government to come help within about two
Yeah.
weeks. And that's it. The books were teaching people. But to me, it looked like they were teaching people how to dig their own damn graves. I swear. That's
Yeah.
what it reminds you of
Right?
when you see the hand-drawn illustrations of these, because there was a few designs, but that's what they were. They were having you dig
Have
your
you?
own grave.
It kind of
That's
reminds
cool.
me of like even modern day. You see these like they're like 2-person bunkers. Just basically big enough for 2 people to fit in. And I'm like, dude, this is just nothing but a freaking coffin. That's what that is. You know.
Mhm.
Um,
Yep. Especially, I mean, if there's no exhaust for the carbon dioxide, right? I see a
yeah, I
lot
mean,
of
you
that.
think about it. Like the building falls on top of you, you can't get out. You're screwed.
Well, I mean,
Yep.
that's what
9
that's
most
what lead paint
terrifying
was for.
words in the English dictionary. We're from the government and we're here to help. That's a quote by Ronald Reagan in 1986.
Right.
What were you going to say,
Yeah.
Husky?
Oh no, I was like that's what lead paint was all about. Like, I guess not all about, but it helped. And actually, it doesn't taste bad. I'm not recommending eating
I
lead,
agree.
but
I
it's
agree.
like
Eating some
I've
lead
had the lead.
paint.
I had some lead paint in my history. Yeah, it's not bad.
yeah. But no, there was this one cat, and he would chew on tire weights, and I was like, "What's up with that, Holmes?" And he's like, "Man," he's like, "some people dip." He's like, I was like, man, just to get through third period. I mean, he's like sucking on a freaking lead tire weight.
Okay.
Jeez,
Yeah,
man.
he's
I
hardcore.
don't, everyone each to their own. I don't judge. Yeah,
Right on, bro. Enjoy.
yeah. Kept them
Well,
kind of mellow.
we all come from a different generation too. I mean, like our parents. Well, I know mine. It's like they wanted us out of the house, and it's like when the street lights come on,
Right.
that's when you have to be
Yeah.
home. And it's changing. It's changing in this. Matter of fact, it reminds me of a story just recently in Texas. This this lady she got arrested. Well, her kid was walking from a friend's house 2 blocks down from the house in a nice, secure type neighborhood. And very very little crime and all that stuff. And some Karen called the cops saying about like this kid walking all by himself. He's like 8-year-old kid walking on down the sidewalk all by himself, and they charged this woman with like child endangerment, the mother. And this is how it's getting now. It's like society. They're destroying the independence out of people. You know what I mean? It's like when,
Right.
that's what we used to do when we were kids. We used to ride our damn BMX bikes all over the freaking neighborhood.
I
You know what I mean?
I have hope because I see that here. I see kids just rolling bands of kids up to no good, just
Right?
unsupervised. I like that's
Yeah.
good. I've had to yell at them. They come over here.
Get off my lawn, damn it!
I live in an apartment. So here's the story. I live in an apartment. I'm on the second balcony. That's my fighting position. And these literally from South Park, right out of South Park, these kids come rolling up on their fucking BMX bikes, right? And they're yelling at each
Yeah.
other, cussing each other out, whatever. They're here to see some friend, I guess. And we have like the intercom system on the doors, and it's got to have a key fob and all that. So they're like, "Hey, motherfucker, come outside. Fuck you. You smell like gas or whatever. Just berating their friend." And some guy, just some dude walking out of was trying to pass through. He passes through and goes, "Hey, you kids, watch your language." And they just, fuck you, you fucking old man, fuck you. And I'm like, I'm kind of laughing. I'm sitting on my balcony smoking a cigarette, and I'm kind of laughing, and they're like, "Oh yeah." And then they start. I didn't care about all the cussing and whatever, but the dude was physically like, he froze up and he like focused on. He had tunnel vision and trying to like walk through and ignore everything. And they're like, "Man, we'll fuck you up." And I was like, "All right, shut the fuck up, and they're like, yeah. Sometimes you got to regulate these kids. You know what I'm saying? I got
Yeah.
regulated when I was a little mischievous shit. But that's good. I love seeing that. It gives me hope. It does. It gives
Well,
me hope that kids are still out there being
Yeah, they still
kids,
have their
learning
little shit.
conflict resolution, learning, what's up. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, go ahead.
yeah. Well, I mean, even when I was a kid, this is, before paintball, before like airsoft or any of that stuff. We would go out in the damn woods and have BB gun wars.
Yeah.
We would go out there and shoot each other with BB guns and pellet guns and stuff, running around with all fatigue jackets and motorcycle helmets. Yeah.
And bottle
I mean,
rocket guns. And we
Oh
did
yeah,
bottle
BB
rocket
gun
guns.
wars
We
was
made our
fun.
own
the old
little
bottle
Oh God,
rockets.
yeah, bottle. Oh yeah, fireworks wars. Man, I
if you
was I was
Yeah,
timed
into
it,
it.
dude.
Oh,
I
Roman
used to
candles
love
night.
doing that shit.
yeah,
I
man,
take
if
the
you
box
timed
of
it just
Saturn
right,
missiles
you could
and
make it
I'd put it into a coffee cup, a coffee can, because it would fit right in there, and I would hold it out like this and just I mean, fuck people all up, man. I used to do. I used to like set fucking traps. I would take a cigarette and put the fucking the fuse into the cigarette, and I go, okay, and you do the math, right? You do
The
this,
time limit.
yeah, the time limit, and you'd run from them, set the trap around a corner. So as soon as they and time it, so as soon as they come around the corner, bam, 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 they get nailed, and then you're off to the side hitting them with fucking bottle rockets out of your bazooka, which is just a
Yeah.
pipe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
you gotta.
Yep.
You either did it by yourself, or you had a bottle, or you did it out of your hand, right? Here's an interesting story. I had this polyurethane, very thin fucking windbreaker pullover, and it had a pocket, a big pocket on the chest, and I threw all my fucking bottle rockets in there, and some I had cut off the stem so they would zip 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 zip,
Made it
be
Lazy
all
faster.
chasers.
yeah, they would
Yeah.
just be erratic and chaotic, and I would throw those and just light them. And I had a sparkler, and that's what I did. I just hit the sparkler, throw them, and just kept feeding that out. You know what I'm saying? And well, somebody hit me with a bottle rocket, and it went into the pocket,
Oh,
and all the bottle. I must have had hundreds of bottle rockets in that fucking pocket. And I had to take it off, man. And we just sat there and watched this thing just jump up and down, and all as kids were like, "Wow!" I was like,
Oh,
"Yeah,
you
that
fucked
that was
that
like
thing up. That was probably anorak, one of those thin nylon anoraks. You probably melted it.
it was destroyed, melted. It melted right into
so
the
it
fucking
caught. They
gravel.
all caught.
Oh yeah,
Well,
all of them just
me
caught
and
on
my
fire,
brothers
man.
got into this. All right,
Good
we
thing you
made these
ditched
little
it.
rifles. We'd take a pipe and we'd take an angle grinder and cut an end out of the pipe like a breech,
Yeah, I'm from
and
the
then we
hood. We
put a
had no
little
angle
cap.
grinder.
Well, we put a little pipe right over top of that, so you could drop the bottle rocket in the pipe, light it, and then close that breech. And you could, if you could time it to where the bottle rocket hits the guy right at the right time, it would blow up on impact, and that's the effect we were always looking for. Make it
Right.
blow up right when it hit him. That was the fun
Yeah.
part.
You can never time them because I mean it's cheap Chinese made shit. So
Yeah.
sometimes you would get the one that come right out of the barrel and blow
Yeah,
up. Then one that
yeah.
would go further, hit them, bounce. So let's sit there and lay there and then blow up. You never knew. You never knew. I always loved even. Oh, here's a good one. Take a whole bunch of them and like even two. Just take two and tie a string to it,
Mm.
right, to two of them and throw it, light both of them, throw it, take a whole bunch of them, tie them together and throw it. That's a fucking crazy fucking mess, man.
No, we would drip wax, like get a wax and drip it over the wicks, and then we'd even rip apart the M80s and get
Oh
all
yeah.
the gunpowder out, and then like slowly, like we get like a job rolling paper, and then put that over, and then like coat it with wax, and do like landmines for like our GI Joe pits,
What?
and like so we do like improvised like GI Joe like IEDs,
Yeah.
and
I used to make
it actually was pretty good. Like they weren't you couldn't like set your life on a clock with it, but it worked. I mean, it was a time delayed
Hmm.
You
thing, and
guys
it was
played the
fun. So
same
you could
games
like
I
you could
played.
call it a day.
Yeah.
You know, go and eat a sandwich, and mom cooks food, and you go back and play with your friends the next day, and that would last overnight, and it was still viable. It was a pretty
I
See,
good
used
little.
to I used to make was it explosives out of like I take old CO2 cartridges and fill them up with black powder and stuff like that. And remember the old bottle rocket fuses that you'd stick in a bottle rocket, and it had a little wire that came out to like a little box with a key and a button on it. And so you can set off the bottle rockets. Well, or I mean, not the bottle rockets, like a regular,
Like a
those
launching device.
like a model rocket or whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
well, I'd set the fuse in those little CO2 cartridges with the black powder in it, and have this thing, and I could blow up damn tree stumps with these things, and
yeah.
I used to have so much fun with that back in the day.
See, we are
That was
fucking
back in the
dangerous. We are
Yeah, that
fucking.
was back
We're
in the day when
Americans.
M80s were a
Oh
thing
yeah,
back then. You
yeah.
know what I
You
mean?
put it. You take them to school and you throw them in the toilet and boom, blow up the
Uh,
boiler room. Right.
yeah, yeah.
All
Yeah.
right, I did all that stuff too, but I had a crescendo moment, all right, because we played war. That's really what. It's no cowboys and Indians or nothing like that. It was war. We
Yeah.
attacked each other. We wrestled, took to the ground, but eventually this started to be like war on our fort. Everybody in the neighborhood kind of paired up. There might be 3 or 4 guys in a group, but there was 5 or 6 forts built in the neighborhood. Off into the wooded lots or whatever,
Hmm.
and they started raiding each other's forts. And the
Right.
guy I was with, they came and took all our shit. And we were pissed off about it. We went down to his dad's basement, and I found, we're talking those big old black powder kegs full of black powder. His dad had a bunch of this shit. And we took a cast
In the
iron
wood, in the
drain
wood,
pipe.
or in the tin.
Down in his basement, his dad had all kinds of black powder stuff and all kinds of hardware. And what we did is we found a big cast iron drain pipe, put a cap on the end of it, drilled a hole in it like a fucking cannon. We filled it with, I'm talking probably, it was 3 kegs of gunpowder. All right. I
Damn, bro.
don't know how much is in one of those, but they were bigger than a coffee can. All right. And we put nuts and bolts and
Yeah.
screws and
Oh
rocks and
yeah.
anything we could find, we shoved in it. And we
Brag.
tied it into this Y of this tree in their back area and pointed it right at these guys' fort that we knew was stealing from us. And it was a big fort, and their parents helped
Get
them
him,
build it and
Chacha.
shit. So it was all plywood and furniture and everything in it. And we pointed that cannon at their fort, lit it, and ran like a motherfucker. Of course, we made sure nobody was around. But when that thing went off, everybody in that whole fucking neighborhood heard it. Boo! And it
Right.
Yeah.
flattened that fort. Not only did it flatten it to their yard, I mean, fucking instantly, it was down and flat, but all their wood was shredded, man. We fucked up all their wood. You couldn't build nothing out of that crap. And, we kind of got chastised. We weren't able to do that stuff no more after that. That was when the fort wars ended.
Well,
I
well,
remember. I remember.
our my little claim to glory, and we didn't get the best German, but I would rebuild them. So like we would make hybrids. Like you could get the GI Joes and take the screws out of their back, and do the rubber bands and change out the head and the torso and the legs and the arms. But anyways, we would make our own like chimeras. But then like when we would really go to war, we'd light them on fire and put them on catapults and get them burning good so they'd stick. And then once like 3 or 4 stuck, and they'd stick and they'd hit to the plywood and they'd melt. But we watched it. We didn't want to burn our fort down. But then this like busybody from across the street like came over and she's like, "Y'all are gonna cause a fire." And we're just like, "Lady, we're playing GI Joes." Leave us alone.
Dude,
Go away. Mind your
there
own
was a
business.
time, man, back in the day, there was a whole section of property that was undeveloped and stuff. And a lot of the kids, the high school kids and all that stuff, would go over there and they have like a little fort where they'd make out with their girlfriends and all that stuff. But we used to play BB gun wars out there too when we were kids. I was like a middle school type age, and we had one tall pine tree, the tallest pine tree in the whole area, and we had like a little like a tree house. Well, it wasn't a tree house; it was more like a deck. It was just like a platform up in the top of the tree. And I thought I was real slick and stuff. So I got up in this damn platform and I'm up there sniping people from up at the top of the damn tree, during the dude, they figured out I was up there. They would not let me down for hours, man. Every time I tried to climb down, they're sitting there taking me and stuff. It was not good. It was not good. But I learned my lesson not to do that again. So I became more sneaky since then.
Well, what? So, how did they drive you out of your position?
No, see, that was the thing. I was already up in that tree platform, and every time I tried to climb down, they would shoot at me.
Oh,
So,
gotcha. Trying to find
I
the
was
disconnect. They
I was
couldn't get
stuck up there for like hours, man. By the time they left, it was like way
a
dark by the time they
siege.
left, and I finally climbed down.
Yeah, they
But
had you under siege.
yeah,
They call that
Oh
getting
man.
but
treed. You got treed like a raccoon.
yeah, I
Yep.
did,
Get
dude.
treed.
But I learned my lesson, though. I learned my lesson. I was so much sneakier after that, dude. They could never catch. I was like, as soon as I hit a tree line, I disappear, boy. I've always been like that.
Hmm. All right. Let's carry on with this trend here. So, all right, Wingnut, ask the panel a question.
Oh man. Um. Let me see here. What? Okay. On a prepper type scenario or like survivalist type of thing. What is the some of the things that I think that are most lacking that you see from like prepper channels and stuff like that?
Hmm. Hmm.
Wait, from what?
Field
From your
testing.
your channel or
People,
from general channels?
I'll answer first.
Husky, turn up your volume.
No,
Husky,
I
or
didn't.
get closer to
I
your
didn't
mic.
catch what he said. I said 'cause I didn't see. Because was he saying from general prepper channels or from his show? Because I haven't watched his stuff.
The
Yeah,
prepper channels in
generally,
general.
what is the one? What is like one of the things that are usually that is missing from all this stuff?
I don't know.
Hmm.
I'll give me. I'll get back to me. Get someone else. Let me think about that.
Carl.
Go ahead,
I
Carl.
think
Go ahead.
that the biggest thing I see is actually too much stuff. I mean, if you've ever had to actually carry your kit, there's only so many guns you can carry, only so much ammo you can carry. What I see a lack of is you're at the last ditch. Some people that are acquainted with exactly what they could carry for a long distance.
Hmm.
Right. What do you think, Shad?
Um, I'd have to say from prepping channels. I mean, um, I that's a good question. I mean, because I mean the prepping channels that I watch are fucking legit, right? So, what is lacking? What could go wrong with what they're teaching, right? So
Mhm.
they're always kind of like focusing on this is what you do, this is how you do it right, and I know that Murphy follows me around. So
Right.
if there's half a fucking chance I can break something, I'll break an anvil. You know what I mean? So if something can go wrong, it will around me. So I want to know what could go wrong with doing what they're trying to teach me or whatever. Am I like, say, if I'm like foraging, if I don't wash the Aruba too much enough? Will it poison me, or canning, or whatever, or I want to know what could go wrong. But that's
Right.
just me.
Yeah. And I would say, I don't know. I'm kind of wish I probably have narrowed it down to the people that I watch, and I watch them for a reason, and they've found their niche. But and they've settled into that. The only thing I could personally say for me is different loadouts for different situations, and to test them. So it's like if
Right.
there's situation X or situation B, and you've got a emergency pack for both of those, or you've got a third, or that's if you're trying to bug out and not stay in. And I've done fire drills, and I mean that's whatever. It's so I guess it's just a matter of, for me, just going through your stuff, know how to use it. Like you say, look for expert, cycle through stuff, make sure it's fresh and up to date, and try not to slide. I mean, that's maybe what I'm guilty of most. I mean, like I've got a loadout pack I haven't looked at for 6 months. It would probably get me through, but just to kind of cycle
You, you
through.
know, a couple of things that I see that doesn't get mentioned hardly at all when it comes down to like prepper type stuff or survivalist type stuff is a couple of the basics, um, like hygiene, keeping clean, and how are you going to take a shit? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Baby.
I don't. It's not even mentioned.
Well, toilet
Well,
paper
I've
and
there's
seen
a
some.
washcloth.
certain thing. I mean, do you know what cowboy TP is?
Well, yeah, that's like a leaf or something like that, or some cotton or
No, but
something. You know.
there's a specific plant known as cowboy or Indian TP, because not only is it an antiseptic, but it's like a velvet leaf. So anytime like a
Oh
pioneer or
yeah,
an Indian or something would see it, they would pick
like
mullein
Mullen.
and pack it.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah,
mullein.
Mullen.
Yeah.
Nah, dude. Mullen fucking
and,
hurts, dude. I mean, I'm not trying to be a
no,
pussy,
no, this mullein
but
is also
that
got
That's
like
shit
it. Oh,
medical.
she
hurts,
just said it
man.
right here. Velvet leaf. Yeah, velvet leaf.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it.
I've done the Mullen
It's
thing.
mullein. All right,
Maybe I did
mullein
it
the one.
backwards.
Well, mullein's the one that has the velvet leaf. It's really the only
That
plant,
that
at least in the
I mean,
northeastern area, that looks like that. You can use it for lung ailments. You can use it for a tea like that. The Indians also used to line their moccasins and their clothing with it and use it
oh,
for a
Right.
pattern or
It's called
insulation.
velvet. Yeah, it's a velvet leaf. It's not mullen. It's
that
something
would be
else.
the bomb, really, to
Yeah,
get a
we have it
Well,
here.
stain or
there's a
a
something
shoe
that's called
leather.
lamb's ear down here. I think that's probably close
That's
to
got to
it.
be it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, see, our
that's probably it.
lamb's here is like a small little like citrusy spring fruit, but the mullen's mullen. No, but I've tried to wipe with that. I would rather use like a maple or a poplar.
Now, when mullein, one of the coolest things about mullein, and I'm not telling anybody to do this because this is legal as hell to do this, but when the mullein plant sprouts a sprout in the summertime, it gets a really tall sprout that can be like 4 foot tall off of that velvet
Yep.
plant,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And at the end of that stalk, there'll be these little black seeds. And the Indians
Yep.
used to take those seeds and grind them into a powder. And if you were to throw a handful of that into a pond, every fish in that pond would be paralyzed and float to the surface of the water.
Like a
What?
That,
walnut. Yeah.
it is. It's
Holy shit.
absolutely a fish paralyzing substance. And let's say that it's illegal, but if I was starving, all right, and I had the ability to do that, I'm gonna fucking eat.
Well, that's like me with trapping. It's illegal to trap, but man, I'm gonna tell you something.
Yep.
I know exactly how to build traps, and that'd be definitely something I would do.
Yep. A good fish trap. Just a bunch of And we had that problem in Tennessee in the Tennessee River and in the tributaries that these Indians, which were allowed to, they were allowed to do things like build these fish traps that were traditional fish traps, and then they would catch all the fucking fish in the creek or in the water or in the river, and then just fucking leave it to rot, just to fuck with us. But yeah, I mean, they're like a seine net, or a fish trap. You're catching all the fish. Uh,
Well, certain
you know.
species are protected because they were almost eaten into extinction, like the swan. I mean, that was almost wiped out. Even stuff like the black birch tree. The reason
Oh
it's
no, we got to
protected in so
stop
many is
here.
because they skinned them all. They used up all the black birch. You can turn the cambium layer of a birch tree into noodles. All right, it's good eating. It's good for you. You know, and you can do that with not just birch, but you can do it with aspen and poplar and pine trees. It's not all pines, but most pine trees. But they almost wiped out entire groves of black birch, which are actually weird because they're white trees. They just call them black birch.
Yeah,
There's black
but
and
birch
yellow
is
birch.
also one of the highest BTU producing firewoods, and if you distill it, it's a mildly narcotic
Ooh.
oil. Like sassafras, I probably shouldn't even talk about that, but yeah, there's certain trees that you can distill and do certain things, but yeah, birch they got rid of that, and then sassafras they got rid of that because of legal reasons. But yeah, it's like a Breaking Bad thing. It's not that hard to figure out on your own.
Well, if you do
That's dead.
harvest from a birch tree, just don't go all the way around it. If you take half of the bark off a birch, it'll survive,
Oh
most
yeah, no,
likely.
no, don't
If
scalp them.
you
No, put a
even just took a
spile in
knife, even if you just took a knife and made a groove around the trunk of a birch tree all the way through the cambium layer, you just killed the tree. It can kill the whole birch just cutting around it like that.
it. Oh. Well, no, I'll just do a
Wow.
spile like a maple tap, like to tap maple syrup,
Hmm.
and
Right.
just put a spile in it, and then say like around early March around here. If I'm got time, and then put it on the stove when I'm starting a little fire in the morning and boil it down.
Yeah, the
Wow.
reason why I say that is because I know a lot of people in situations they don't know how to keep clean. They don't know how to make like a latrine or anything like that. You know what I mean? And
Right.
and that all that infection and diseases is what ends up killing them. So I think that's one of the, in my opinion, that's one of the things that never gets talked about in a
You're
lot
right.
of
Well,
postings.
witch hazel
Right. Witch hazel.
is another good thing.
Yep.
That's a
I
good
know about that.
that's a good astringent. Like I hate to be like effeminate, but I like to wash my pores, wash my face, and that's a good cleansing thing. If you're in the you can make that, boil it down in a
Yep.
pot, and get a rag, a nice hot rag, and wash your face and your crotch or whatever, and good to go.
And
I
Nothing
nothing
know
wrong
says
about
with
that
keeping
no.
from being an amateur makeup artist. I'd use latex, and make zombie faces and stuff. And if somebody was having a reaction, we would use witch hazel and wipe it off their face, and it would cure that latex burn that they was
Yeah.
getting.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
think it's from here all the way up through your neighbor, all the way up to Newfoundland. It's all the way up through. I think it's that far north. I think it's from like Tennessee to Newfoundland.
Wow,
You remember that witch from Bugs Bunny? Her name was Hazel. That was Witch Hazel.
Yeah.
witch hazel.
Well, that's what Ordersnick is also named, but that's more like hazelnuts. So that's not the same subgenus.
All right, so everybody's had a question, except for Highland Husky. So Highland Husky, and if you could please ask the panel and chat a question.
Uh if there was two things that you had to grab if you had to leave your domicile or your home base, what would those two things be? You don't have to name it specifically, but and generally.
Well, can I just say my go bag is one?
I didn't copy that. You cut out, but yeah, no,
Can
you
I
can
just
say it
say
if you
my
want. I
go
don't.
bag is
Dude, I'm loose. I don't really care. I mean, just because I'm just asking a question.
no?
But
I
no,
would say my go bag and my
uh,
father's blue jacket manual.
yeah.
Both are ready to
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, you didn't specify. I would look at it as like two specific things, right? So for me, it would be a rifle. If not, a pistol and all my, and all my ammo and clothes,
Oh,
like a jacket, something like that. Yeah. If it was
Well,
only two things I could grab, like I got to go, fuck.
yeah,
I can't grab the go bag. If I could, yeah, I'm grabbing the go bag. It's got everything in it. But you said two things, so
yeah,
a gun and a rain jacket.
yeah, I mean, the answer because what if you're sitting there nude? You need pants, you know. But there's certain things I carry on me at all times anyway. I keep my wallet on me. I keep my leathering
Right,
on me. I
yeah,
keep lighters on me. So
right.
basically, my treasure is my father's blue jacket manual from 1943. That's something I can't replace. But I have a go bag that's ready to grab. I got my coat is already got stuff in its pocket. I if I had to, I can grab and go. I've tried to stay that way for a long time. If I've got to go for real, I can grab the pack too, because that's ready to go. You know, if I can come
yeah.
back and get another load, I grab my medical kit, my food supplies, and the rest. I
That
mean,
shit's all loaded out. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
nice.
that's my main camping gear right now. But me, I probably definitely carry either a knife or a machete. That would be my main tool to carry, and uh, maybe some way of like a tarp of some kind. Those are the two things that I would probably grab. Two main things. But that thing's loaded out. I got my camping gear. I got a machete, a hatchet for main tools, and then tarp and clothes and cooking gear, medical gear. That's generally everything.
Yeah.
Right on.
And that's ready.
Right
That's
on.
ready to go. I got canteens. Um, you know, but
yep,
I've got
I get
many.
it,
I've got many
man.
different packs.
I
Matter of
get
fact, I
it.
mean,
I'm
that's my EMREs.
Ooh,
You know.
nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
SoCo.
Yeah, bro.
You got the SoCos.
Yeah, I mean those are actually not all that great, but I've also got the low sodium stuff, which actually tastes like crap to
I
me.
found there's a lot of waste on the ones that I got, but I
And
don't know.
I've also
As
got
far as
those like those ready to eat buckets and stuff. I've got those too. Um, yeah, but this is my shop, y'all. This is where I'm trying to get this all packed out. I'm trying to eventually move all my tools into here. This is like my
oh,
little
your shit's
setup.
more organized than mine. But I got a stainless steel table that's like that, but then it wise over 4 feet and it has a sink, and I want to use it for a deer processing facility where I can drive a
Oh,
deer
wow.
back and hang it
I've,
and
I've
then throw it on that motherfucker, cut it up. Mm.
I've got
Yeah.
another one of
Yeah.
these actually that I'm gonna put in this corner when I move this refrigerator out. I'm gonna put in, another one of those right here for like a main table to work on stuff. But this one's got wheels on it. The other one doesn't. But so I can move this one around. But this is like I use this for my sewing and stuff. My shoe patcher machine right here. I've got
Nice.
my Singer sewing machine down there. You know,
Well, can you
and
punch through like leather and stuff with that?
oh
Like
yeah,
the heavy
yeah.
shit?
This is the one I would use for leather.
Yeah,
This one.
that shit's right, dude. You could like
and
cobble
and
some.
and the way I've got both the Singer machine and this one. Both of them are rigged up right now just for hand crank. But eventually, you know,
Yeah, you
I'll
can
have
put
the
a
option
belt
of putting.
on it.
Yeah, I'll have the option of I have the option of putting a motor on them and stuff like that. But right now, they're all. The only electricity I need
What's
for
up,
these
Bonnie?
machines is the light. That's about the only thing I need electricity for on these machines.
Right.
But
Hey,
Yeah,
Bonnie,
spread the needle.
have you
Bonnie's asking,
come
that looks
across
like
that
Wingnut shop.
brushless?
What's going on here? What,
yeah,
Bonnie, that is Wingnut.
yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Wingnut,
this
have
is
you tried?
my
Have you,
tinkering bench right here for all my little tinkering stuff. You know, I'm
have you have you seen the brushless motors that you can put on the industrial machines now? They take a fraction of the power needed. They work better with like an inverter and stuff, but they're quiet. You can program the speeds. You can replace any industrial sewing machine motor with a brushless motor now. A digital deal. You know, they're pretty nice, man. I've really grown to like mine.
I was
Yeah.
looking at one that was not that expensive actually. I think it's like a couple $100 for the one. But you
Yeah.
know, and I want to do that for this one. I've got a motor that I can put on the Singer machine. It's okay, but I've also got it rigged up to where it's hand cranked right now. But eventually I want to do this. But the only problem is, it's like trying to find the right motor where I can reduce the speed down to a crawl. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's
Because the
Yeah,
stuff that
well,
I've been
yeah, have
doing
it
is like,
adjustable so you can do like a slow 1/4 inch punch and then put it in reverse
yep.
and not stressing
well,
your
Well,
that's
head
why
out.
you definitely want the brushless motor then, because it's completely
yeah.
programmable. You can slow it right down to a crawl, just like you were saying.
Well, see, that's another thing too. Both of these machines are really, you know, not really made to go faster than a hand crank type speed anyway.
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean? And then if I'm
Well,
doing
no,
leather, you know, I don't really want to go very fast on this sucker, man. I want to go really
I've got
slow.
I've got a walking foot 111W. It's a canvas machine. It is made to go
Yeah,
fast, so I can
yeah,
make
that's a
that go
walking foot.
fast. But I can
Yeah, this is
also
a
slow it right down. You know.
That's a sweet
yeah,
rig.
Yeah, those are
yeah. I
great.
mean,
What he's got there, you can get right down into the toe of a boot and sew that with that.
yeah,
You can sew patches right on a pocket. That's a wonderful
right.
machine to have.
Yeah, I did a modification. This is just a piece of sheet metal and stuff where I can take this piece off and then replace it with this right here and have like an even more wider space. I've got a piece of plexiglass that I'm going to rig up to make it even more wider tabletop for it. But yeah, I can do quite
Have
a
you
bit for
ever
that.
seen the Class C's? The one they've got these that they use for saddle works and stuff. We used them in the sail loft, but they have sewing machines like yours with what looks like a 16 penny nail sized needle in them. They're, I mean,
Yeah,
massive monsters, you know.
yeah. Well, I mean, you know, this is actually a cheap Chinese knockoff of the old Singer
Yeah.
shoe patcher machines. But you know, these are not too bad. They're actually kind of very inexpensive, but you know, the way they make these things is they just basically stamp it out and then ship it out. I've had to do a lot of different modifications and customizations to it to make
Oh
it to
yeah,
where it
my
is now.
stuff is modded. Yeah, no, that's sweet. It kills me I didn't get stuff out of the upholstery shop, and it went whatever. Hindsight's 2020.
Well, I mean, you know, it comes in handy. I mean, you know, that's one of the things that I've got in that bag. For instance, I've got a repair kit. You know, just to repair,
Oh,
you know,
I've got a
clothes or
set of
whatever.
needles. I bought heavy duty. I got all the different gauge needles, but yeah, my pussy ass needs a thimble too because I can't push that through leather without a thimble
Well, you know what a
That's
sail palm is?
unless I
Get
use
yourself a sail
a
palm.
hammer.
No, it's called a sail palm. You ever heard of that?
I haven't
not
heard the
right
sail
offhand.
pump.
All right, I'll get mine out and show you. But
Ah, hold on a second.
this is all right. I gotta see where
Let me change it over. Hold on. Hold on. Let me change over to you, Carl.
I'm gonna have to try to hold it out in the front here. Here's my pack, by the way. I've been modified for winter use right now. That's got the Arctic bag and all my cold weather gear in it. But this is called a sail palm, right? It's leather, but if you look,
Oh,
it's got a
okay. I know
metal.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, this goes over your hands, and that part right there allows you to push the needle by wearing it like that. You can push the
Yeah.
needle using that through thick leather.
Uh.
They're not
Yeah,
expensive.
that's like a that's like a heavy duty like thimble in a way.
It's a hand
Yeah,
worn
yeah, yeah.
symbol,
That's the thing.
but
It's like better to
they've
like.
used
I mean,
them
I've got
for
like
hundreds
thimbles
of
and
years
heavy
in
gloves and
sailboats.
like small like
Yeah.
little tiny elf hammers, but no, I haven't seen that. That's pretty cool.
So that's hundreds of years old, and they use sail palms to do sailboats without machines. To do the
Yeah.
sails on
Oh, I
them.
mean, climbing up to the crow's nest with a 40-mile crosswind and a hurricane and a stripped sail, and you're, dealing with a maybe a potential ship battle. Yeah, you need to know how to fix a main.
I
If there's
do.
a
I worked
tear in
at
a
a.
sail, you got to deal with it.
Check this out. This is one of the few things I actually have I can brag about. All right, people get trophies and stuff. Well, in 2002, while working at the Quantum Sail Loft in Traverse City, Michigan, I completely sewed the World Cup winning set of sails in that loft, meaning that I sewed every seam on the entire set of sails that won in it was the fastest sailboat on the earth that year in 2002.
Damn.
I'm on a wall in that loft because of that. They got my picture up on that wall in there.
Oh.
But I worked at a sail loft for a while. It was a
Good
great
night, X.
job.
Well, what do you think's the best material now for a sail?
Oh well, a regular cruising
Just for
set.
like leisure wind
Okay.
boats.
Well, is what they call it. There's two kinds. There's racing sails and there's cruising sails. The cruising sails nowadays are all made out of Dacron. Right? It's a white, almost card-like material, and it
Yeah.
lasts a long time. And but the racing sails, when we were doing this, they were using prototype fabrics like Kevlar reinforced uh, polyethylene fabrics and stuff. All right, you could see crisscrosses of Kevlar tape inside the sails. But
Yeah.
they started going to something. I think it was called Semtrex. They started changing over to other things that they also use in bulletproof vests because they found out Kevlar degrades over time. Semtex doesn't degrade, and so it was always like an evolving thing with the fabrics. But Dacron would be for cruising. The old school sails for cruising were canvas, cotton canvas, waxed cotton canvas.
Yeah. No, I got some mining blast cloth, like whatever, just because I acquire weird stuff. But it's for
Oh, well,
when they
yeah.
would like do mining detonations, and then they would kind of want to protect machinery and stuff like that. They'd throw it over. If it was in a near vicinity, I still have like a small piece of that. It's been over there
Well,
for
there's
years, but I
another
can't
thing.
imagine it's deteriorated.
There's also a different kind of fabric they use on all of them for the spinnakers. The real lightweight bellowing sails that they put out in front of the sailboat. It's like a big rounded sail that they often deploy. That's called a spinnaker. And they make those out of rootstock nylon. It's almost like the military poncho fabric.
Yeah.
What What's the best way you guys know of on how to waterproof fabric, like a sheet or something like that? What's the best way you know how to waterproof it?
Well, cotton or wool are not. They have that.
Like for instance, like a bed sheet. Like for instance, if you wanted to waterproof a bed sheet to make a tarp out of it, what would be the
I
best way
mean,
to waterproof
you
it?
could use beeswax, or
Yeah, they
you
used to
could
use
use a
paraffin wax.
synthetic.
On
And
cotton, they use paraffin waxes and stuff. That's why circus tents used to be so flammable. They mixed wax and fuel to break down the wax. They would use like gasoline, break it down, paint it on the tents, and let it dry because it was a way of waterproof. Even military tents, all the canvas ones, they got to have what's called canvas. All right, they've got different brands, but it's a canvas treatment that you got to keep treating those with, or the cotton
Yeah,
will.
every time you wash it, you got to retreat it.
Yeah. Now,
And
Well,
the one is that Fall Raven or whatever, that Norwegian brand. They got some like green wax. That's more for like a synthetic wax waterproofing. But that's the thing. Like, I guess you don't want wool to get too oily. But then, yeah, maybe for like a cotton canvas, then like a wax with oil, yeah, more paraffin or beeswax. I don't think it matters, but paraffin may be better because it'd be more oily and it'd be maybe more repellent. I don't know about the melt temperature.
What
I know a guy.
about silicone?
Yeah, I know a guy. I haven't done it myself yet, but I know a guy that he used 2 pounds of wax and 2 cups of linseed oil, and that waterproofed it, and it also kept it to where it was all really soft and malleable, and it didn't like the oil didn't come off on your hands, the wax didn't get all brittle and break away. It was actually a pretty good mixture, and he used it on bed sheets to make tarps out of them.
Wow, interesting.
now I bought rolls of it when I found it, but it's the woodland camouflage ripstop nylon with the urethane coating. They use it for the military rainproof ponchos. You guys probably know those well. Well, every now and then I could find a roll of that stuff, but I could never find anything to seal the seams right. I mean, at one point I had a whole medicine cabinet full of fabric sealers and seam sealers, and none of them stuck to stuff like I wanted until I found this. It was in a tent repair kit. All right, I had to buy the whole kit. It was 150 or 200 bucks or something, and you get grommets and a mallet and all this stuff. But inside that came 6 cans of pure military issue urethane. Now, this stuff, I'm telling you, it's a little tiny, little pint can. If you can ever find it, this stuff made me so much money, guys. You can slap some of this stuff on a patch, throw it on one of those bouncy rooms at a carnival with a hole in it, and boom, it's fixed. The guys love it. I made hundreds and hundreds of dollars for doing fast repairs on carnival rides and stuff with this stuff. But it's the only stuff. If you look at a military poncho, when it dries up, it does dry up with time. You keep folding it
Yep.
too much or whatever. But that stuff
Right.
is the best sealant for anything I've ever found, man. Above all, you paint it on, it's rubbery, you can fold it and touch each to itself and it doesn't stick to it. It's the whip. There's nothing better. They should can that shit and sell it to us.
Well, that was the thing that I learned about from about that wax and linseed oil is like, if you don't have enough oil or anything like that in it, the wax will just like become brittle and it won't soak into the fabric good enough. And then every time you fold it, every one of those creases become like a weak point. And if you mix the oil in there, it actually helps prevent that. It helps to soak soak up all the wax into the thing, and it becomes like malleable where you don't have creases where that becomes weak points and stuff like that where the
Right.
fabric
Right.
becomes
Well, I use pine pitch.
Well, I
I boiled
found
down pine
chapstick
pitch
works in a
and
pinch.
use that to patch pinholes and shit in my tent. And I've done that for years because pine pitch, that'll stick to any fabric for a long time. You probably could never get it out of there. But it works really good. You just have to, when you fold it up, it might stick to something. You might have to dab it or heat it up a little bit. But man, pine pitch is a great way to seal tarps and tents in a pinch.
Oh, that was the first submarine ever. Pine tar. Was the hunt? Was it the Hunley? I think it was.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, CSS Hunley.
yeah, the pedal bike underwater.
Yeah. I mean, granted, we was just chilling low water in Charleston, but yeah, that was. And then it developed into the Merrimack and the Monitor, but yeah, no, that's the Eben Garnett, the
Ironclad.
submarine, and those early little scuba suits were interesting too. The air pumps and rates and weights and my goodness.
Now I know some. I don't know the guy personally, but he was using silicone to waterproof stuff. But he had to thin it
I've
down with. He had to thin it down with like was it what do you call it? Not denatured alcohol. What is that? Like paint thinner
mineral
and
Mineral
spirits.
spirits.
mineral spirits. Yeah, he had to thin
Yeah,
it down really, with
yeah.
that mineral spirits to where it will penetrate the fabric. But
Yeah, I
that
mean,
becomes
I've done
expensive
it
too.
on seams and repairs, and I've done Gorilla Glue. I've done Super Glue. It depends on the tear, but I mean, sometimes I would just do like a sew job and then hit it with a blowtorch real quick because it's all nylon anyway, and it melts, and then kind of have a like a
Good.
stone behind it, and then run like a straight edge and just kind of cauterize that
Thank you,
melted
Echo.
nylon like you're cutting climbing rope or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll do that burn technique, and then I'll just kind of seal it with like chapstick. I've sealed it with silicone. I've never, but when I was doing the tent, it didn't. I couldn't say that it lasted because I mean I only had that thing set up. It was a nice tent too. It was like a 24
Well,
by
when you're sewing
24.
something like nylon or polyester, I did a video years ago on searing the edges of the
I'm
fabric of things
thinking
I
it was
made.
not. It was one of those Cabela's
Well,
with the
I did a
poles.
video on it,
You
and
could
what
put
it
a
is,
stove in.
in a sail loft, even when you're cutting the webbing that you're sewing onto a sail, you cut it with a hot knife, so it sears
Yeah,
the
yeah, and it
edge.
melts, and then you
The
can
webbing
pinch
gets
it to
real hard,
keep
and,
it
and
from
it won't.
bulge. Yeah,
Yeah, it won't fray. But I
yeah.
do the same thing with the gear I make. I think Vision might have seen it, but I'll take all the nylon or polyester gear I make. Every pattern I cut, I sear the edges with a flame. All right,
Hmm.
that way it never frays. Because if you see a mass-produced backpack or shoulder bag or something, when a seam gives out on those, often it's because the fabric frayed apart at the ends or at the edges,
Right.
and it's
Yeah, and
because they
Right.
it's
didn't
not
sear
even
the
double
edge.
sewn anymore. It used to be triple sewn,
Right.
especially
Well,
on the
check out some of
the
my
zipping
videos.
grips.
Well,
None of
not
those
only
are
that, they
quality.
don't burn the edges either. They just got to let them fray. You know what I mean?
No,
I've
that
noticed
stuff's
that.
not quality anymore.
Right. If you cut nylon fabric with a hot knife, it will outlast anything that you don't do that with. Okay? It won't fray apart. It won't come with pieces on.
You could get into a gear line, man. Like I don't know, it'd probably be like, I mean, expensive and custom, but I mean, just doing like custom work for like people that know what they need. Like, say, I need like you know, however many 60. If they want as big as a 60-liter loadout with like a 25-liter top and maybe like a 15-liter saddle or whatever, a drop.
Skull.
Check out my page someday. I made all kinds of gear for almost 40 years. I've been sewing. I've worked for upholstery shops, sail lofts. I've worked as a
So
tailor.
you
I've
got
made
like a page and stuff?
I do. It's all going to be
Well,
happening
I'll
again.
sub to that. I'll sub to that. I can't do it
Right.
now because
A
I
lot of my
can't
custom
fucking.
gear, my custom tents. I make ghillie suits. I make law enforcement tech gear. I've done custom camouflage outfits. I've done a lot of stuff, and that's my gig. I've got an industrial sewing machine mounted, a modified table. It's all mounted inside of my. I got an old army radio truck I modified that I can take places and do repairs and stuff right in the fields or at the
Do it
marinas.
to a field unit. Fuck yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. No, I mean, when I get off this, I'll sub to your channel and maybe
Right
figure
on.
out how to push
Appreciate
all
it.
the buttons.
Yeah,
Right on.
Camel Carl's a shit, dude. I mean, he seriously. I mean, he is the shit. He is badass.
Thank you, Fred. I think highly of you too, brother.
I'm just a fucking brilliant idiot over here. That's all.
Oh, no, I mean, I've just been there and done that. I mean, I could spot a bullshitter. I don't think you're a bullshitter. I think
No,
No,
Carlos is shit.
I think you're fucking
I got
legit.
all the receipts right there.
He's a seamster, not a seamstress, a seamster.
Oh well, shit! I got my grandma. So I mean, I bitched about my fucking my upholstery shop with belly up, and Woody, that motherfucker would do cocaine and rip fucking 30 yards smoking a cigar while talking to you and hitting a pedal and of naugahyde and not even and he'd run a fucking spool out and he was a beast. And when his 60th birthday, it took 6 police officers to handcuff him. And he was from Florida, and he did like boat seats and shit like that. And then he come up here, and he was our Naugahyde man. And but then we did we dealt with antiques and all different tapestries and stuff like that. I mean, I broke down 300 old horsehair pieces. I mean, stuff, slave pick cotton. I mean, but I just kind of wish I had that one machine. But whatever, things went bad. I don't really feel like going down that rabbit hole.
I've
Well,
got
I mean, even that Chinese shoe patcher that I have, I think you can get them for like a couple $100. They're actually kind of inexpensive, but like I said, they do need a little bit of
This is like
work on them
Alibaba
when you get them.
stuff. What?
No, I got mine on Amazon. But they do need some work. I mean, they do need some major cleaning as soon as you get it because they're like packed in cosmoline type of thing. And so you need to clean them
metal shaving.
and do some other stuff like the sewing needles that they're just regular Singer sewing needles that are that you can put in them. You can also you can modify it the needle tube or whatever a little bit, and you can put those industrial type needles on them that are completely round all the way around. Like a Singer sewing machine needles have got like a flat side on one side.
see
But
this is I've got a Chandler 111W. It's a copy of a Singer upholstery machine, canvas machine. But I've got an 1878 Singer that I've had for almost 50 years, and it was one of those ones with the treadle that you pump to get it to go
right.
right. But those
I've
have
actually
the
got an old
same.
treadle that I would like to actually rig up to that shoe patcher.
Well, what
Just
I
haven't
did
done
with
it yet.
That's what I
mine
was thinking.
what I did with mine is I took all
a
that
belt
treadle
on
crap
that.
off, and you'll find that an early 1950s Singer sewing machine motor, the bracket is the same bolt pattern as the treadle pulley. So you can just take that
Okay.
off and put
And that's
a original Singer sewing machine motor right on that body. And that's what I've got, and I've used it, like I said, almost 50 years. This thing has never let me down. It's got the old style bobbin. The bobbin's a long spool. It's not a flat
Yeah.
little disc. It's a long spool, and this thing will go right over blue jean jeans, over 6 layers of blue jeans, no sweat. Try that with a modern machine today. See how far you get.
No,
Yeah.
no, I don't
Hmm.
even see what I'm looking. I'm looking for these certain needles, and
That's how
they
we
got
got
them
them.
from Germany. They were really good, and I think I'm
And the
gonna get
German
more.
needles probably fall.
You can find those sewing machines on Amazon. You can look under like Chinese shoe patcher sewing machines. You'll see what I've got. Basically, I've painted mine. I've done some modifications, so they don't look exactly like what I got.
Yeah.
But you can find them on Amazon pretty easy. Like I said, for like a couple $100. But you
Yeah,
definitely need to do some work to them and make them and
yeah,
they're
rebuild
easily
them.
modifiable and
Yeah,
easily customizable though. Unless you want to spend some money, they got there's some really nice ones out there that
yeah.
cost you about $1,000 or so.
Yeah,
But
no, I'm kind of
You just got to
thinking
get
like
whatever you think you're going to use the most. I mean,
well, no,
there
my
was a
next
time
like
where I had
money
blind
thing,
stitches
I'm
and
thinking it's like
surgeries and all that
log
stuff.
splitter, but then a log splitter's like, 1,200 bucks, $1,000, $1,500, whatever, and then you gotta have like a trailer to move it, which I got a hitch on my van. I could move it, but that's not practical for moving around the property. So then I need like a side by side or something because I got all these trees down and I got a decent saw. So then I'm thinking about one of those like little like saw portable sawmill things, but then I'm kind of thinking I could just eyeball it at that rate. I mean, when I'm rough cutting, because the stuff I've got a piece of oak that's 30 foot long,
Wow. Nice.
18-inch minimum, and 50-inch maximum. But how can I even move that without, hiring people or have a
Hmm.
forklift?
Snatch block. Snatch block. Yeah, snatch block.
Is that what you call the saw cutting machine thing?
No, that's how you move shit. Big shit. Ropes and pulleys and chains and snatch block.
Uh, I mean,
His hood type.
I'll get you a donkey.
I don't know. You
Yeah.
kind of got me spun there, man. I've been thinking because I offer these dudes like a deal, and I mean we're all cool up here. Ain't no one fucking nobody, but yeah, they're like, nah, you gotta. They want me to figure it out, but no, I mean I got what. So I got like all this, and I need some lumber because I got to replace shit that got messed up. And
Bonnie,
the
can
pine
I
they
tell you?
sell now is junk.
I got to
It's
say,
like,
Bonnie, you might. I just got to say something to buddy in chat here. Bonnie, you might have been right. I was talking about it earlier, and it sounds like some people might be willing to invest in me.
Well,
huh?
I mean, I know there's one of my cousins that live across the street. He's got a sawmill. He even sells the sawdust. You know what I mean? Because people buy the sawdust to make like fire logs out of them. You compress the
Oh yeah,
sawdust up
fire
and you
bricks.
make fire logs.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
fire
no,
bricks out
yeah.
of them.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I buy straw for my chicken coop. I could use the sawdust for that too.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Put in the
there's ways of doing it. Like even the sawmill thing, like you can go as minimal as like what they call the Alaskan sawmill, which is basically just a chainsaw and a bracket that you just kind of
And I got a
then you
couple
can
decent saws, but nothing that caliber really. Nothing to do a 32-inch cut.
You
right.
guys should have seen this thing I found. I got it at a flea market on the side of the road. The guy had these trailers just filled with like rakes and shovels and shit. And
Uh,
I asked him, I always ask everybody, got anything Army issue? And he says, there's something in the back of this trailer. So I dug 100 rakes and shovels, if not more, out of this place and found this It was a 4 foot bar. It was an Army issue electric chainsaw made by a company called Strunk. All right. And it
Huh.
was a 28-volt motor. It
Drunk
had
one.
a handle. All right. It was a two-person chainsaw. The blade on this thing was thicker than any chainsaw blade I'd ever seen in my life. And at the end of the bar, at the very tip of the bar, was a handle for the second person to hold the blade of this thing on the other side of the saw. All right. And you plug it into your, and the funny thing is it worked at 110 volts. And I could
What
plug this
the?
thing into the wall and it would go, whee! And it would fucking cut anything that it cut, dude. It was the
I don't even see
craziest
how that's
thing. I paid
possible. I guess.
$25 for that saw and sold it at a military vehicle show for $800. The guy was drooling over it.
Oh,
He
put it
had to
on his
have it.
motorcycle. Fuck yeah.
That's the biggest monster I ever seen. Strunk.
I've never seen one that big. Like, as far as, well, I've never seen a two-person motorized, but
You gotta believe in the other guy to hold that bar.
Yeah, no kidding. It
well, I
kind of
mean,
reminds
unless
me of
you
the
don't
old
believe
crosscut
him,
saws back in the day.
it's a
You know,
huge risk. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna put the pin in and or guide the other side.
You gotta trust your fellow friend there, boy.
Uh,
That's crazy.
I mean, if you go old school, you get those old crosscut saws and shit, and you
oh,
get
I
a
got
couple of people sitting there going back and forth, sawing that sucker.
I got 3 or 4 of those. Those are a dime a dozen up here.
Oh, I can't find them hardly down here in Florida anymore. I mean, you might see one hanging on the side of a barn somewhere as an antique, but you can't find them hardly anymore down here.
Well, if you want, I could give you one that fix my Alico boots. They done got all expensive. They're like $400 now. I was like, huh? Like, what the hell?
Well, you guys, I hate to come up and run, but my battery's getting really low, and I've got to put it on charge. But I'll be sitting in the chat. If I put my phone on charge, it'll make so much noise and stuff. I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna hop
Right
down,
on.
y'all.
No, but no, good
Good
talking
talk.
with
All
you.
right.
And no, I think that your
Cool.
setups. I got to plug my shit in because I went over there and like
You guys have a good one.
Hey, thank you very much, Wingnut,
fictitious
hanging out with us, man. Take care of
meeting
Yeah.
yourself.
place.
I'm gonna get out of here I'm gonna get out of here at 8 minutes. Well, 6 minutes. Okay, 6 minutes. We're gonna cut this thing off.
We got
So thank you, Wingnut.
someone's got to be
Thank you very much,
responsible.
brother.
Did you call
Have a good
this a
night.
test run? Did you call this
Huh?
stream a test?
Say again.
Did you call this stream a test?
Did I? I think I did. Did I?
Well, he
Yeah,
did
I think I did.
yesterday,
Was it
and I think this
successful?
was the real test.
Well, after 10 hours, it'd be definitely successful. Yeah. I'm set right now. I'm at 9 hours, 54 minutes, 42 seconds. So I figure I'd go for 10 hours and we'll cut it, call it quits here.
No,
This
but you
second
got to
beer
be
has got me like,
You're the responsible one, Chad. You're running the ship.
yeah, right. Yeah, right.
You ain't got to work tomorrow. What you worried about?
Well, I do have shit to do. I got oil changes, registration, e-checks, shit to do. And I don't know if I'm going to do it or not, to tell you the truth. But
I do too. And I might
so
even
yeah,
get to work tomorrow.
yeah. So I know I got to eat something really good. So there's that. That's about the only thing I really want to do. But
Shit, I've been sitting here eating the whole time I've been here, man. You did my medical kit, sat here and ate a whole thing of macaroni and cheese by myself.
wow. Oh yeah, got to eat. Got to eat. Oh yeah. So yeah, I'll make it official. We're a 5 minute warning. Uh, so if anybody would like to uh, talk about some shit real quick, please feel free. Uh, no more people on panel, I guess. Just kind of close it out. Uh,
I enjoyed it, Shad. Thanks for having me up here.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, I didn't do much, man. All I did was just kind of threw you guys up, let you guys up here, ask some questions, and let y'all go. I mean, this was badass. I think it was badass. I think we'll do
Oh no,
more of this.
I think it was good. I enjoyed myself and look and talk to these guys about sewing. Like
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
right? I mean, we're talking about sewing. We're talking about tools. I mean, just
Yeah, I mean,
all kinds of shit.
I'm not even trying to make that gay or pussy. No, I mean that's just like for real. Like people need to know how to do that shit. Like it ain't gonna
Hmm.
do itself.
And you see,
Right.
Bonnie just in a nice way said that I talk a lot, so I'm handy around here.
Right on, Wingnut. It's a pleasure having you, man. Yeah,
And
Tuck, I'm feeling this way too.
I'm just gonna say my last thing, like I always say. If I had to choose my last words, I just hope that they're yeehaw.
I liked your whole Saul thing. You know, wee. All right, take care, Colonel Carl. It has been a pleasure, bro. Absolute pleasure. Uh, yep. Just me and you, Husky. Me and you, bro. We're closing this thing.
Well, I don't know how should we shut her down. We had him doing the Doctor Strange glove. I missed the first part. I didn't know, whatever. But
Oh
I don't
man,
know. I just say long live the Republic. We did the best with it. Hopefully this shit keeps going. I think you're doing it right, bro. I
I
think
think
it's
so too.
solid. I mean, I didn't feel no bad vibes. I mean, there's people maybe had to bounce some people in chat, but
I think
it's
it's cool.
normal.
I mean, yeah, exactly. They know what to do. It's a self-correcting system, you know. I mean, I mean, really, you know. Yeah, that's what it's all about, you know. And
Yeah.
I like the fact that it was Cha Cha of all people, you know, the nicest of
Oh,
people
the
was just like,
see the
fuck you,
chopper,
you're out of
the cha chopper,
here.
cha chopper.
Boom. Yeah, that chopper. Yep. She sent him to the wood chipper. See ya. Thank you very
I
much,
probably
Echo.
should send like an open invite for buy disposal. I mean that wouldn't be the best offset.
Well, hey, you know, if it's needed, it's needed. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, give him knife hands. That's right, knife hands. Make it stick. Yeah, it was a pleasure, Wingnut. Yeah, man. Yeah, you guys. I mean, there's so much. There is so much knowledge and wisdom. You know, that we can learn from other people. Even if we think they're idiots. You know, like me, I'm a brilliant idiot. You know what I'm saying? You know.
No,
So
I'm a
if I can,
retard. But just getting on with people like that and then just going down a traverse plane that would probably have never been traversed if we
right.
didn't just get off on a tangent and go there. And
Yep.
all that knowledge. It was very good.
I think so too, man. I think so too. Skull. Skull.
Go.
Hmm. And everybody in the chat. I mean, I've been watching y'all. Just amazing. I mean, chat's where it's at. You know what I'm saying? Chat is where it's at. And I thank everyone for hanging out with me for 10 fucking hours. 10 hours. That's crazy, man. That's probably my longest I've ever done anything. So,
Breaking records.
right. Oh no, and I've already you see some of these people, man. You know what the hell? Carl's already got 40 hours on this, so I got 30 hours to go, and I'm spent. So no, it ain't happening. Yeah.
Well,
I got
no.
shit to do.
You ain't gotta compare yourself to the whole world. This was a good thing. After the other nights, figured it out. Whatever, man. Especially apparently there was competition out there this evening too. So
Oh,
yeah.
I don't care about any of that. I just do what I want.
Well, I
You know.
know. I don't. I don't either.
Right. Right. I'm gonna do what I want, and they're gonna do what they want. You know what I'm saying? And they're welcome over here, and I'll promote them. You know, I don't care. I'm just I'm just doing this for me. I'm not monetized. I'm not, and I'm doing. I love the fellowship. I love the community. I love how we all get together and just talk shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's
yeah.
it's
No,
like you
it's like
said.
bringing the old days back, man.
Yeah.
It really
Right. Yeah.
was.
It's
For me, it felt like that for the
yeah. It
first
kind of did.
time since then. It really did. It felt like that. So that's cool.
And I tell
Very
you, man,
cool.
that shit helped me out when I was in a hard time. You know, I could log on 3 o'clock in the morning and just fucking hang out.
He was always there. Huh?
Yep. Yeah. Skull to Ron. Skull.
Skull.
Ah. So yeah, folks. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go, Wingnut. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm putting fireworks on drones. Okay, that's where I'm coming from. Uh,
Mm.
bottle rockets fired from drones. So bring it. I love it. Thank you very much, folks. All right, I'm gonna end this. Yeah, we're gonna end this right now. I think so. Thank you, Highland
Hey.
Husky, hanging out with me.
Oh,
You
hey,
know.
thank you, brother.
Yep.
Doing the reading the manual and figuring out how to do it.
Oh, dude, I just get on here and push buttons, see what happens. You
Well,
know, kind of my way. Thank you, Bonnie. Bonnie got some. Hey, folks. All right. Before we go, uh, all you folks in chat, drop your links, drop your links, drop your links. Shameless plugs for everyone. If you're blue, you know what to do. If you're not, then you're snot. And then you can just sweet talk someone that's blue, and then maybe they'll drop it for you. Yeah. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone that got on the panel. Thank you, everyone that come by and chat. We had some we had some heavy hitters come through. We had all kinds of folks just coming through, dropping knowledge, asking questions, answering questions. I think that was a great thing, really was. So, skull to you all, and enjoy your work week. I will be off Monday. That's right. Your jealousy is delicious. Thank you. Have a good night.
peace.